Yeah. you're just the same. Let's go. Let's see who swims best.
You have reached a number that has been disconnected or is no longer in service.
It's like I'm calling nothing. Scream to the void and it gives me a tone. A silent voice coming out of the speaker. To stay awake, it won't take long.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Today, one team will move straight to the knockout bracket and 4 more will make their group stage debut. Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of VALORANT Champions. Of course, coming at you live here at the Shrine Hall in Los Angeles, California. I am Golden Boy, the bald man that is always yelling at you, joined here by my co-pilot, Mimi, and we got the Smeek himself, Baby Bay, in the house today. Guys, can we just give it up for Baby Bay real fast here, y'all don't mind? Thank you so much. I love your faces. It's going to be an excellent day. Baby Bay, it's a joy to have you here, man. How you doing?
Honestly, it feels so good to be on a stage again. And like, this stage is sick. The crowd is sick. And I can't wait for it to get more packed. And I can't wait for the energy.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's the start of the day. It's going to be a good one, though, Mimi.
Yeah, I mean, we've waited so long to have a crowd here in NA, so it's pretty exciting, and to get to have you here for today is going to be great. Bunch more teams making their debut.
Yes.
Yesterday was already just completely breaking our expectations.
Oh, yeah. Well, actually, let's go ahead and take a look at the groups bracket because, yeah, yesterday we had some awesome matches to kick things off, right? We were treated to Team Liquid NAVI, really getting to see what those EMEA teams could bring to the table, especially having played against each other so much. It was a very unique game. And then, of course, course, we had DRX versus Loud, a banger that went 3 maps. Mimi, that if we wanted to see these teams return to form, I think they definitely did.
The story of the day was definitely DRX. This was a team that was switching their roster back and forth, was making all these wacky decisions at Tokyo and looked completely done. But they come back here, they bring out some new compositions, new ideas, they stick to one roster, which everyone's been asking for so long.
That's right.
And it works out well to beat a Loud that I think was still struggling, but was in better form than they were in Tokyo.
Yeah, and of course, you saw the matches that we're going to be having coming up today. We have 3 matches for y'all today. It's going to be a long one, so I hope everyone is prepared for this. We, of course, are going to be kicking things off with Evil Geniuses taking on, T1, right? T1 and FUT.
Yes.
My goodness. Mimi, you had to see me yesterday. I was cooking. My brain was absolutely fried. It was wild stuff. But here's the thing. We got 1 day of competition. And I think it's safe to make some hot takes.
Time to draw all our
Right?
conclusions about every
Right?
team.
Baby Bay, you came at the perfect time for some hot takes. That's right. All right. So we have where our rating things at here.
Oprah put it under your
Everyone's
seat.
got them. Okay, here it is. So we have our rating mild. Okay, you can also do pretty spicy, or as I like to say, muy picante, extreme heat. So we have our hot takes. Baby Bay, you're gonna do our first hot take, and we're gonna rate it. What do you got for us?
So my hot take for the day is that Carpe is going to be one of the best players in this tournament.
Okay.
The whole tournament.
The whole tournament.
The whole tournament.
The whole tournament.
Why?
Fascinating. Okay,
Yeah.
why is that?
Because I just know this guy from Overwatch League, and he just started playing this game. Like straight
Yeah.
up, he just started playing this game. First year in franchising.
Yeah.
Or in partnership, sorry. But he was a franchise player in Overwatch League for every year, and he was a
That's very
top
true.
player every single year. You know this.
Yeah, no, yeah, I witnessed it live. You know, like the man is truly incredible. Mimi, do you agree or disagree? What rating are you giving this?
Okay, if it's just dominating the group, I'd give it like a medium amount of spice. If it's like T1's going all the way and he's going to be one of the top players of the entire event, I think that's pretty hot because Carpe did have a great revival. I mean,
Yeah.
he looked kind of lost at times in Locket, but then he went out and I think was probably T1's best player at Tokyo.
That's what I'm saying.
And I
He
feel
looked
like the guy's
amazing.
That's what
only
I'm
going to
saying.
get better with another month off.
He looked amazing. I am going with pretty spicy, only because I know this already.
Yeah.
You
You're
know,
a knower as well.
I am a
You can
knower.
see it. You
I'm
can see
a
it.
Carpe knower, okay? He probably can hear me, so I don't
Yeah,
want
he's right there. He's right there.
All right, Mimi, what is your hot take? Because I definitely skipped him. So what is your hot take now?
This one, simple. EG, we know they're a pretty good team.
Okay.
Today, FPX is not getting double digits rounds across both maps in a BO3. They are going to get stomped, I believe. EG is in rare form. FPX, I think, is still very much in their early days of development. They had some roster changes since lock-in. They have a lot of pressure on them coming to NA for their first one. It's probably not that hot, but guys, the favorite's gonna win. Hot take.
I'm gonna hit you with a hard mild on that.
God, you getting that
I definitely
mild,
agree.
dude.
And you know, a big part of that is gonna be Demon 1, right? He's just a freak. He's a
How
freak.
few rounds would I have had to say for it to actually be a hot take?
Oh man, probably like
If it was going to be like 2.
yeah,
Yeah.
probably like
Across
3.
2 maps.
Like they don't win a single pistol round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like maybe something along those lines. You know what though?
I'll work on that. Surely you have something better.
Well, my hot take. Actually, it's crazy how our hot takes have to deal with the matches today.
It's almost like we planned
Mine
that.
is let me make sure I say it appropriately so that everyone is aware.
Is your hot take scripted? Why do you have to like go research what your opinion is?
My hot take is that T1 will make top 4.
Why did you need to research that?
I don't know.
If you believe that.
I wanted to set it up. Okay, brevity's important, Mimi. Stop yelling at me, God.
I
All
mean,
right, look.
that is extremely hot. That's simply not happening.
T1 are making top 4. I think that they have the capability. They ran into brick walls in Tokyo.
Yeah, and those same brick walls are in this tournament, and
They
there's
are.
more of
But
them.
they've had a month of preparation, a month to get better. This guy already thinks Carpe is going to be one of the best players in
Yes.
the game. So why wouldn't T1 have a miracle top 4 run?
Think about the teams here. EDG, Fnatic, EG. I feel like you already expect them to be in top 4. You have a NAVI who's back in form, a DRX. There's just too many teams for that to be
I'm
believable.
going to rate myself. I think that's heat.
I don't know if you can
That is
rate
a
yourself.
heat prediction from a guy who's sweating his butt off on this stage. That's right, baby. In any case, though, for more on Group B, let's go ahead and send it over to a couple scientists, people who know what they're talking about. And they're scientists because they have mustaches. It's Brennan Sideshow with another segment of Groupology.
Hello and welcome back to Groupology. We're going to be taking a look at Group B this time, with EG being the clear, undisputed favourites. Bren, that's where I want to start.
Absolute favourites.
EG against FPX.
Okay, I've got the stickers right here.
Okay. I'm going to leave you with that one.
Okay. Yep.
In fact, grab another EG.
There's
grab
no chance
another
they
EG,
lose.
throw them in. There's no chance they lose. They're not losing a map.
The classic egg curse.
No.
All the way through?
The team that went to the finals of Tokyo is going to go out in groups. Go out in groups? That's not happening. That's not happening. All right, grab me another one then. Foot T1.
Foot
I think
T1.
this is a coin flip, personally, Brad.
You want a coin flip?
Yeah, I think it's a coin flip,
take
frankly.
this. Luckily, I carry a quarter with me in my pocket every single day for occasions like this, and I'll flip it on camera under pressure.
Foot heads, I reckon.
Foot heads? It's heads.
Okay, well, foot go through then.
Foot goes through?
Foot goes through, not bad. What a big result from them. And FPX face T1 in the bottom. Now, I think T1 again.
I think T1 take that. Yeah, I think T1 take that. You have to be reasonable.
And that means that we've got foot T1 again. So flip the coin again, man.
Foot T1.
Foot T1. It's happening
I got to
again.
find you the sticker first. You're overwhelming me.
And foot is still heads.
I'm going to flip the coin. It's tails.
Oh, that's so unfortunate for
Losing
foot.
the lowers? Okay, that's T1.
They should have been tails, shouldn't they?
So T1 go through in the lowers?
So T1 go through.
EG T1. This is a normal group.
Yeah, that's just how it works, Brent.
It's just a normal
That's
group.
how it works when you have an overwhelming favourite that can't possibly lose in groups no matter what.
You've got to rub his head 3 times for good luck to try and counteract the egg curse.
Okay, all right. Interesting takes. The coin there, Mimi. Very good.
They didn't need the coin. It didn't matter. I mean, this is, I think, the most easily predictable group. T1 is a clear favorite. EG is the clearest of all favorites. They really shouldn't drop a map going through this one. It feels like they have, like, the perfect trajectory to make it out. Like, if Group B isn't the most predictable, if it doesn't go exactly as we think it will, that will be, I think, inherently, like, the biggest upsets of the tournament.
Mimi? I disagree.
How?
You know, honestly, I really do think that this group is going to defy all expectations. If anything, it's going to change the world, the way that we look at Valorant, the way that we think about the sport. And really, I just think that Group B will be the best group in the tournament.
Why are you, like, preaching?
I think you just changed the world.
You don't believe this.
With this outfit.
That's right, baby. No, my nose!
You can't even stay being funny. You can't even
I gotta get some
believe it.
plastic surgery for this nose to stay on. Oh, I lost the nose in the desk. In any case, so guys, social media sure is a mess out there these days. Ain't that right? But no matter where you are, use those hashtags, VALORANT Champions and VCT, so we can keep the conversation going all event long, or you can just make fun of me viciously, because honestly, I deserve it. But in any case, so guys, get yourself a minute to go grab a drink, get yourself ready to go. Don't worry, I'll shave all of this off. And then when we come back, we're going to talk about our next matchup. It's going to be awesome. It's FUT versus T1. You don't want to miss it, and we'll see you on the other side.
EG's winning.
Welcome back to day 2 of VALORANT Champions. Up first today, we have a little bit of a Group B action taking place. Here we got FUT going up against T1. Now, this matchup is 2 teams that are ready to break out, but both finished 3rd in their respective leagues. And when they made it to Tokyo, they were able to pick up, big map wins. Like, these teams have seen upward trajectory, which makes this matchup that much more exciting.
Both these teams got their first international win in Tokyo. These were squads that, for the beginning of the year, were really doubted. Neither really had a great performance at lock-in, going out super early in that tournament, but they both turned things around in their respective international leagues, getting some big upsets, making it international, and then getting that big win. For T1, they were one of the few teams to beat EDG at that event, and for FUT, well, they did beat ASE, who was probably one of the weaker teams at Tokyo. They played close matches against other strong foes, so I think while Tokyo was kind of the breakout, proving that these 2 teams could compete internationally, this tournament has to be the question, baby, of who can actually rise up and actually make a run at an international event.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, T1 had an amazing tournament. I mean, they did end up losing to EDG in the lower bracket, but they had such a close game to almost win that bracket against NRG. Like, they literally were like, what, one round away? They lost to OT.
They were right there. Yeah,
and had they had won that, we would be saying a completely different story, right? So I think that they proved more for me in Tokyo than FUT did.
Yeah, and I would agree with that, because I felt like at a certain point we kind of saw FUT just look very predictable, and we'll of course dive a little bit more into this, but let's keep our focus on T1 because we actually do have Tom standing by for a quick word with the one and only Saya player from T1. Tom?
And thank you very much, GB. I'm looking to try and catch out Saya player here, of course. Welcome back to the US. Are you happy to be back?
Yeah, I feel like I'm coming back home.
Obviously, you played before in LCQ back almost a year ago now, looking to try and qualify with the Guard. You've now done it with a Korean team instead. How does that feel?
I mean, communication-wise, it's good, and I mean, honestly I miss the Guard a little bit, but yeah, it's good. It feels good.
Either way, good luck today, and hopefully you'll go far in the tournament.
Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of people don't, not remember. I mean, everyone should remember his run on the Guard, but it is something that could be forgettable, especially considering that we've had so much VALORANT since then, right? He was on the Guard. He's been playing here. Same thing with Zeta, like all these players, right? I mean, you're familiar with them.
Absolutely, and something I love to see is the booster seat he has with his mouse right now. He brought it back. He retired it for a while, but when he has this booster seat for his mouse, it's just an elevated level. He goes crazy.
Yeah,
like,
which is
absolutely
fascinating
crazy.
when you actually think about it, because I don't know anyone that does that.
He probably has the most unique setup out of any of the players playing here. But I think for him, T1 is really a team with so many of these Korean players who had competed in North America before. And one of those players is Zeta. At lock-in, one of the biggest issues for T1 was, I think, their calling. They really got muddled in these late rounds. When the initial idea failed, they struggled to adapt. And they switched between lock-in and the Pacific League from Munchkin doing most of the calling to Zeta. And I think Zeta, who used to help call for Cloud9 back there when Vanity was on that team as well, really brought a lot of that mid-rounding and brought almost some of that North American style to Korea, where you're willing to have those really strong set executes, but also to slow down, really focus on playing that mid-round on the attacking side, which worked really well for this team.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. That was a very smart change for T1 to make, and it just goes to show as well, right? Like how important that call or the mid-rounding baby bait to just be able to do. We've seen teams live or die by that.
Yeah, and scrimming against this team, like from the start to like pretty much now, like I could always tell that they had like a really good like fundamental style, and that does come from Zeta, because he was a Counter-Strike player before all this. I mean, you have 3 Overwatch players on the team, right? Yeah. So it's like they're the ones that you want using all of these abilities, going crazy on them, but he's that big mastermind behind it all that can wrap it all together and really close out the rounds for them. And I love watching them play slow. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
I love when they change the pace and they just start hitting this slow style, and I feel like they have really good odds of winning the round when they do that.
Yeah, and as we move on though to their team, to their opponents, excuse me, on the other side of the stage, we have FUT, who are going to have to be dealing with that, right? They're going to have to be dealing with a unique style that's been forged in Pacific as well as the Americas League, and also their own individual talent here. But FUT is a team that, Mimi, we wanted to see more of. We got that in Tokyo, but now it's time to see if this squad has layers.
And FUT also, honestly, similar to T1, they play a lot of these slower rounds. They really focus on the mid round. They're the team who really brought a lot of structure to Turkish Valorant that was often lacking before. But at Tokyo, I think they got the better of them. Against the stronger squads like EG, they were very readable, predictable, doing a lot of the same stuff they did in EMEA. But against looser teams like Attacking Seoul, they were pretty successful in punishing that wildness on the fly. For me with Foot, I think we're looking this tournament for them to reinvent themselves a little bit. That structure is good, but they need more variety in their plays so they don't become predictable, against teams like T1 that really will put in that prep.
Yeah, T1 will definitely read you, and I think another big thing for me is, Kiwi is for sure a star player on that team, but we did see him struggle up against the likes of like a Demon 1, and maybe today, we'll have to see if he can bring it back and get his footing against a duelist like Saya player, who kind of has that wild card factor like Demon 1, right?
Yeah, he definitely does. It's actually, if anything, this is a fantastic test for him. Right? Because this is going to tell us, like, for both of these teams, it's going to tell us a lot because both of these teams are structured. They've been built so effectively well. There's so many good elements of these squads, so it's really cool that we're going to see them clash here today. But we actually did get some words in with Mr. Fallen from Tom. Tom, what you got for us, buddy?
Thank you, GB. Of course, we are joined by the first Turkish team to make champions, Mr. Fallen. Obviously, you had your performance over in Tokyo. What have the team been doing to level things up for champions?
Well, we just slipped at Tokyo right now, but I think we just learned our mistakes right now, so it's not going to happen on Champions right now. I don't know, the Tokyo was the first big event for the whole team right now, and it's the second one right now, and I think we are ready for it right now.
Do you know what? I believe you've got this. I'm ready for the Turkish power over in LA. Good luck in your game today.
And that actually cannot be stressed enough. Like, this is historical for Turkish Valorant. To have a Turkish team here playing a Champions VALORANT has to feel like just such a weight lifted off of their shoulders.
Yeah, for sure. And definitely, like, as a team, that being Tokyo being the first event, like, you got to have a lot of nerves. And maybe that showed in their gameplay, right? So maybe we are going to see a crazy version of Foot today, right? Potentially.
Mr. Fallen was talking about ahead of Tokyo, how he had always dreamed, even as a kid, of going to Tokyo, and the fact that he got to play there, got to make it there, was such a big accomplishment for him in his career. But I'm sure now as well, heading into Los Angeles, having a second attempt internationally, it's still that moment of, hey, I've made it, I'm living this dream. But it's also now that pressure of, we've had our breakthrough, how much more can we do to be a consistent force on the international stage?
100%, because you can make the case that in Tokyo, it was, hey, first big event for them playing in that kind of atmosphere. And of course, Tokyo was like, the crowd was out of this world. So I totally understand that. But now you're here at Champions. You got to perform. And this is the moment where the pressure is definitely going to be on them, right? You got that first pancake out of the way. Now it's time to look forward and see like what you could do in this tournament. But earlier, Brent actually did get an opportunity to chat with Mr. Fallen. So let's actually go ahead and take a look at that.
Hey everybody, it's Bren. I'm joined here with a special interview with Mr. Fallen as well from Foot. I mean, I got to say, man, as well, pleasure to see you again. I think we interviewed me and Josh at Tokyo. Yeah, Tokyo as well, right? And heading into this. So I want to ask you first as well, what's LA like been for you so far? You told me you got in on the 1st of August and you had a bit of trouble when you first landed with your team. Yeah? Would you feel comfortable saying that on the...
It's not going to be a problem, I don't know.
Yeah?
Yeah, we just want to, that was our first off day, so we just want to explore the city, but on the map, the city looks small, we didn't get it the first time, Yeah,
it's deceiving.
And it's like a city is not using, you're sitting like a mile, so we didn't know that, but on the maps, it's still like kilometers, so we said, okay, it's close, so we can go anywhere, with Uber, we're gonna go to the beach, it says 20 minutes from over here, so that's fine then.
Yeah.
Walk away, but after that, I don't know, we just open the map and it says like, guys, we have a lot of way to go, so let's take Uber. But some of the say, guys, let's take a bike so we can explore the city. So we just walk away to the bike, like 40 minutes, and after the bike, it just still says, there's still 40 minutes to go there.
40 minutes to go again.
Like how, again.
Yeah, after walking 40 minutes to the bike station, so an hour and a half to get to the beach.
Yes,
and in the scorching sun.
Yeah, and the sun was top of that, and I just get burned. I don't know.
That's brutal. That's brutal. But
first day.
Yeah, welcome to Los Angeles. First day, welcome, man. Well, okay. Unfortunate that happened. Sorry that happened as well. But let's move on.
Experience.
Yeah, that's an experience for sure. For sure, you have to bring the sunscreen next time when you go out. But
I will definitely do that.
let's talk about the event itself as well. And I want to touch on Tokyo actually, because you guys, I remember you said that playing in Tokyo was like a dream for you guys, right? And attending that event and on that big stage. How do you feel about your finish at that event itself as well? What were your goals for it? Like, did you feel like you achieved it, or?
No, we don't. At Tokyo, we just believed ourselves we're gonna make it to playoffs, you know. But there was some, I don't know, particular things didn't happen on Tokyo. So after the Tokyo, when we know that we qualified the champions, we already said ourselves, guys, we just I don't know, did some little small mistakes, so we have to, I don't know, fix them and go to the champions because it's the last thing and the biggest event on Valorant.
Yeah.
So our still first goal is, of course, we want to qualify champion, and we are still here right now. But from here, we just have to beat some tier 1 teams to, I don't know, show ourselves here, you know. Because if you do that, then we just, I don't know, be qualified to be here every time. So our team first goal is not gonna make it to playoffs. And after the Tokyo, it's still like a dream. I'm just still being here. But if we make it to playoffs, our team is going like a top 4 right now because we already believe it. If we, I don't know, fix our problems after the Tokyo, everyone knows that we can just be qualified. Right?
Yeah, because individually your players are fantastic, right? You're all amazing aimers. Everybody knows this, you know, like the Turkish talent pool when it comes to the aim is amazing, and we've seen it, right? What do you think were the issues then? Like, what were the things that you were focusing on to fix heading into Champions? Because you had a long period of time where you could practice, about a month and a half, 2 months almost.
Maybe, yeah. I think we don't have any particular to do that because I think our game plan is still. I don't know, like dependable. We don't need to change anything. We just want to add something new, so nobody knows that, you know, if they watch our last games, they knew our tricks. But I don't know. I think if we're losing some matches, it's like a, I don't know. For me, maybe miscommunication probably.
Okay.
Because it happens on the, I don't know, big stage. Because with this team, it was a very big tournament. Like, I'm not counting on the EMEA league because this one, Tokyo, and this one is the bigger one because every leagues are here.
Yeah.
So it was a first experience on Tokyo right now, and it's gonna be second one. I think there will be no pressure on us right now. I think we will be better with communication right now. So
that's good.
It's gonna be fixed, I think. Yeah.
Nice, man. Okay, well, thank you very much for the interview, Mr. Fallen. I really do appreciate it. Best of luck as well in tournament.
Thank you.
And we'll send it back.
Always great to hear from Mr. Fallen, and interesting to hear him say didn't really change much coming out of Tokyo. I'm curious to see if maybe we're just being gaslit, or if they actually are sticking to their guns, maybe, which could be a little problematic.
Yeah, I think it's that balance. If you try and in a month completely change all of your style, come up with new compositions, it's really easy to burn yourself out. So it has to be kind of that balance of bringing some new stuff to have that element of unpredictability while not trying to completely change and take a huge risk in doing so.
Very true, very true. Now, of course, another player on the roster that we have to highlight on the FUT side, gotta talk about Adacaptain. You know, this guy, he's been the emotional leader for this team. He's kind of helped keep them focused when Mr. Fallen's out there making the calls. And you need that, right, Baby Bay? Like, as a pro player, you need players that just keep you focused on the game mentally, but also emotionally, because emotions can't run high.
Yeah, 100%. I've always been a guy on every single one of my teams that has been like the hype man, you know, trying to keep everybody focused. And it's very important to do that, because if you don't do that, especially with a lot of these younger teammates that you can have, you know, a 13-9 game could turn into a 13-1 or a 13-0 sometimes, you know what I mean? Like, God forbid. But seriously, like, this game is so mental. I stress about it so much. It's such a swing of moods, and like you just swing rounds. Like, you get one eco round, you can win like 3 more rounds in a row, right?
Yeah.
You could always win at any moment. So having somebody on your team like that can be that mental leader and be the good energy and be the good vibes, like, that goes a long way.
Yeah, even when they're losing, it seems like Adacaptain is just like, oh, it doesn't even look at the scoreboard. He doesn't know. Like, I've seen them like get stomped in EMEA, and he's just sitting there like losing 10 rounds in a row, just smiling, just living his life. Like,
just vibing.
He's just a joyous guy, and having a presence like that on any team is such an asset.
Yeah, you definitely need it, and obviously it's going to come in handy, especially as these teams are going to be just throwing everything that they have out there on that stage. But earlier on social media, we actually asked you guys, for the MasterCard fan poll online, we asked who you think is going to be winning our opening matchup of today, T1 or FUT, and it seems like Mimi, resounding T1, 66.2%.
Yeah, I'd say like 65-35 1.35 odds is about how I feel about this game going. Like Foot, I think there's definitely a chance of an upset here, but I think it is fair to say that T1 are the favorite. They beat EDG. They had a lot of closer games at Masters than Foot did, and I think showed us a lot more depth.
Yeah, well, that leads us to a little predictions, huh? How about that? We got a little bit of time to mess around with. Baby Bay, who do you think's winning this game today?
I think T1's going to win. I think it's going to be a 2-0.
2-0 T1. Just
2-0 T1.
Clean.
2-0 T1. Yeah, I just think that, like I said, I think Carby's going to have a hell of a tournament, and I just think that they're going to really bring it all together because they were so close to making out in Tokyo, and I just feel like they're a team that's just like hungry for that. Like we know what it tastes like. We were right there, and now we're gonna do better.
Fascinating.
Yeah, I just don't really see like in the map pool where there's going to be an edge that can be gained here for Foot. There's a lot of crossover in the maps that both these teams are comfortable with. Your Binds, your Havens, and their Lotus as well, which was always the map that Foot could go to and feel super comfortable on. I think teams really figured out how to beat that Neon comp. So I don't really see where Foot can get a leg up here to be able to pull off an upset against a T1 who I have a lot of confidence in getting better and stronger, even than what we saw at Tokyo during their time off.
Ah, so you think T1 top 4, huh? Right, Mimi? You're on the top 4 train with me, Mimi?
Maybe. I think they make it out of this group. I don't know how much further they go.
I'm just so proud of myself right now, because I never get her to agree with me on anything, so there we go.
Famously, if you say you won and people agree with you, they agree with you.
Ah, look at that. The power of being the host. Okay, so guys, look, we have our first match of the day. Crowd, are you guys excited for our first match of the day? They're awake. They're awake. Guys, we're here in Hollywood. We got all the stars. All the stars are out. We even tried our shot at the silver screen as well. Let's actually take a look at this because we figured, when we get into the Hollywood spirit,
what is this?
Isn't that right?
Oh no! This is a
bro. What is this?
Actually,
why do I look like Bad Bunny right now?
Bro, you look like Gecko. Why didn't I get hair green?
Mimi, I have to say, I never thought I'd ever see you in so much color.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. That's not me. I'm in my Oppenheimer outfit.
Pretty rich.
I can tell you though, I have eaten cotton candy that size before.
Really?
Oh yeah, it's not good.
How'd that go?
Well, it was a long evening. Let's just put it like that. But guys, this is it. You couldn't ask for a better way to kick things off. Wow. We have two teams that have been showing us so much, Mimi. This could very well be a blockbuster matchup if Foot is giving us their best today.
If Foot show up today, I think this very well could be a close matchup. T1 have constantly impressed me. I think they were the most improved team of the Pacific League, but with their second shot at an international event for both these teams, there's going to be such hunger to do more, to push further than just that one international win.
Yeah, and also like, baby, I mean, I know where you said T1, but is there a potential path to victory here for Foot, and where do you see that?
See, there always is, and it's got to be from Etta Captain. Like I said, I think that T1's going to come out the gate really strong, and I think that he's going to be the one that needs to keep his team together and really bring them back into it.
Yeah,
Kiwi has also had a lot of inconsistency for this team in the past. If he's having one of his days where he really is hitting, he could be a big asset for this team to push it over the line.
Yeah, and that's really, like what you're hoping for here, right? Like you're really hoping that you're going to see this Foot team come out just really swinging, making sure that they're not leaving anything to chance here. But Baby Bay, you know that pressure. You know what it's like on that stage.
Yeah, you got to get Kiwi going, and whatever you got to do that, just do it. Because when your duelist starts off the game and starts popping off, man, it's just a whole different game. You don't have to really rely on a lot of the basic fundamentals and everything. So yeah.
Well, let's go, folks. We're ready to get this show started. Foot versus T1, EG versus FPX. It all starts right now.
나비 리퀴드 누가 올라올 것 같아?
나비가 올라올 것 같긴 해.
일단 나비에 좀 친한 애들이 있기 때문에 저는 리퀴드가 올라올 것 같아요.
The feeling like we felt in Copenhagen tournament when no one was expecting from us something, just lose first game and just go home. DRX is a good team. Every time when we faced them, they were like insanely good.
제 목표는 있어요. 빨리 2승하고 한 5일 정도 쉬는 거예요. 어때요?
멋지다 고태가.
LA Champions, DRX win.
We're definitely gonna fight for our revenge against DRX.
我们来冠军赛一路很坎坷。
我第一个想到的人就是我妈，她其实不太看好我打电竞，但是她也一直在支持我，然后关心我的身体。但是这一次我能前往 VALORANT 最大的舞台，我想把这个好消息告诉她。
For the last like year or two, the 3 core EG members, me, Com, and Jaw, got so much hate. No one believed in us.
Think we'll have crowd bias?
Crowd bias. I mean, we are in our homeland of Tokyo, guys. I don't really care what people say about me. It just fuels me.
怎么说？他们有亚军魔兽，拿了亚军的队伍都会一蹶不振。
我是不能觉得要忽视其他人啊，我觉得其他人还是得注意一下。
反正老话一句，输了不可，赢了血赚。
I just want to keep winning for all the EG fans we do have, and for myself.
We are kind of fresh team right now. Underdogs is correct.
EDG massacre T1.
여기서 이제 보여줘야지.
Bu inanılmaz bir duygu. Aşırı heyecanlıyım. Aşırı stresliyim. Ama benim açımdan bu stresi yönetebileceğimi düşünüyorum.
걔네들 상대는 걔네도 교전 좋아하니까 교전에서 우리가 컨디션 너무 안 좋아서 지린 거 아닌 이상 질 일이 없을 것 같고.
Ben insanlar yerinde olsam bizi küçük görmezdim.
Max, what about you? What do you think of like the teams here?
Honestly, just...
All right, let's get started. First of all, congrats on making it to Champs 2023 to both of you. But let's jump in. So FUT, Foot, you will be the first, the higher seed of the match today. So would you like Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So T1, you will be Team A. And we will get started with your first band.
Band split.
Band split. Your band?
Fracture.
Fracture. And so map number 1.
Pick Pearl.
Pick Pearl. Side on Pearl.
Give me a second. Defense.
Defense. Okay. Map number 2.
Haven.
Haven. Side on Haven.
Attack.
Attack. And we'll go with the next set of bands starting with T1. You have Ascent, Bind, and Lotus.
Band Lotus.
Band Lotus. Your band, you have Ascent and Bind.
Band Bind.
Band Bind. That would make map number 3 Ascent. T1 side on Ascent.
Defense.
Defense. Okay, so we're going to run through this really quick, make sure we're all good and set to go. First set of bands, we have T1 with Split, Foot with Fracture. Map number 1 is Pearl with Foot on Defense. Map number 2 is Haven with T1 on Attack. Next set of bands are Lotus and Bind. That makes map number 3 Ascent with T1 on Defense. Sound good? All right, good luck to you both today.
T1. Footy Sports.
We go. 2 teams that have showed us in Tokyo that they have what it takes to compete with the best, but now they need to go toe-to-toe against each other to decide who moves on in this bracket. It's Foot going up against T1.
Foot had their breakthrough. They got their win at Tokyo, but there's always so much pressure on this team's back. It's been a long time since there was a Turkish team competitive at international Valorant, and Foot has found that. The question is now of consistency and whether they can get a win here versus a T1 that has been on a constant upward trajectory this year, who beat EDG in Tokyo.
A fascinating circumstance, though, Baby Bay, is that T1 consider themselves underdogs here. And maybe underdogs in the entirety of the tournament, but in this matchup, I think they're coming into this one a heavy favorite, wouldn't you say?
I definitely think they're a heavy favorite, and I think this map pool shows like it's going to be really good for them. Like I think even just them getting attack on Pro is really good. Like starting off and being able to set the tone and set the pace is going to be really big for their success in the series. And I mean, both teams are underdogs in this tournament in the grand scheme of things, but definitely T1 is the clear favorite for this matchup.
And one thing that's interesting about T1 to me is that they haven't changed a single composition this year. Well, they've added new things within those comps and have shifted their ideas at times. They've really committed to the same comps and really perfecting them. And I think part of the reason they've been able to do so, you look at another team like Fnatic, who also hasn't changed the comp, it's because they can play really different styles within that same way. They can lean into that Korean style of the really fast executes that are well put together with great util usage, or they can really slow the game down, like you were talking about, Baby Bay.
Yeah, and having the players that they have that are very versatile in abilities. Hello, guys. They're waving to me. But yeah, having the Overwatch like aspect of like knowing these abilities and that chemistry and that camaraderie that they have is really important.
And here's your Prime Gaming Agent select, and we're already seeing, oh, we got is that a Brimmy? Okay.
Yeah, interesting comp here for Foot. This is very much a change fixated on new Pearl. You can anchor towards long B really easily now with only one smoke, and Brim lasts 20 seconds for each of them. So great stall in that department. Also another really strong ult that you can fixate on building towards. On the other side, Baby Bay, T1 have stuck to Harbor Viper. Well, a lot of teams have moved away from that.
Yeah, I mean, the Harbor Viper is just a consistent comp, just solid, you know, but I'm really interested in this Foot comp because it's got to be explosive, right? You don't have the Sky to be re-getting your info every now and then, right? You don't have that flash that will come back on a cooldown timer, you know? You have a dagger, but what info does the dagger really get you on this map, right? So I'm expecting a very explosive playstyle from them in a very post-plant heavy.
Yeah. As Foot often does, they're going to put a lot of pressure on Krax in this one. When he's solo initiator on KO, he's really strong at that role. But I think information and how they can shut down T1's mid-rounding is going to be so important because T1 is a squad that's really good at playing with the information.
Yeah, and if they have all of those like, you know, subtle little advantages that are going to be playing into their benefit, yeah, I am actually very curious how this composition is going to work. Like, who is going to be that impact player? It's going to be quite fascinating, but Shrine, it's time to jump in to our first match of the day. And let's actually send it over to two guys who absolutely love LA. They might even move here. It's Mitch and Tom.
Well, apparently we've got a new home base to work from. I could deal with it for sure with the sunshine. The food's pretty good.
The weather's a bit better than England. Just as close.
Just a little bit, yeah. It'd take a preference for sure. Man, getting to see Foot out here, EMEA on the stage, up against Korea as well. T1. This is going to be a competitive game. Didn't expect to see the Brimstone, though, kicking off Pearl.
No, and I didn't expect to see the Haven pick coming out from Foot either. I definitely have to now agree with the desk and lean this series in towards T1's favor. But as we've learned in EMEA many a time, Foot are very good at sort of breaking those norms. In the early stages of the round, though, we're going to have to build up in towards that A site. Leading that charge, Carpe with the Tiger, and Sire's already in.
He's done well to find the first, but he's stuck inside those mollies and can't make his way out. A Nano Swarm kill onto Saya, and a blindsided swing. Ada Captain only gets one for his trouble, but the numbers, they stay in their favor as Foot control the site. The spike on the floor as well, and Munchkin has no idea on that final player. He spotted him now, but not able to adjust in time. The first round is for Foot.
Close off the back of it, though. I did feel like Munchkin was going to have an opportunity to maybe clutch that one out. Now, I want to mention a little bit why that sort of Haven pick was a little bit of a off-the-board one for me. If you look at the last few times we've seen it actually chosen by the side of Foot, they've been smashed out of it. So I'm hoping they're going to have some adjustments on that pick. But looking at Pearl already, it does seem like they've gone from differences with their comp. Now, obviously, bringing in that Brimstone is going to be one of those things to sort of delay potentially when it comes up to that B side. But I want to see how that might affect them with their more burst attacks when it comes to their attack, because that's the thing. A lot of the time we talk about Brimstone comps is you don't have those regenerating smokes anymore. So when you go for a hit, you have to be pretty damn committed to it.
Yeah, it can definitely be problematic later on into the game. For now, the lean from ATA captains towards that A site. We've seen a lot of presence here from Foot in the pistol round. They had early rotations to this side of the map. And they're hoping that T1 will end up back towards A. Maybe a bit of a read into the tendencies, into the preferences of their opponent that so far seems to be paying dividends. With T1, sure, they're poking and prodding across the map, trying to find some presence. But they intend to finish things off on A, and already we've seen Munchkin dropped, trying to get a bit of info around that corner. They don't know how many players are up close waiting.
Yeah, I think one of the things we're going to have to try and sort of focus on throughout the map is where Krax is placing that knife, where he's finding that information, because a lot of the time you're going to lose control of certain spots, of course, especially with that Killjoy. You can kind of lock down angles, as you can see on the map at the moment. With that mid-control still being held onto, but they have given up a little bit of space. As you can see, though, from Moj,
30 seconds
is
left.
definitely aware of it, and for T1 now, they're starting to run out of time.
We'd spoken many times about the discipline of Foot in the regular season over in EMEA, and we're seeing it here very much under control as they don't overextend and offer anything. 15 seconds on the clock as the push comes through. Snakebite's good, but they can't follow up on the damage. And now a chance for that spike to actually be planted for these players who've waited out for the past 2 minutes to finally force some fights, and they're favorable to begin. A post-plant setup as well with Viper utility to play off of. Foot will find this difficult. It starts by rooting out Saya player who's finding two. They're unable to do anything about this man, and now support comes in. The trade maybe not on time, but with 45 HP and 2 players left to take down, Krax is in a lot of trouble. He's trying to fight them, and he'll get both of those duels on an offer. On his plate, eaten up and 2-0, but hey, listen, that follow-up second round, not as clean as Foot would have liked.
No, not even close. If anything, T1 probably should have taken it. Like being left in what was a 1v3 scenario, Krax is able to pull one out of the bag, and again, that's one of the things we always talk about with Foot, is they have depth in these clutch players, but I still feel like it wouldn't be right to not highlight Saya player. Like, he is always going to be an issue for teams. It's somehow being in the late round, even when he's playing those openers a lot of the time. And now with the rifles in, just look at the purchase from Foot. It's just going to be the Bulldogs and a couple of players. And the rest can't really afford to buy much more down because of how much they lost in the last round.
Yeah, this squad really not able to fight anywhere near the level that it looked like they would be beginning this. I love the utility from T1. A much quicker take towards B this time, strangling all of the space out of their opponent's control. And they're going to flash through to make the big play. And even then, it's not catching anyone. They've been fully pushed back by the util and a plant acquired.
Needing the heals for a little bit of help, and actually it's going to be Krax to get rid of Ban. Spike not quite being planted. And Zed's aggressive position, he's got to be careful. There are multiple players just around this corner. The flash connects, but he's not going to aggress off it just yet, and Mr. Farland is already going to put this into a further advantage. They need a bit of a hero, and the trades are fantastic. Leaving Saya player once again alone, and he's going to get cleared out. Foot are going to make that work with 2 Bulldogs and 3 pistols, Mitch.
Well, that's kind of ridiculous. You know, the initial kill coming through from Krax, fair enough. He's just firing through the smokes. He knows there's a spot they're likely to have some foot traffic around, and he can take them down. But the fact that they come through with next to nothing backing it up, it was what, 2 Bulldogs? And
2
then you're down to
3
Sheriffs?
Sheriffs, that was it.
And they're able to come out winning every single duel, and in some instances, maybe it's overextension from T1, having Zeta up close and going out for the swing, but even still, that's ground that I think he's entitled to fight for. A ridiculous beginning to this, and T1, they're going to start sweating pretty soon. They can't allow Foot to just run away with this after a promising beginning.
Yeah.
They haven't got anything to work with in this round. It's going to be the same as before with B, just denying the info, taking the space.
So that's something I really wanted to look into with this team, is sort of why they struggled versus their opponents. And a lot of it came down to the opening duels versus the duelists on the other side. Kankang and Artis having a field day versus T1. Kiwi, well, he's going to kick things off once again. Saya player, though, he's there. And Ban's found one with a pistol. Every single round becoming competitive so far. Is this one going to settle on their side? And they almost managed to get rid of Mr. Fallen.
Yeah, that was the recovered rifle, and look at Saya. They got this orb to start the round out. Got the Blade Storm online. And that has been rewarded tenfold. Just Mr. Fallen, 56 HP. And although he finds the first, he is left on
He lost
one.
55.
That's a tough situation. Headshot needed onto Ban at least. They've got the angles here, a bit more damage, but that's all that will be found. As finally, T1 are on the board. Not in the round I expected it either.
No, again, there's a reason it's very easy to highlight Sire player. The Blade Storm just taking over this one, and again, even with the changes to this map, we're seeing them very heavily lean in towards this B site. I feel like that's where the true strength of this Harbor Viper is. We'll see if they're going to have some adaptations to throw things into A, but if you look at where they're initially setting up once again, well, it looks like Moj might be about to come under the same pressure again this round.
Not by the looks of it, yeah. And they're not changing it up as the barriers go up. Same approach, the same old wall on its way. Jet following up on it. Saya looks to claim some more scalps. Look at Foot's response, falling back and indeed conceding the entirety of this site. Players in the spawn, and that's about as close as they're going to be. The same attempt at spamming through, and it's done some good damage. Yeah, Ban is down pretty low, but they can be healed. And safe to plant inside of that cove. Viper's pit down for the post plant.
He's going to stay in it, I think. Yeah. Lockdown being utilized, but he doesn't want to give up that pit. KO's gone through on the other side as well, so it will be the detain for Zeta. But he's able to hold on for the moment. Even still, though, initial frag goes the way of Kiwis, doing one, but Carpe just gets 2 through the pit. A little bit more for him as well. One more standing, a potential ace. But he's just playing passive this time, not looking to get over-aggressive. You know he wants that final kill. We'll hear the tap onto the spike, but it's not quite there. And Moj is going to try and close it, but instead, it's Sire player. A huge round for Carpe, a highlight on the desk. And well, you've just witnessed the reason why.
Well, I think this is where Foot are going to start to get worried. That B site's being pressured again and again down B long. They're pushed out of B long. They're pushed out of B site. And on the way back through, the fights have not been pretty. And you got to give credit to Carpe, though. The fact that he's able to find that space, even checking on the spike, seeing that it's not being diffused. This round was entirely his. But on the back of Zeta, turning around and obviously tanking the lockdown, keeping the pit online and giving them that angle to fight from. They couldn't even punish him once he fell back into the corner. It's a really nice response from T1. And this time, a big difference from how this attacking side is approaching the early round. And in the same way, a big difference in Foot's approach. 4 players on B early. That has left them very light elsewhere on the map. And unfortunately, well, elsewhere is where T1 are bringing it.
Unless they're about to use an orbital strike to deny this, there's not really much they can put in the way. Now, to put things into perspective, Foot, in the past, even before the changes, got the majority of their rounds on that defensive side. So the fact that this is already looking pretty good for T1, the map changes allow you to get more defender side rounds in general, with that side being easier to lock out with an afterplant already. It's a question of how much Foot actually want to throw into this one. Now, they do have a bit of reserve cash, and for the other side of things, it depends how many orbs you want to sort of hand over to T1, but that's a damn good start. Carpe gone.
Yeah, he tried to sneak past the smoke. A second player coming from this angle later. It's Munchkin, but he's going to be caught. Oh, but the shot doesn't hit. Mr. Fallen. Well, they've definitely stumbled on that play with Munchkin defending this tooth and nail. The lockdown will be destroyed. Just about, but look at the time that it's bought. That spike already diffused, ticking away quite far. It's half. They're going for it. They're trying to stick it all the way, but the spray from Ban saves the day.
Well, I was saying in the moment, is there going to be that use of the orbital strike? And I'll be honest, I said it in jest. I didn't think there was any way they were going to throw that ult into the late stages of the round, but with the heroics of Mr. Fallen being able to do so much initially, and then the aggression to actually get rid of that lockdown, there was a real chance. Luckily, Ban was on the case once again. Definitely someone within this T1 roster that I feel like has been given an unfair amount of flack. His Jet's pretty good as well. Unfortunately, we're not going to be getting Fractured today. But for now, at least, we end up level. This is where the purchase comes back in, though, and that's where the Kiwi operator becomes a threat. That B site a little bit easier to hold down, but once again, we're now seeing T1 lean back in towards that A site. Real opportunities for a solid execute with all of the utility that they have, and Ban's util almost renowned for getting you into an afterplant.
Oh, much more shallow this time on the wall through, trying to link up with the
He's
Art
gone through.
players and then push on the back of it. Saya player will only get the one, and Carpe actually caught on the way through the molly, slowing them down on this and putting T1 in a pretty tough position. You still have a Viper's Pit to fight back in on the side of Foot. They need to take some space of their own, and that's exactly what they're looking for. Out of Captain in the corner, and although he's moving fast, he's not quick enough on his feet, but look at the HP of Ban. So incredibly low with Mods just trying to find him. And he'll locate that final kill, even save the op through to the next round.
Yeah, it wasn't bad from T1 considering how the initial fights went. Like, you obviously had the Reckoning thrown in, and there was one position that wasn't clear, but Ban was very much aware of it. But again, it just comes down to a couple of shots landed by Kiwi on the way back through, and solid utility actually coming out from Foot to sort of deny that initial space. They know that the composition from T1 revolves around afterplant. So you're going to use that cove, you're going to use the high tide to get you into position, and then just play those post plants with, what, snake bites, and everything that comes with the Killjoy kit. But if you don't allow them to get into that spot, which is something that Foot normally pretty good at, it can become a little bit easier for them. And now again, like, this is how close these rounds have been. 3 rounds in a row for T1, they lose 1, and financially in the bin. But I see Sire on a hero rifle, Mitch, and you know, there's always hope.
Well, that's kind of what you're talking about. Immediately starting the round off with aggression, and T1 have not been afraid to have those quicker starts to the round and pump the brakes later on. Now, a rifle potentially to be retrieved for this squad if they were to double up and move through this area, but actually, they're going all the way back to their spawn, moving around to B long, and sending Saya player walking, well, by the looks of it, on a flank of his own.
He's going
He'll be seen, they'll check in on him a little bit later on. Kiwi, for now, has to move his way out of this B site. Concede control. That's been the name of the game for these B takes, but this time, Kiwi has something to say about it.
Yeah, he's left a teammate behind as well. I don't think Cracks was expected. The flank from Sire will dome 1, but the trades are coming back thick and fast. Cracks has done an incredible job at the back of the site, and well, it comes down to Sire. He needs an ace to win this round. Doesn't actually know where his opponent is lurking. Cracks hiding on the backline, so spotted the other 2, but I think his life is on borrowed time. No, it seems like he read it for a second, but Cracks has done the damage either way. A 4K for him, a little bit of a bait and switch in this round, and Foot are going to have their 5th on the defensive side. Now starting to build into it, as we sort of said.
You can see how scary this T1 squad is, though. I mean, if you imagine that was a full buy like we're seeing right here, not just the hero rifle for Saya, this guy managed to push straight up into door, grab an opening kill, and then had the flank as well.
The jet lurk.
It's literally just those players going on site don't have rifles. Cracks has a better chance in most of the fights that he enters and is able to connect them. But one hiccup there, one stumble, the site falls, rifles are retrieved, your flank is still an issue late into the round, and Foot may have just stumbled on what was a very low buy. I think T1 can feel pretty confident with how they've been playing so far. This round here, though, another test. And that operator on Kiwi, it's caused a lot of trouble in the past. Pushing up on B, it won't be getting too much offered up just yet.
This as well is, again, we're starting to see that play through art. This is where, once more, we've seen Mr. Farland put the majority of utility to try and hold on to some of that control. And it seems like, on the other side of things, the only goal, really, of Zeta is to play into that late lurk. The thing is, though, they're so confident in Kiwi's position. Almost caught floating through the air. And that's a big kill. Now things get a little bit panicky as the rest go pushing in towards that site. But Moj, as you said, has caught the spike.
Yeah, they went elsewhere. You know, that was just a flank on B. The lurk late into the round. Ban's up close, and they haven't spotted him. Good repositioning. Spike retrieved, and as we said, you had that flanker, that lurker later into the round. Still, they're controlling the B site. Zeta's got it on lockdown. They can move that spike around. They're doing so a little bit slowly. It is allowing Foot to rotate into position, maybe be close by. And it's not like Zeta has anything to catch them off guard here. He's very much just holding this map control so they can get the plant in late round. It's a good pivot, a good recovery. Munchkin, he was so patient, but he's been spotted on the way back out.
I'm looking at that null command as well. Now they've spotted that flanker. Can potentially remove the util. The rest of the players, they know there's one in towards that back site, which likely means there's either one out towards long or back in on that lurk.
That's a great kill. They're starting to narrow down the angles, but they didn't know that Munchkin was still there. The ammo, the real issue here for Zeta, as Ada Captain, definitely a smile on his face now as they are pushing that lead even further up.
Yeah, that literally just came down to a few bullets. Munchkin did an incredible job to find a couple of kills, but again, Foot are the ones on top, 6-3, and I'm not really surprised to see T1 pull in a tactical timeout, especially when you look at what they have on the board. 4 ultimates available, the Viper's Pit very close to being online as well. Even though this might be a weaker purchase for them in terms of their finances, this is one they can easily get things over the line.
Yeah, it's a good time to grab a breather. As we said, some of that early round aggression has been incredibly promising. So for this T1 squad, putting together the final pieces of the puzzle with 3 rounds left to compete for in the half, and it's certainly not out of their hands just yet. And as you said, Tom, Foot known for putting up those rounds on the defensive side. So this first half really is just about getting enough rounds on the board that it's workable when they swap over, when that defensive side is mounted.
Yeah, I don't think it's impossible for them to turn the tide. I think for Foot, obviously, I think this composition kind of allows them to have a solid util for the retakes and a lot of delay potential, which can be quite hard to play up against. I am going to be intrigued to see how it works on the attack, because I feel like in classic Foot style, they're going to have to be very direct, because the brim doesn't really allow for much else, but there's still a few rounds to go in this half, and for T1, the thing that excites me most, I'm seeing a Blade Storm on Sire player, which we've already witnessed once, is enough to win a round.
Yeah, and money problems, right? So you know for sure it's unlikely he's going to come through here with a full investment of anything crazy. Instead, it's going to be that Blade Storm look to try and recover on it. And that was one of the ways they got around on the board. Just his straight up aggression down B long, being able to completely mince up that defense. They'll look to do it again. Success found earlier around double doors, looking for more. But Kiwi's here this time, locking it down, operator in hand. They're wise enough to send out a Tiger first. It will meet that op shot.
That's almost a direct reaction to what he did last time. Like, they've seen him just burst his way through mid, so they've decided, okay, let's just put our most fearsome warrior there to hold on to those positions. Again, we're seeing this sneak up, this almost lurk through as they attempt to pincer in, and they've now spotted Sire in mid.
Yeah, at least 2 players coming from mid, and well, there were 2 coming from B long, but they've spotted them and taken them down. Maj up close is defending. And there's, wow, even players being dropped through the smoke. This couldn't have went much worse for T1. All of their info was found in the early round. Foot knew exactly what was happening, and their response was perfect, seeing the majority of the forces coming through double doors, so they look for the fight on B long, and then they can pivot with ease.
So he's got to get past an alarm bot, a nanoswarm, a turret, and a second nanoswarm. And that's just to get to the site. Information to be had already, insta rotation back.
30 seconds left.
There's not really anywhere for him to go at this point. The main thing will just be, can he cause any extra damage? Can he maybe get a plant for the extra finances? It's really not a good scenario. And in terms of the money on the other side, a flawless round would be perfect for the side of Foot, but we'll see if they're going to get it. 10 seconds left. He has to just run in at this stage and hope that he can get absolutely anything, and it will be the Prime Gaming flawless coming through for Foot.
Yeah, of course he knew Ada Captain was there after the molly, so that's going to be the spot he's looking at. 7 rounds for Foot so far. It's been a very strong beginning to this map. Thing is, you know, sure, it's T1's map pick, but if they can at least push up to 5 by the end of this half, they've got the legs on them to stand tall as the series progresses, as the map progresses into half 2. Ultis are looking pretty good for the Foot side, though. Blade Storm locked down, the Viper's Pit to work with, as well as Orbital Strike. I mean, they've got a bunch to fight for, and this is T1's buy round. Don't want to leave anything on the table.
I like this, though. T1 just going back to what was working. Faster pace hits, sending in Sire player as that initial fight, the Reckoning online. They've been farming up orbs throughout the game to get this all online just because of the space it builds up. They do have to be careful, though, because Foot have been very happy to just sit on the edge, spam through, and do so much damage, and it's worked out for them again. Carpe is going to be caught.
And the lockdown's traded out as well. That might force some of these players to take a step forward in some circumstances.
As well.
But they've decided to fall on back. concede that control.
I call this round the observer's nightmare.
Yeah.
It's just every single ult just being spammed into position.
Viper's Pit went down, but so did Mr. Fallen. They've got to get on this spike pretty soon to force players out into the open, and there they are. They've spotted the whole squad, but there's too many bodies to take down. T1 holding strong. They've still got that utility to play behind, but Maj has got the angle up top. The smokes holding off for just a few seconds longer. It could be long enough. Kiwi's close, and he'll get it across the line. Oh, a devastating round for T1. As the defuse right under their nose puts 8 rounds on the board for the side of Foot. Their defense looking undeniably strong.
I don't even know how many ults we saw in that round. I think it was all of them. Every single ult is now gone. Everybody invested absolutely everything. We saw Reckoning, Viper's Pit, lockdowns traded out. Both teams wanted this round more than absolutely anything, and Foot, they literally get it over the line off a defuse within a smoke. A Brimmy smoke at that, so I mean, no, they lost a while, but 8-3. I think many expected T1, especially on their map choice, to come out swinging, and they are getting decimated. What a shot by Kiwi to start. These rounds may have been close, but the scoreline definitely isn't.
He's been a menace with that operator early round, but hasn't needed to do a whole lot. It's players like Maj, like Captain, pulling it out later on. Krax, who's been an animal for spraying people down through smokes, well, he's finally gotten a little bit of karma coming his way. Flash ready. Carpe wants to punish. They know there's a player there, and they'll catch him through the wall. Great prediction from Carpe. And Kiwi not able to hit the shot with the op. Too many targets. All out in the open. He's got cover this time. A player up close, ready to help, and well, his help will certainly be needed. Mr. Fallen, is he going to swing out to realize these players have given up the control? Yes, they've moved towards the stairs where the spike is dropped. Maj has the cross, spotted both on the way around, and now they can just hold this together, or maybe not. They separate, and Munchkin isolates. 40 HP and 4 bullets. The spike down towards the stairs. He has to move. And in fact, it's his opponent that's moving first. Maj repositioning, maybe knowing that the spike is there, that he can catch it timing.
It's just all about the bait. Maybe expecting to be surrounded. Now Munchkin's going to be the one to go that little bit further forward, hoping to find his opponent, but eventually he has to make his move, has to go for this plant, and he's not going to be expecting him to be in that same position, desperately trying to find out where Maj is coming from, but instead he's just wrapped back into exactly the same spot, and he will land the shot. The only thing stopping Foot from dominating in this map is the curse. And well, to be honest, Mitch, it depends how much you believe in it.
That is a masterclass from Maj as well, closing out that in positioning in the 1v1. Beautifully played, and now 9-3 at the half for the side of Foot. This couldn't have went much better. I mean, hell, even some of the rounds that T1 getting off the back of individual prowess, someone like Saya on the Blade Storm tearing it up. Kiwi, Saya head-to-head, not as impressive as you thought. Wow, see what the desk makes of this lead.
Thank you so much for that, fellas. And wow, Foot defying all expectations with a hot start on Pearl. But let's jump straight, though, to our Verizon high-speed moment, because you got to give it to Captain. This guy has been absolutely amazing this game. And Baby Bay, I think that, you know, we were talking about it before being that emotional leader. We're also seeing him frag.
I mean, yeah, imagine just peeking and one-tapping somebody. But it's not even just that. It's like, obviously getting a 3K as the emotional leader is great and all, but the utility to isolate the guy from backhaul and to be able to take this fight in general and just get the trade right here after. It's beautiful. Then he wins the 1v1, right? And who better than having it be your you know, spiritual leader in the game? Look at him, he's hyped. He's already hyped, going crazy on him. So
massive to have that guy online, getting the energy up for this team. But baby, we were both talking about how good T1's mid-rounding was in the pre-match here. But for T1, so much of this map was just these hard executes. It was super passive from Foot, always playing into these flood retakes. And I think it just worked so well with this Brim comp. It almost plays really similarly to the Icebox Brim comps that we used to see last year. And I think the player in particular that is finding strength in a lot of those situations has been Krax. We had questions of how this KO would play against mid-rounding, but they never really had to do that. Instead, it felt like T1 was letting Foot play into the strengths of this comp, which was these flood retakes with the Brim smokes going up and the KO flashes to get out.
Yeah, T1 didn't try to bait really much of any utility in that half, and it's like you have the Sky, you have the Harbor to take all these things like slowly and try to bait out those Brim smokes, because he only has 3, right? And even the KO flashes, he only has 2 flashes and 1 knife, right? So it's like I don't know why or what, but maybe they thought they had a hard read and they got countered a bit.
And now they have this massive advantage at the half, 9-3. They converted the bonus to begin. They've looked good on pistol rounds in the half. T1 is going to have to do something huge to rally here on the defensive side, but New Pearl is quite defense-sided.
Yeah, well, let's see if 9-3 is enough and send it back to the casters.
9 rounds so far, starting this out, as we've heard. Foot in prime position to close this out. T1's map pick, though, and now they're on the defense, a side where I think they'll be a little bit more comfortable. Saya's been looking good all the way through. There's certainly some signs of hope. The fact that so many of these rounds have come close as well. They're not down and out just yet, but they're certainly down for now.
I like that.
Starting out this pistol.
It's an insta KO nade just to try and clear that corner as they peek into mid, hoping to try and force someone out into the fight and almost bait their opponents into believing that that's the direction they've gone. In fact, instantly Carpe's going to have to use the Skydog, the Tiger, to clear out some position. The fact is, though, T1 have a great read here.
Yeah, Saya player's flank should be perfect, but it's going to take a while to come through. The players on site will have some trouble holding it down. One wall goes through. This is going to section them all around the backside. Low HP, though, on Munchkin. He doesn't really want to fight, but it'll be forced on him anyways. Good opening for Kiwi. Just look at Saya player. He snuck past the turret. He put his cloud burst up, and now they have no idea that he is sneaking his way through. That's an awkward fight. It's bought time, given an opportunity. Perhaps Kiwi can win that fight now if he wasn't crunched on, if there wasn't support here to play with. We're back down to a 2v3. Low HP on a lot of Foot players. The spike has to be defused, and time is on their side. They can swing out one at a time, or they can go all together. Double digits found for Foot.
Yeah, that might just be the nail in the coffin for map number 1. For so far ahead, and even this round where there was multiple players within the site, it just seems like they did a better job of being able to trade out those kills. Maj as well, just having an absolutely star-studded performance. I believe normally playing the Killjoy more so on this map, but his Vipers look damn good. Well, maybe just more so on the individual side of things rather than purely off the util. 10-3 up. Not going to be much of an investment at all. A Marshall thrown in, a chance for Saya to maybe do a little bit of damage. On the other side, it is just going to be this almost trap setup into B.
Now we'll see if the reward is there. The kill, just one to be found to start this off. The Marshall already going to be eliminated. That is very little fight in the side of T1 for this round. At least Munchkin's able to grab another kill, make it more costly. But with 30 HP, his chances of doing that again are pretty low. And for the side of Foot, inching ever closer to victory on their opponent's map pick, you do have to wonder for Munchkin, maybe that Bulldog, it could even be worth bringing it through to the next round, but being so far behind, maybe they'll put stock in the 1v3.
Yeah, at this point, he's going to be able to buy a Vandal Phantom in the next round anyway, so might as well just throw this one in for some extra damage. Maybe try and get an orb, but Kiwi is ready and waiting. 11-3. Foot taking this one further and further away from their opponents, and if there was going to be any fight back, Mitch, it kind of has to be now, and you know what? Good time for a pause.
Yeah, this is going to be another T1 timeout. That's running dry on that side. Means they've got to make the comeback happen from this point forward pretty flawlessly without help from their coaching staff, unless Foot decide to have a word. It's going to be tough looking at this situation because it is definitely a series where 11-3 does not feel like a fair scoreline, not representing the level of fight that T1 brought to the table, but they just weren't able to close out those rounds, and that's what's going to leave you here.
It's an interesting one because by all expectations, this is going to be a rematch of the decider. Like, everybody sat there going, okay, EG are going to take this group, FPX are going to finish last in this group, and the other two teams are going to fight twice. Like, that's the way this kind of sits right now. So for Foot to be dominating this far ahead, it definitely makes things a little bit more interesting, seeing if they'll maybe come up against EG a little bit later on. But I think for both of these teams, coming into this tournament, a real opportunity to make it top 8 at Champions. I think that's something that they need to grasp with both hands. And for T1, wow, this being their map choice, this being somewhere they felt would be a home turf versus Foot, and being smashed in the way that they are, there needs to be a bit of a response here. And with the rifles on board, this is where you hope they'll step up.
Yeah, and as well, you know, recent memory for T1 on the international stage, certainly not great, although you can say that for a lot of these teams coming in, but a squad that beat EDG and then was eliminated by them shortly after.
Yeah.
Demolished, exactly. And so they're looking for their own little story this time around. The A site is under threat. Foot already having dashed in, taken space. There's some weaknesses here. 2 pistols in play.
Do they vibe this bit?
The rifles taking the fight, and Munchkin who's winning them. A quick double, and this could be the best chance for T1 so far. The only downside is that Viper's Pit.
Yeah, they've actually used it. Even in this scenario where they're down a couple of men, well, make that just one. Moj just managed to find another. The Snakebite will buy some extra time, but he is not sitting still. He's gone moving all the way around. A decent position held, though, by Carpe. Just waiting on the other side, trying to find an entry back in, but Moj has found him as well. Having a lights-out game so far. Finally, Munchkin will respond, and now it's left all onto Mr. Fallen. Only a pistol in hand, but some low HP players, not this time, though. The time ticking relatively low, but they will be able to get themselves their 4th.
They will indeed. Another round on the board for T1, and at long last, this could be the start of their way back in. But, you know, the weaponry wasn't the best on the side of Foot. Sure, they use a Viper's Pit, but this time they'll come in with full rifles, and the real test is about to be there for T1 as well. This opening from Munchkin, you can't rely on that happening every single time, but it looked good.
I think the other thing as well is just you're seeing the sheer confidence that Foot have on the stage. Like, they have always been a team that once the momentum is rolling, they could beat anyone. Like literally anyone. They've taken maps off Fnatic over in EMEA when they played them in one of the earlier series. So the fact that they were in a 3v5 throwing in a Viper's Pit kind of proves to you that the confidence is overflowing at this stage. And now you kind of look at the buyback on the other side. Sure, you have that Blade Storm again. Carpe's weaponry a little bit lower. We'll see what Foot had to offer. A little bit of a slower default. A lurk held by Mr. Fallen, just watching for any space being taken by that defensive side. And it has been. Mid is where the pressure is currently being spotted for. And Mozetta is definitely going to see that smoke utilized. Have a little bit of extra info for his team.
Killjoy utility pulled back. I thought maybe that'd be the window for Saya player to go on that flank he's been waiting for, but instead shifting back towards the B site. The orb was taken, and so Mr. Fallen had the lockdown to work with. It's on the floor to buy them space on B. Oh, space that will be undeniable as they waltz their way into this site. Choice of where to plant is very much theirs. They still haven't gone for the plant yet. I mean, there's a lot of time for this T1 squad to get back in here, go for spams, especially with such an open plant spot. It's worked out, but you're going to be caught by the flash on the way through. Players spotted moving towards the elbow. That's where T1 wanted to fight for a moment, but Zeta and Carp both down. Ban falls too. Blade Storm blinded in the open, and that is only going to leave Munchkin. Had some great rounds already, but not this time. It would be a miracle to pull out that 1v4. 12 on the board for Foot. And they now have 8 chances to close out their opponent's map pick. Haven up next. And, well, look, we got a lot of questions about Haven, actually. But Ascent as a closer, that's a Turkish map if ever I've seen one.
God, well, the fact that Foot are happy to go back to Haven after losing it 3 times in a row says that what we're going to see in the next map, well, I'm hoping we won't see their Gecko. I'll be honest with you. I'm hoping that's gone. But the fact that this is as dominant as it is, I think, is more surprising to anyone. We've had some crazy games yesterday, incredibly close ones at that, but this has been anything but. 12-4, a build-in to this B site once again. The weaponry even worse than the last time out. Munchkin sat at the back of the site with a lockdown and a judge. The rest of the team nowhere to be seen. In fact, Saya's gone all the way up mid, but he's going to be no help in this round.
Now Walkabout going to take a while to come through. Player like Munchkin may be able to find value if someone from Foot overextends.
Oh,
what was that? A collateral? Oh, well, now that judge is certainly looking a little worse for wear towards this elbow. They're going in, though. They've given him the control, and the fight is his. The lockdown online, and he can defend this. Pushing back in's not a good idea. In fact, they won't get anywhere close to it. Kiwi caught in the open, and we're back down to not just the way back through for T1, but the man advantage to work with as well. It won't last too long without a captain. The trade out is good for Mr. Fallen, and he'll close it at that. Foot with 13-4. Their opening map in Los Angeles could not have gone much better. If this is a sign of what's to come, it's going to be a pretty quick series.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. I came into this tournament looking at the first couple of days, looking at the matches that we had, and I thought, okay, this is going to be the most competitive of the lot. Two teams that finished in a similar position in Tokyo, two teams that basically looked like they were at a similar level. And wow, Foot have come in and let's just put it this way, one team was better from head to foot. They absolutely destroyed them in this map. Moj having an incredible map, and someone like Carpe, I believe Carpe got a 4K in one of the rounds. He got a single kill for the rest of the game. This needs to be a big, big turnaround for them going into map number 2.
Oh yeah, a completely different squad needs to walk out on that stage. A 13-4 scoreline, it's not something that any team wants to see. Even if that's your permaban, you'd expect a little more coming out of them. And that's a big deal now for this squad of T1. As they go backstage to discuss their opponent's pick of Haven, the final map of Ascent that might be played out. There's going to be a lot of notes given from the coaching staff. And to be honest, you know, some of these rounds were incredibly close, like we said, but
it started that way in some of the earlier. Like, there was a back and forth. It seems like all of the clutches were going Foot's way, other than like maybe a blade storm coming out from Saya. Either way, I think we're going to be throwing this one off to the break. We'll be back to map number 2.
When you play an actual ranked game, it's 50 minutes, but how much are you actually shooting? With Aim Labs, you can compete in over 1,000 tasks that will prepare you for any scenario in any game. For the new ranked season, you play, you get points, you can compare yourself to your friends. With Aim Labs' new one-to-one Valorant maps, you get instant feedback on how to get better crosshair placement, better peak efficiency. You can also instantly modify existing tasks with Discovery. Get started today by downloading Aim Labs for free and join millions of other satisfied players.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What a dream start for Foot. I'm joined by their coach, Gaius, and Scala, who's going to be doing some translations. Now, Gaius, we saw some changes from your team on Pearl. Nothing new, you guys like to change your comp throughout the season, but your opponents, T1, they still have not changed their comp once this entire year. So for you as a coach, in terms of preparation, do you feel like that made it easier and made them a little bit more predictable today?
Guys, yani direkt söyleyebilirsin, tamamdır.
Yani biz EMEA'dayken kompları rakibe göre sadece bir NAVI'ye göre değiştirmiştik açıkçası. Ama çok kolay okunabilir mi? Yani aynı kompla başka taktikler de ortaya çıkabiliyor. O yüzden de açıkçası bu soruya tam olarak evet veya hayır diyemem. Ama sadece EMEA zamanındaki sadece NAVI'ye karşı komp değiştirmiştik. Onun haricinde hiçbir takıma biz ekstradan komp değiştirmedik. Ve T1'da ekstradan bir komp değiştirmediği için nasıl duygular içinde olduğunu anlayabiliyorum. Ve her zaman aynı kompla çok daha fazla şey çıkabiliyor ortaya.
We haven't changed our compositions that much throughout the year. We had changed it against NAVI during EMEA. And in terms of like answering your question, I cannot give a definitive answer because sometimes you can just employ different tactics using the same comp. So I can say that I can feel exactly, I know exactly how they feel. Sometimes you change stuff, sometimes you don't change stuff, but the outcome is the same. So yeah, like in terms of predictability, I cannot say something specific. But yeah, that is it.
Well, thank you very much, guys. You guys had a great start, and thank you very much, Scala, for translating. Let's see if Foot can close this out.
Always good to hear there from the coach from FUT. And, you know, I think, wait, Mimi, why do you have so many?
Dude, I'm having a good time.
Why are you having a good time?
Foot won. They only got one international win before. The series is over, dude. It's done.
You're calling the series right now.
You want to have some fun, right? Like, it's a party. We should be celebrating. This is a big moment for Foot.
Oh, okay.
It's been a while since a Turkish team has been this competitive on an international
stage.
Sure.
Okay. Lord, that was actually not planned. I should put this pen away before I lose that like a clown.
It's a happy moment.
Okay, you know what?
Are you not
Here,
happy?
crowd, have fun with it. Go nuts. That's for you.
Guys believers?
That's for you.
Hopefully
Go
so.
nuts. What's the worst that could happen, right? Anyway, guys, let's go ahead, though. I think that's how T1 was feeling going into this
seriously,
one.
like,
yes.
like Foot just dominated them. They've got a shark out on stage. Foot has never had more fun. They're already celebrating too. Why shouldn't I?
The vibes are immaculate right now.
I am perplexed as to, like, when you look at the compositions, when you look at how this game played out, baby, you wouldn't necessarily have thought that it would work out the way that it did. But the fact that Foot just completely dismantled T1, I don't think anyone had that on their bingo card.
No, definitely. I think that T1 actually couldn't have played more into Foot's hand. Like, I actually think that the entire way they approached this whole
And how so?
Well, just trying to rush into sites against a comp that is meant to like have heavy retakes and heavy floods, you know? Like, they didn't try to like work the map in certain ways. The one round they did, it came down to what, a 1v3?
Yeah.
At Kaplan, and like, you know, like that was the best chance they had in the round, so.
And one of the other reasons that's so rough to not be playing the mid round is because you look at this comp. Normally you have Sky that's regenerating. You have Harbor who has a regenerating wall. With KO, you only have 2 flashes that are never coming back. With Brim, you only have 3 smokes that are never coming back. So you need to take your time on the attack to bait out that utility, or you're just going to be running into the strengths of your opponent's composition, and that's exactly what happened to T1.
Yeah, that's rough as well, right? Because you see the composition that T1 busted out and you think this is going to be fine. You know, this is like the bog standard of what we've seen on Pearl, and then to just get shut down the way that they did. And it wasn't even, I mean, yes, of course, compositions were a problem, but also they were snapping. They were hitting those shots. Speaking of hitting shots, that actually takes us right over to our aim lab shoot around. Look at that transition as we go to Mr. Fallen's POV. But let's just continue though, Baby Bay, to talk a bit more about what we've seen from Foot, because it really was a dismantling. And now you have to ask yourself, how does this T1 team get back into it? But more importantly, how does Foot prevent that from happening? Because it really feels like they're riding a high at this point.
I think Foot's just like I think they're actually gonna take it from here, because I think that they're just flowing so well right now. Like their energy, everybody across the board is popping off. You had Kiwi just dashing into people because he's really feeling it now. You know, you had Captain just going brazy on the retakes, and then
Maj had like what, 30 clutches.
The Viper he clutched like 4 times.
it was ridiculous what he managed to pull off. So many of these players just seemed confident, comfortable. And Tom was talking about this right at the end of the cast, but Foot is a team that in the past have struggled with mental issues, with it going down and not really being able to get that energy back in. But when this team starts strong, when they get that momentum, it is so incredibly hard to shut them down. So T1 are really going to have a big task on map 2.
Yeah, they definitely are here as we get ready for this upcoming map. We're going to be moving on to Haven for map number 2. And, you know, I guess looking at this one here, this is a great opportunity now, Mimi, for this team to be able to close this one out. And, oh, we're getting some Gecko. Love to see it.
Yeah, Foot has been playing this, so not a huge surprise in the Prime Gaming Agent Select, but they play this comp really well. The main thing I'm looking at is when they switch to the attacking side, how predictable are they? Because with this Gecko, I felt like they were really often telegraphed with how they were using Dizzies on the execute, and better teams were punishing that. But they start on defense, where I think they play this comp really well, especially for the retakes that were so great in map 1, Baby Bay.
Yeah, and I thought that T1 getting attack on a lot of these maps would be an advantage to them, but after watching how they played that attack on Pearl, I'm not confident in that anymore. And I just feel I hope I get to see them work a little bit more of the maps. Even though this is a completely different map and it's played differently, I still think that they need to find these timings and try to get the utility out a little bit, you know, before they decide to pick a site and hit it. Because I think that the game plan of Foot right now, they just read them perfectly.
It has to be Zeta to bring this team back. The IGL, he has been shown to have adaptability, to be able to go for these fast executes and also slow the game down and work the map. They need to play into that mid-rounding, which has been a strength for T1 in the past, but I think they really failed to harness on Pearl.
Yeah, and without a doubt, there's going to be like you know, the nerves, right? The caution that T1 had probably a bit more while they were playing certainly could maybe lead to them feeling a bit overwhelmed with the moment here. They're going to need to shut down this Foot team early.
Think of what these players have accomplished in the past. You have champions from different games. You have players who have had already storied careers here in Valorant. To go out early, to go to lower bracket in Champions, the biggest tournament, after all the improvements you've had this year, would be a massive disappointment for T1. So the pressure is on right now for them to recover in this second map.
100%. All eyes are going to be on T1, but can Foot close it out in 2? Let's send it back over to Mitch and Tom for the call.
Well, it's been an incredible start to Foot's run here in Los Angeles, but it isn't over yet. Now it's their map choice, and we are certainly not slowing down. The side of T1 had a lot of fast-paced takes, and kicking off this map, it's just the same. Saya denied that early fight, though. The Cloudburst not going to stay up for long. Their safe haven deteriorating. Out of Captain Falls, too. Maj putting up a good performance, but not good enough. It's left down to the Gecko of Cracks. And Tom, we've seen Gecko quite a bit. It hasn't been something to write home about for the side of Foot so far.
I don't even know if he'll use any of it. Just needs to land the shots. And that's where Crack seems to do his best work. If you didn't have enough of the Foot clutches in the last map, well, they're right back in a 1v2 to kick things off. I believe from the last map, they had some like 80+% 4v5 conversion rate. It's truly unbelievable what this team is able to do. And right off the bat, that confidence is off the charts. Now, one of the things is, I agree with the desk. I think the initial showing of this composition of Gecko was great. Like when they were playing it in EMEA, it looked strong. Then they tried to bring it to the international stage, and they got bullied, like even losing to attacking Sol, which on this map. So I'm waiting to see if they have managed to adapt, find anything new. But I'll be honest, at the moment, it hasn't really looked like they've needed to throw in anything new versus the side of T1. They have been able to win out a lot of these gunfights just off individual brilliance.
Very much so. The clutches, look, if they're going to continue to go Foot's way, then yeah, you can write this series off. T1 got to start to feel deflated. Got 4 rounds so far in the series. We move on to the second here, and it's, you know, a decent bit of fighting potential. 4 sheriffs for the side of T1. They're already getting up close, looking for some opportunities. Found some, not converted. And shot after shot landing for Kiwi. That Marshall dangerous in a round like this. Nobody has shields. So you just shred straight through them. Interesting that you have even flank attempts coming through. This isn't the kind of round where I'd expect players to try to get behind with weapons like a Bulldog, but it will pay off.
Yeah, no, they don't even take any damage throughout the entirety of this round. Very clean from the side of Foot. Now, the last couple of times T1 played this map, it was versus EDG, and they definitely struggled to pin down the likes of Can. Well, whether or not you rate Kiwi quite as highly, he definitely has the same confidence. I don't think anybody's going to question that amount. This is an important round. Still a few weapons to play with here for Foot, but ultimately this is where T1 should get right back onto the board. And I'm liking this. We're seeing this more from Cracks. A lot of early mollies just instantly being popped. Same happened on the last map as well.
Foot really like to go for those spams, huh? Through every smoke that they can possibly find. And yeah, some decent damage starting it off. Saya player next to no shields. But it's only a little tickle. The third round sees T1 play it slow, waiting for that aggression to come out from Foot, waiting for Maj perhaps to go walkabouts on middle, like we saw towards the end of the previous round. But as we said, this is a squad that, despite many conversations around their fundamentals previously, I think their discipline has improved a lot. I mean,
since the early days, definitely.
Yeah, right?
Go back to the VLRs, yeah, definitely.
It's a much better face to this squad.
Well, a minute gone. A bit less to play, but this is where the execution's going to come through again. Saya leading the charge, and he will find that opener. Maj unable to do too much, but his teammates at least trying to trade things back. This time, though, a little bit of damage to Carpe, but other than that, they've kept things relatively clean. And the only interesting really thing when we talk about compositions for these two teams, it's not so much about change of agents, it's change of personnel. Watching the switch up of Ada Captain taking over that controller. The same for Carpe, taking over Sentinel. Slight role switches, but nothing different in terms of what agents are actually being run. For now, Kiwi, anything he can find will be nice, but Carpe is going to land that shot and a much cleaner start to this second map for T1, as they will get themselves around with 4 players alive.
Yeah, we're still seeing the same thing. We heard from Baby Bay over on the desk that, this squad of T1, playing into Foot's hands a little bit, just all-out aggression, bursting their way into sites. And the composition previously ran, Foot were able to respond every single time. And then adding in the fact that this is a squad that likes to concede space and take you down with wall bangs on the way through, or even just shots through the smoke. We saw that same thing from T1 here, bursting into A, taking the control. Although on a map like Haven as well, you're certainly going to get your reward for that.
Yeah. They were a little more patient, though. That's the thing. It wasn't like instant in the round. They had time for some of that utility to be burnt out, so slight adaptation. This time, though, it is direct. Very direct indeed. The first 20 seconds of the round may have gone, but already into the site they go. And, well, you mentioned smoke spams. There's one apiece. Yeah,
Maj managed to catch them on the way through. That's the problem. They knew where he was spamming from, and well, a lucky shot on the return gets them the reward. Flash for right side, but no follow-up. They're not looking to take that control, but they have spotted the operator around here. It's good information to play with. Thrash on the way through, and it catches nobody. They've sidestepped it completely. Not going to be retrievable in its current position. Ada Captain falls, and T1, they are in with a serious chance now, locking these players out of control. A quick double kill. It doesn't seem to be enough. Ooh. Even if that shot was connected for Kiwi, it would be a tough clutch. But with 2 opponents still standing, it's time to get out of there.
Yeah, good work from them. The ultimate as well from the side of Foot, not really placed in a position. I think the only players that actually could have caught were his own teammates if it went a little bit deeper. Opportunities to find something with that, but T1 have managed to hold on in their post plants, already looking a little bit cleaner in that regard. And for Foot in this next round, it's going to be interesting, because you've got Kiwi one away for a Bladestorm. A kill for him could put him onto the board. And on the other side of things, full rifles, a decent economy already being built up. This is a chance for T1 to actually take the lead in this series.
Certainly the feeling of recovery for that squad if they can make it across this line. Very weak weaponry all across the board. It's Kiwi they have to avoid. And if they can do that in the early round, then that's already half the task out of the way. Stuns, 1 apiece. It slowed T1 slightly, but it has ultimately denied Kiwi's opening aggression. He wanted to be here with that operator. He wanted to be taking the fight down on short. Instead, look at where Foot are forced to go. Right out of the site. Playing way back. Kiwi's still good for 1. But again, it comes down to the weaknesses that are backing him up on this hold. Really nothing to work with, and if it's not the operator finding the kill, the chances go way down.
Yeah, he's got the Blade Storm for the next round, so was willing to take a risk, and a risk being taken by the entire squad. They've thrown in the lockdown here. Zeta trying to hold on the edge of it, and he's actually going to get 2 with the spam. I thought maybe 1 at best. Okay, sure, he's going to go down, but he's already cost the entirety of the round. Cracks again, going to reduce the finances brought through, and you know what? Mr. Fallen should get out of there with an operator. Considering the investment, it's not too bad, but more importantly, I'm liking the gall of Zeta. A little bit more aggression, a little bit more up in the faces of Foot, something that I think was missing in the previous map. And well, they are going to get themselves the lead for it.
Yeah, it's interesting, you know, in a round like that, you think that without the Hunter's Fury, there's nothing that Zeta can do to get value out of the lockdown, but, well, certainly does it. Leaving it down to the literal last second as well to go for that spray and catches both of them. That's got to be so frustrating. Because, look, if it wasn't for those kills, you see the potential there, even in the 1v2 at the end. That could have went their way. They would have had smokes online to try and deny some of the line of sight when they go for the defuse. 3 rounds, and that's the lead for T1.
Moj is actually going to be the one on the op, purely based off that Blade Storm. Multiple players, in fact, the whole team setting up exactly where Kiwi's going to be going. He's got to get out of there very quickly. The counter util's been good, but Saya player is going to meet those blades. I feel like this is a moment where if you're T1, you go, nah, don't really fancy heading into that site. Still looking to check if that control's been taken by their opponents, but they are now going to start feeling out the map a little bit more.
Yeah, their issue is just how little control they can actually hold on to. Not having like your turret even sat on middle, these players could have pushed down. They could be in the window by now, wrapping up behind. That's not even talking about the A site. You know, ultimately, when you start around like this, a minute in, your only opportunity is to go towards C. But with Kiwi down, that opportunity now is a little bit more promising. Good stun, good delay, but the follow-up, the thing of legends. Sure, Mr. Fallen will go down, and some damage is found as well. But they managed to stall out that C push. And from the shadows, used to fake out that they're taking this to A. The fake is not sold, though. Foot still have 2 players here. One in the form of Captain, the other being Cracks, and that angle is certainly held down by Cracks. Well done for Foot to find a 3rd.
Yeah, I feel like you could always rely on that man when it comes to getting a double kill, and again, I don't know how, just with the spam through the smokes, it was a stun through. I'm also just looking at Captain right now with 0 kills and 11 assists. One of the most ridiculous stat lines we've had so far in this tournament. See how many that continues on to, but just really clean individual fights. And I do think that's one of the aspects of T1 that has been missing a little bit. It's very difficult versus Foot. They're extremely high when it comes to the skill ceiling, but they haven't been trading effectively and just allowing players like that to almost take over. Early stun, and Kiwi already taking that space. He's going to get one for free. No, it's actually a miss.
Well, he's got the drone at least, but not quite the same reward. Gets back in time to be caught by the Rolling Thunder. Pretty much out of this round for a few seconds, and he'll be caught by Ban, who's doubling up on the site. Mr. Fallen catches them blinded up on site before he's dropped, but they can't get ahead in the fights. It's still Moj left in a 1v2. T1 have got the plant in. Now they can hold this down together, even looking to double swing it, and the double not needed. Munchkin quick to the trigger. The lead stays with T1.
It's just a brawl. Such direct hits coming in from T1. Utility was solid off the bat. Like, Kiwi was completely screwed. But again, in those moments, you just see someone from Foot come alive, Mr. Fallen, making this one look competitive for a second. But this time, T1 is there on the trades. But that's the thing. Like, some of these rounds have genuinely been over within the first 25 seconds, just with how pacey T1 have been going in with the hits. It's only if they're denied by initial util that they stop, and by the looks of things this round, they're going into A in the same sort of pace.
Oh my, look how quickly the push has come through from Captain. Sure, there's a fight, a brawl, in fact, going down on short, but they have full middle control as well. At the same time, you know, Foot, they give it up late into the round. Probably good that they did. That lockdown could be served to fake out and rotate back across the map, but more likely just to sit in position and claim the space afterwards. Foot will be conceding it all.
Yeah, at least they didn't manage to get the Thrash back, but that early usage again, just trying to deny the same sort of push that came through in the last round, and The rest of the team looking to build up in this retake. Now, you have to bear in mind, in terms of utility, there's a couple of flashes. I was going to say there's no paranoia to get them back in. They don't need it. T1 went looking. They wanted to fight. They wanted to scrap. And because of that, they now find themselves in a 5v2 scenario. Flank comes through from Modge as well. Munchkin needs to pull off one of the most ridiculous clutches you ever will have seen. And they're already spamming into the smoke. They know where he is. It's all too easy for Foot.
The patience after those fights as well. They took their time on the way back through. It certainly paid off. For T1, it's been a much better start than what we'd seen previously, and they're going to go for a timeout to attempt to recover on what has been a shakier, more recent memory. Losing 2 of the last 3 rounds, that retake in particular, I think will have them shaking a little bit because they got completely outpaced on the way back through.
Yeah, I think one of the things they're sort of struggling with is if Foot managed to read where that early contact is going to come in, because of the pace of their hits, the second it seems like they get disgruntled or disrupted in what they're doing, the round just falls apart. And this one, I think if I'm Autumn, I would have taken a pause as well, because that was a domino effect. You had that sort of initial fight that just didn't go their way, and then seconds later you just have player after player trying to take a risk to get them back into the round. Like, that's not really what I'm expecting to see from the likes of T1. And also, again, as the Death said, I feel like that's just playing into Foot's hands. Like, you're trying to play aggressive versus a team that's very good at playing aggressive. Like, they are very ready for those sort of fights to come through. Now, at least for T1 as well, that the finances have been broken. So that's going to be the decision. A hero rifle once again for Saya player. We've raved about it already throughout this series. He can definitely take rounds into his own hands, but it's definitely been easier said than done. And I'm still looking at the assist count. Adacaptan, he's got his first kill, but he's up to 13. I wonder how many of those are just from placing a smoke.
Right there. Yeah, that's the thing, right? It can be farmed up pretty easily, but...
High value assists. His cast is going to be insane.
Oh yeah, off the charts. Well, round 9's about to kick off, and we'll see those barriers go up as a team fights for the lead. A side of Foot, I mean, look, like we've been saying, Cracks, the Gecko, it's all right. Cracks, though, he himself,
yeah, he's
unreal.
nuts.
Having a great game so far. Shock dart through, double bounce, notification found. They've destroyed the alarm bot, but not the alarmee. It's Modge deleting Carpe. And that puts them in a bit of a rough spot. Their flank protection not there, and, well, their flank wide open. Cracks has walked into it.
There's a reason the Turkish players only play the Vandal. It's normally because of the instant headshot. Saya player, though, can match them in that, at least. Now, they are going to have themselves an afterplan here. The turret destroyed for no reason other than fun. He is dead, but just in case, look how fast this flank is, though. Nobody actually watching in this direction. In fact, Zedek could be in trouble here. Currently using his Trunica's jumping back and spots half of the team. The stun has caught him as well. There is no chance for him to survive this one. And in fact, Adacaptan, well, he may be getting assists, but he can also frag in his own right as well. A clean push back through into this round for Foot. They're going to regain the lead for themselves once again.
Well, Adacaptan, he's just tripled his kills on that one.
Yeah, not bad.
Like to see it. 5 rounds on the board, lead theirs. And T1, they're having a lot of success getting onto the site. I think that's what we've seen certainly over on C in taking that control. The A site as well, just a few rounds ago, they burst through with relative ease. But the same as what we'd seen over on Pearl. When Foot are playing those retakes, when they're making that decision ahead, yeah, they don't look like they're breaking a sweat.
Once again, early build-up. This round looking maybe like a bit more of a default for the side of T1. We've seen them go very aggressively, direct into sites, and as has been mentioned, either they've been slaughtered on the way in or the retakes from Foot have been fantastic over the last few rounds at least. So they're going to try and wait, spot out some of these early fights, and well, Adacaptan is already going to have to use a little bit of that utility. Again, this is something the desk mentioned. Just try and bait out some of that util a little bit earlier on. Again, though, with how many kills Cracks has been able to get, he can use that Thrash just to search, make sure that nobody has been able to get back in. And now T1, they start to build into this site once again, but they have got to be wary of the spams.
Yeah, it was a nice shot onto Munchkin already. He's in danger. think it might have been him going for that orb. One away from Rolling Thunder now. Been used to great success previously to get them into sites, particularly A, where they now have a lurker. Just looking at the map, you can see Ban has snuck past Kiwi. He's now tucked in the corner. Space will be taken. It's Saya player coming up close, but further back was Munchkin. He's caught. Cloudburst, good the dodge on the Paranoia, but he'll still be taken down. Carpe with a good frag. They haven't spotted out a captain. He's doubling up, holding strong on the side. He doesn't need any help. Saw Thresh go in, but well, he already had it on lockdown. Zeta the last man alive. We'll find the first. Zeta captain's kill streak finally coming to a conclusion, but with just a couple of seconds left on that clock, I think we know this round is going into Foot's corner. The question is, will the rifle be carried through? The timing was nearly terrible, but it looks like he's locked it in.
That's the thing. What a round from the side of Foot. Like, you just got the individual players. Like, you had that lurk from Ban, giving them the space onto short, but they were completely unaware of other control that was still held. Then when all the information gets spotted, and a captain on his own just walks into the site. The rest of the team trying to use util to set him up, but honestly, he didn't need it. It just went completely unchecked. It was like T1 in their mind went, okay, we have sold this fake. They're going to be on C. There's no way there's anybody in the corner. And that's mistakes you can't afford to give, because we've already seen it throughout this game so far. The players on Foot, each in their own right, will destroy you if they give them a moment's notice. Back to the pacey rounds. Rolling Thunder again. This is where they had one of their successful rounds. This time, though, Moj is out. And Kiwi, well, again, uncharacteristic, but it's a miss.
Oh. And he catches that one. Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. All right, Kiwi over to the rifle. You know he's going to be used to claim some space in the way through. Stun held. Mr. Fallen's caught at least one with that. Aftershock for down below, and that's a free kill. Zeta was caught in the turret. In the drone, I should say. Saya player is good for a double before being shut down. The operator doing a hell of a lot of heavy lifting on the way back into A. And another successful retake for the side of Foot. T1 starting to slip up, losing their lead.
Yeah, and I also think Foot are actually improving the way they're playing this A site quite a bit. In a lot of the earlier rounds, when Rolling Thunder was online, they were being caught by it, and then players were going down. Instead, they fall back. Like Moj just gets out of there immediately and just lets Kiwi find that opening kill. Now you're going into the same retake that you were already winning with an extra player on the side. So if Foot are improving things as they go along, T1 need to find something here. They have lost the last 5 of 6 rounds. They were looking in a good spot, sitting at 4-3 up, and now, well, a Blade Storm, Hunter's Fury, some decent ultimates online. The thing is, though, I wonder if, again, it's just going to come down to the retake, especially with that lockdown available for Moj.
Blade Storm online. Saya player could be very dangerous with this. A pre-fire blade around the corner. And he's on his way through. Stun caught. He's up top, safe for a moment, allowed to recover. Will he be spotted after? No, not before he can grab a kill without a captain down. Blades refreshed. And the site seems to be theirs. Even that judge going to be quite scary, as exactly for that reason. It's up close, it's able to spam in the smoke. And if anything goes awry, he has that Blade Storm still to fall back on. This could be a tough fight for Kiwi.
Yeah, I almost feel like at this stage, someone has to make a mistake. And while Carpe's doubled up, kept this further into their favor, Kiwi will be able to get one, and actually Mr. Fallen's found another. Somehow, in this 2v5 scenario, it's beginning to look competitive. With an isolated player within the smoke, Munchkin has a chance to put this one to bed, as Mr. Fallen is now all that remains. The other 2 players just waiting on long, and T1 will claim their 5th at the hands of Munchkin. It's definitely not the prettiest half they could have come out with, but it might just be enough.
Yeah, the numbers on the board, certainly enough for T1 at this point. I don't think they can feel too shaky, but an important note that this was Foot's map pick. So that was the half they wanted to start on for the side of T1, already out of the way. And with the context of how it began, maybe they wanted that little bit more. At the end of the day, though, there's some serious signs of life on that Foot side. They've come in for revenge on the international stage. They want to take a couple dubs home this time. An impressive beginning. 7-5 at the half, and a 3rd map needed for Foot, or for T1 to take this all the way. Let's see what the desk makes of their chances.
Indeed, indeed. And now we're all curious whether or not T1 has it in them to be able to bring this back, force that map 3. But let's jump into this real fast because it did feel like T1, Baby Bay, were starting to recognize some of the faults in the situations that they found themselves in. But the consistency, it's not quite there yet. And that's not what I had expected here at Champions for T1.
Yeah, like from the first gun round, I was like so surprised. I was like, wait, like they're actually waiting and letting Foot flood in, and they like realized it. I'm like, oh yeah, like they realized it, that they're flooding in and they can actually just punish them for free. And then later in the half, they just revert back to like cutting these corners and not waiting for that flood. And you have Captain just going in and just killing 3 people, like just sliding in the sights. Like we cannot be cutting these corners, and we have to be aware that Foot is a team that likes to flood. Their retakes are awesome. So, like, I mean, they at least they made the adaptation a little bit, but you know, I was hoping I could see it throughout the entire way.
And Foot, on the other hand, were really good to adapt to that, to take a little bit more time, not always playing for the flood, and sometimes leaning instead into these set retakes, which work really well when you're combining the flash or the stun with that Gecko Dizzy. And they've gotten themselves a really strong half here. 5 rounds on defense is great, at least, and they've got even more than that. And for Krax, he was, again, the player taking charge. He was the star on Pearl, and here playing the Gecko as well, he's still looking so comfortable. I was impressed mostly at how well they were able to give areas of the map and re-clear with Krax's util.
Yeah, that is most definitely a thing that, you know, again, you want to see this kind of player, right, pop off in these moments like this and to be so consistent, do it not just on a different agent on Pearl, but to do it here with the Gecko as well shows how much work this team has put in. Let's send it back over to the casters.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy and the desk. Yes, half 2 is ready to kick off. Just a few seconds until the barriers go up and T1's defensive side gets put to the test. Now, this is certainly not the most difficult, right? They're only 2 behind, but the pistol round, I think, carries a fair bit of weight in this game.
Yeah, it's definitely not been their strong suit so far, and although they may be Gecko runners themselves, they definitely don't run it on this map, so it's going to be something that they have to be prepared to adapt to. Those flashes, we've definitely seen players stare right into the eye of a Dizzy a couple of times. Counter stuns already. Just trying to help out Carpe, but already being spotted by the wingman. He is going to have to fade off of this one. B site looks to be the point of call for Foot, but with Killjoy util and a contact player in Munchkin, you'd have to hope for T1 they can get something on the entry here.
Well, Kiwi's got some control. A player spotted as well. He'll look for the fight, and that's an execution.
Beautiful paranoia.
Munchkin down immediately. The paranoia even stopped the players further back from peeking out to help. There were 2 ready to swing. Carpe and Ban, and both have been found by Kiwi. They didn't take the fight earlier, and they were forced into it later. This is looking rough. T1 blocked out completely. And even that late flank that they're attempting with Saya player, there might not be anything left to flank. They have enough bodies to cover more or less every single angle at this point. And once they catch out Zeta, it gets tough. Oh, wow. Yeah, well, we won't even talk about that for Saya because it's an ace for Kiwi. Kicking off half 2 with style.
See, this is the thing. Like, I know we go back a couple of years. We talk about the old school, maybe like a Supermassive Blaze, Turkish Valorant. It was just run in, get headshots, get all of the kills. You look at those first 3 kills for Kiwi, every single player was blind. Supportive flash off the paranoia. Pot flash came through as well from Mr. Fallen. The last player, I think, was split second away from getting stunned, so obviously they're moving as well. It might not count as an assist, but it definitely was one. That was just a beautiful round, setting up the superstar of Foot. Exactly what you want to see from the likes of them. And now, well, if the start in both halves has gone as badly as this, can we see some sort of response? Saya, well, there's definitely no fear here, but there is an alarm bot waiting. That's going to be destroyed. That gives Anna Captain a chance to protect. Okay, that was very, that was very optimistic from Zeta that there would be no one there. And they're still trying to find him. Anna Captain just lurking around the back lines has caused them, well, mass amounts of problems.
Good luck to Ban and getting more than this. Already spotted out and dealt with. Spidey sense is good for Ada Captain, and 9 rounds found. The lead extending further and further in their favor, and for T1, I do think that this is where they need to put a stop to it right about now, because one more loss here, push down to an eco, and Foot are knocking on the home stretch. Yeah, very much so.
That's the thing, we're falling into the same position as last map. Like the early rounds looking so good for Foot, and keeping them nice and clean. They're going to come in with a rifle. Kiwi only 2 away from getting that Blade Storm as well after farming up an ace in that prior round. And already they're going to take a lot of initial space into mid. This seems to be pretty much their pressure. Look how aggressive he is! He's just got straight through! Already just decimating the side of T1. This was the round that they desperately needed to win. He's just opened things up with ease.
Made it look like an eco-ton. I mean, they've got rifles on the other side. They were ready, watching for that push through. And it certainly didn't look like it. At this point, I'm looking at the body language, looking at Ban's position on the minimap, and it's a save. They've called for it. Mere seconds into the round, and you're 5v2 behind, weaknesses for Foot, and well, not for much longer even. That a captain.
They're going to get them.
He's picking up a rifle, there you go.
I think they're expecting some sort of contention here, but they've almost just had to give up on this one. And you can't really blame them for it. It was such just a direct, fast-paced take. We spoke about like supportive utility and basically how that was utilized. They sent a stun and a paranoia through into sewers. So that was the ruse. It was like, yeah, we're pushing. You remember last round when we used all our util to kill you off in sewer, and then he just dashes straight into the A side and kills both players, or B side, sorry. That's insanity. I think there might have been a supportive flash, but I don't think it made a difference. That was just complete distraction play from Foot, and T1, well, they fell for the bait.
Yeah, oh, they absolutely did. And you could see immediately they realized seconds into that second kill for Kiwi, oh, we've been played. Yep. This is done. This round is over, and they go for the save. Feeling dejected like that just a couple of rounds into the second half, it's not going to be putting a smile on their face on the side of T1. In fact, a timeout has been called as this squad attempts to get to the bottom of their problems.
Yeah,
it's going to have to be a quick resolution found because they are running out of runway.
And that's the thing as well, the manner in which they're losing the rounds is just, again, like firstly...
It's over. Over, man.
Just fantastic supportive utility that's coming through, but then just the bait and switches from Foot. They seem to be so tuned in. And it's something we've spoken about many times when it comes to Turkish teams. It's that leadership. So somebody at the helm to actually have these adaptive ideas, these smart setups. You have to give credit to the coaching staff as well for Foot, because they have come into this game ultimately with either people putting this game level or in T1's favor, and they have looked by far the better side into this first matchup. Now, of course, as we said, we expect that this bracket might actually go as Sideshow said and end up in a rematch, which I can't believe I'm saying that. FPX are probably going to win the whole group now, just based off that curse, but this is a rough position for T1 to be in. And just look at what they've got. 2 rifles, pistols, and on the other side of things, they've got everything to play with.
Nice aggression, though. Saya's not only caught... Whoa,
what?
No! I don't know how he went down there. Sure, the trade is in. Just another remarkable fight from Kiwi. The advantage, though, is certainly falling into the court of T1. 2 rifles to work with. One of them is in the hands of Ban, who we see on the C side. Players coming from either angle. They know that Carpe is here now, and they'll shut him down. Only Ban left to find, and Krax does, well, makes it look easy. He'll be left alone. Still has his wingman to work with. Maybe the plant can go down. He can try to move to a post plant already, start the flank.
He'll get his ult off this as well.
Oh, that's huge.
It's tough to use in these sort of scenarios. To isolate a player. If he gets it into the 1v1, you almost have to say that this round is his, and Zeta is going to try and sell a ruse. Maybe that both players are coming in from that direction. Yet to move is going to be Munchkin. The spray's a little bit wild. He's going to go running back into his opponent. Munchkin will just about find the victory in that round. A little bit too close for comfort, and even a world where we might have seen a knife, but T1, they find something. They dig deep and manage to get themselves back into this one. 10-6, still a hefty lead, and well, I think the finances are going to be okay for this one.
Yeah, I think they're pretty comfortable for this and the next if they need it. Krax again showing his prowess individually. That was 3 kills, and as you said, 20 HP there.
Did he even get stunned? I don't know if he did.
No, I think because he took his knife out and jumped so quickly, he avoids it, but
yeah, he's dead anyway.
Leaps straight into the waiting arms of his opponent. If he commits to having his knife out, doesn't try to switch, just to a wild swing? I don't know.
Or
I
even
feel
if
like
he just,
gets it.
the guy was one bullet off,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
he probably kills
Right
him off
click
that. But,
classic.
hey, you can't blame him. Thrash straight through, as said. He has farmed this all up so many times throughout this game. Doesn't connect onto anyone this time. Kiwi's gone dashing into the site. Made space, but Carpe's done well. Instant trade again, though. It all seems to come tumbling down. Ban at the back of site is the last point of call. His teammates with a supportive flash, but maybe he doesn't need that support. However, does he know? Look, there's a player right below him. He's seen the gun barrel. Eventually, he'll make the realization. The penny drops, and it leaves just Cracks alone in this one. And again, T1, they will hold the site, but mostly because of Ban.
Yeah, phenomenal round for Ban, and no better time for him to go stepping up. We were about to see things slip away, but now just 3 rounds behind. Ulti's coming online as well. Some weaknesses for the side of Foot. This could be the start of T1's redemption arc this year, seeing the barrel for so long. Good thing he was able to connect eventually. Out of Captain thought he'd flown under the radar.
But this might be one of those rounds where you see the confidence come to bite them a little bit. That was a lot of individual fights handed over to Ban. Everybody expecting to win their battle themselves. Kiwi, well, we've mentioned him going in solo every single time, but it's actually Saya getting caught. The trades coming across the map, individual fight after individual fight, but T1, they've come out on top here and have a lot in their favor. 2 ultimates if they need them, and a man advantage.
Yeah, and T1 know that they're happy to play retake on A if needed. Too much of a risk to stick around on site, but they have a lockdown which can very comfortably get them set up. There you go. The star of the show.
Yeah, we love Wingman in this house.
The little bro, he's got the plant in. He's bought them that little bit of time now as the clock moves into their favor. Rolling Thunder avoiding it at first. Mr. Fallen actually grabs a kill off of utility, and he's still standing strong down below. Ada Captain on for another. Mr. Fallen still hasn't been rooted out. They just couldn't deal with this breach, and every single player shut down on the way to take that duel. Yeah, 11-7.
I would like to see it in the replay. I'm not certain of it, but I think Munchkin's ult actually hits Zeta up top. So he's unable to react to anything else. I think it goes across the site, and either that or he just jumped at exactly the same time, but it looked like it went through initially, and it just gave them that extra bit of time for a more disjointed take. So again, these are things that it just can't happen when you're facing off against Foot in a post-plant situation. And well, look at this from Saya, straight through. Looking to try and take this round, but the counter util hit by a Paranoia and a bullet to the face. They've not got a lot to play with in this round, continuing the push, and they almost lose another life. Carpe tagged desperately low.
Yeah, left on 35. Lockdown still in his back pocket. He'll be avoiding further fights. Phenomenal beginning to this round for the side of Foot, and again, we see that discipline in play. Ada Captain and Kiwi holding the extremities for the first 30 seconds or so, but now the squad starts to group up. They'll look for a new target to take down, and it looks like the C site is what they have their sights set on. Ban tucked in that corner. He'd managed to sneak his way here just a few moments ago. Shot. I mean, that very much looks like that should be the only player here. They're not checking Ban at first, and they have paid the price. A double kill. The Hunter's Fury fired out a little too far away from the first, and nothing found in the second. This is right back into play for T1.
That looked like it was on, especially the first one, but hey, Ban has made this one competitive. Started to come alive over the last couple of rounds. Moj, Zeta just unable to connect. That's been a couple of opportunities in this round, and Carpe, well, he's low. Wanted to try and take a risk. Now just look at the space that is there for Foot. The other player is so desperately far away. Now that alarm bot likely not going to be online from that sort of distance. Incredibly far away, but I think the position of Moj holds a lot more value. Someone they need to clear. Zeta has done well though, but the trade is immediate, and now it's left all onto Munchkin.
Full belt of utility to work with, at the very least. That smoke fading. There you go.
Look at the ults.
The Rolling Thunder will be committed. They're not risking anything in this 2v1. A stun through gives away his position. Maj knows exactly where to look. And another found for Foot. Same as previous map now. The home stretch is in front of them. 1 round of the next 5 needed. And they'll be shutting T1 out of this opening series. So far, the squad of T1 only finding 11 rounds across it. Not enough to win 1 map.
Yeah, no, a really good sign for Foot. Like we looked at them coming into this tournament after having close games at Tokyo versus the likes of Attacking Soul, losing to DRX, who definitely looked shakier. I think that was before they actually subbed out Foxy as well, so a great sign for them thus far in this game. Ada Captain, is he actually just going to stick that all the way through? He did. He held it. Oh. He went onto the site and just found an opener. No fear in this man's heart. They've still got a couple of positions that they need to clear. The lockdown's going to make things more awkward, and the position of Munchkin could do serious damage. They're just going to back out of there. So much time on the clock that they don't need to risk it.
Oh, okay, 1 player detained. There was only space for Ada Captain. Couldn't fit 2 players in the safe corner, the safe spot. T1 back into A, 3 players here. I thought Foot were out, like fully out, once Cracks didn't go for the plant with the wingman. Once the spike went running back all the way down A long. And indeed, they will be changing direction, but very, very slowly from the shadows. Spots 1 player, but yeah, you're starting to get the idea that they're rotating. If you're on the side of T1, the plant coming
Lil
through.
Bro's got this one. Don't worry, not need for any help here.
Boom. That's how we do it.
They
now
even tried to
very quickly
paranoid.
on it. They're going to try and defuse this already, tapping it immediately and causing this utility to start being thrown out. How has Cracks found that? A nail in the coffin for the squad of T1 as Cracks picks up even more. The flank is on its way, and that will do it. 13-7. An incredible debut for the side of Foot as they take their opening series 2-0, barely breaking a sweat.
Yeah, the first Turkish team to make it here to Champions. We've had individual players here and there, but they're the first full squad to do it, and what a debut. A 2-0 dominating fashion. You're looking at that scoreboard, and well, 5 of the top 6 come from their side of things. Kiwi leading the way, but it was an incredible performance from the likes of pretty much everyone. Even when you look at the role switches, the supportive utility. Ada Captain at one point, I think he had 1 kill and something like 11 assists. He ends up 13 and 11 overall, just having an amazing performance. And for T1, it's not a death sentence. They're not out. There's definitely that lower bracket still to go, but they're going to have a real resurgence going into their second matchup. Otherwise, they could be in some serious trouble because Foot are definitely here to play in Los Angeles.
Oh yeah, they're not messing around. And like we saw, the benefit from hearing from Guys earlier, their coach, he was saying that they haven't changed a bunch. They're just working on perfecting what they were already working on, and I think they're getting pretty close. Players like Kiwi on the international stage, we knew he'd deliver. Players like Cracks, like Maj, who in that first map was unbelievable. And we are seeing multiple different facets where Foot have stepped up their game. This is getting scary for anybody else that sat in their group.
But that's the thing, if they can keep getting away with everything they did in this first matchup, then yeah, I think anybody they come up against is going to be in some real trouble. I will say though that I do feel like T1 made a lot more mistakes than they're going to make further down the line. I have to hope so, at least, like angles not being checked and just silly things that I didn't expect to see from a roster that's normally sort of playing in a very solid structure. It wasn't quite there for them today. First match on the stage, maybe I'll give them a little bit of wiggle room, but for Foot, I don't think it gets much better than that. That was sublime.
No, it really was, and it depends. You know, you can take your pick in that series. As I said, someone like Cracks towards the end, certainly. Kiwi the whole way through. Maj, map 1, phenomenal on that Viper, and I think the reality is if they can hit this level in every game, hey, it might not stop at top 8 as a goal for the squad. They might be looking to go all the way.
You're just trying to put a smile on Sanan's face, aren't you? I see the pandering there. I see the pandering.
I see.
Yeah, you know.
I see Burke on the stage without earphones. You know, I'm working for another hoodie.
Yeah, I was about to say, how much more Foot merch do you need? No, I think that, yeah, especially with the group that they're in, like we look at Group B, and although GB earlier in the day had his little clown costume on saying that this was the best group, this is definitely one that has the most opportunity for teams that I think if you put them maybe in a Group D or Group A, it would have been a lot tougher for things to get done. But again, I just love seeing the support. It's fantastic.
Yeah, no, it's always great. I mean, that same watch party location has been locked in for all their big games, and
it's awesome.
You know, every single time they're out there delivering. Seeing them on a stage in Istanbul is something. But for this squad, I think now that they have serious potential, Tom, up their sleeve.
Oh, for sure.
I don't know if you want to call it yet, but
just look at them.
Favorites in the group?
Oh, I don't know about that one. I think there might be an E and a G that have some. Might just slightly take the favor on that one after their performance in Tokyo, but it makes me excited to see that match coming up, or likely coming up. Obviously, FPX still stands in EG's way, but well, unless they have a serious drought, I think that's probably the upper bracket match we're getting.
Yeah, it probably is. Well, I'll tell you what else we're getting. An interview down on the stage. We got Yinsu standing by with Ada Captain.
By Atta Captain from Foot and Scala, who's going to be helping with some translations here. First of all, Atta, welcome to LA. Congratulations on your first win. It wasn't just a win, it was very, very clean. So tell me, what was the biggest thing that you guys wanted to improve from Tokyo? What were you working on in the preparation phase, in the break ahead of this tournament?
Ata, öncelikle tebrikler. Yani sadece bir galibiyet değildi. Aslında biraz da stomptu ve çok temiz geçti diyebiliriz bu galibiyet için. Tokyo'dan buraya gelirken en çok odaklandığınız şey neydi? Yani en böyle geliştirme konusunda odaklandığınız, önemli olduğunu düşündüğünüz şey neydi bu arada?
Öncelikle teşekkür ederim. Los Angeles'ta cidden çok iyi karşılandık. Tokyo'dan da şu zamana en öncelikli geliştirdiğimiz şey açıkçası birazcık daha taktiksel yoğunluğa gittik ve bireysel bir çalışma vardı. Tokyo'dan sonra da zaten fazla bir boşluk bırakmadık. Direkt Champions için çalışmaya başladık. Yani ekstra fazla bir şey diyemem. Son bir aydır tryhard çalışıyoruz Champions için.
First of all, I want to thank you as well. And Los Angeles is beautiful. We received a really warm welcome in Los Angeles. From Tokyo, the thing we improved the most was we improved ourselves tactically mostly. We did prepare individually, but we focused more on tactical issues. Aside from that, we didn't take that many breaks between Tokyo and here. So for the past month, we have been studying, we've been practicing really hard, and we're ready.
We could see that, we could see that. Now, speaking of the strategies, Fallen on KJ on Pearl, you on Brimstone, we saw some changes. So talk me through, why did you make those changes on Pearl?
Taktiksel, Pearl'de de bazı değişiklikler gördük. İşte Fallen Killjoy oynadı, sen Brimstone oynadın. Bu tercihlerin sebebi neydi?
Başından beri zaten Pearl'le öyle oynuyorduk. Ekstra bir şeyler gerekiyordu Champions için. Biz de onu burada sunmaya geldik.
Well, we have been playing Pearl like that for quite some time, but we needed something extra for Champions, so that's what we brought to the table.
Were you happy with the performance today? Yeah?
Yeah, I'm so happy.
We're happy as well to see you happy. And last question, at Tokyo, you also had to play group stage, but unfortunately, you didn't quite get further than the group stage. You have to play group stage again here, so does everybody else. So what do you make of your group at this tournament?
Evet, Tokyo'da da grup aşamasında oynayıp çok ileri gidememiştiniz. Burada da grup aşamasındasınız. İşler farklı olacak mı? Beklentilerin neler? Ne düşünüyorsun buradaki grupla ilgili?
Yani en son AG ile oynadığımızda, şu an aynı grupta olduğumuz için konuşuyorum. Kötü bir mağlubiyet almıştık. Lotus haritasını kendimiz kapatamamıştık. Ama şu an bu aldığımız üstün bir galibiyetle, yani ezici demeyeyim ama üstün bir galibiyetle beraber yani üst turda daha da sert oynayacağımıza eminim.
I can speak about EG because we played against EG in the previous group as well. Against EG, like it was kind of our fault. We could have closed it out in Lotus, but we couldn't do that the previous time we faced one another. But right now we started off with a clean victory, and we plan to use that going forward as well, and I think we will have a good group.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much, Atta Captain, Teşekkürler, Scala as well. Thank you very much for translating. And for the Foot fans, it's great news for them because we are going to be seeing Atta Captain soon, and EG will also be taking the stage.
Today, one team will move straight to the knockout bracket and 4 more will make their group stage debut. And here we go. 2 teams that have showed us at Tokyo that they have what it takes to compete with the best, but now they need to go toe-to-toe against each other to decide who moves on in this bracket. It's Foot going up against T1.
but he's able to hold on for the moment. Even still, though, initial frag goes the way of Kiwi's doing work, but Carpe just gets 2 through the pit. A little bit more for him as well. Yeah, he's left a teammate behind as well. I don't think Krax was expected. The flank from Saya will dome one, but the trades are coming back thick and fast.
If someone from Foot overextends,
he
what
got
was
2.
that? It won't last too long without a captain. The trade out is good for Mr. Fallen Foot with 13-4. Their opening map in Los Angeles could not have gone much better. One in the form of Ada Captain, the other being Krax, and that angle is certainly held down by Krax. Well done for Foot to find a third. Carpe with a good frag. They haven't spotted Ada Captain. He's doubling up, holding strong on the side. He doesn't need any help. Well, Kiwi's got some control. A player spotted as well. They'll look for the fight, and that's an execution.
Paranoia.
Ban, and both have been found by Kiwi. Oh, wow. Yeah, well, we won't even talk about that for Saya, because it's an ace for Kiwi. And that will do it. 13-7. An incredible debut for the side of Foot as they take their opening series 2-0, barely breaking a sweat.
Calling all students. Compete in the ultimate Valorant competition.
The Red Bull capless clutch.
Register now for your national qualifier.
Hello and welcome back to Valorant Champions. We are with Potter and Boostio from Evil Geniuses, who will be playing a game of Agree or Disagree. Number 1, Potter in an Operator 1v1.
Easy. There's a running joke in our team that the last time I played Potter, she absolutely destroyed me in a real tournament. She was like +5 against me, and every time we scrim, she puts me down in scrims too. So if she's in the server, he's not wrong. That is 100% fact.
He's not wrong, and I've never lost to any of my players in a match. Well, 3 of them. 3 of the players in a match. So strongly agree. I still got it, guys.
Number 2, EMEA is a 1-team region.
Holy. That's a fact.
Strongly agree.
They need to do so much better over there. It's fact. It's only Fnatic. Every other team is bad.
Deadlock will be played at Champions.
Well,
I don't think so. She's bad.
she's not great. She's not great.
Ethan has the laziest in-game name of any pro player.
Wait, let me think.
It's pretty close.
Yeah, his name is terrible.
It's pretty close. He used to put effort when he did it the flip side.
Yeah, when
it used to
backwards.
be Nazi with a capital letter and a lowercase letter. Now it's just
he's famous. He doesn't care anymore.
The LA crowd will be a better crowd than in Japan.
I love America, but I don't see any crowd being better than the one in Japan, to be honest, for both stadiums. It was unreal.
Yeah.
But if NA can do it, I hope so. It'd be cool.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough to follow up the Japanese crowd, for sure.
Americas will have more teams in the top 8 than any other region.
Wait.
We only have 3 teams here.
Yeah, so by odds, technically no, but we have S and Energy. I'll agree. Not strongly agree. I think, actually, no, I strongly agree. NA is the best region, actually. It's not even close. EMEA is a fraudulent region, 100%.
Chinese Valorant will never be better than NA.
Never. Absolutely not. I will make sure of it, never.
Boosie's not paying attention to the rest of the world, but we will all be speaking Chinese soon. So I'm going to have to go with disagree.
Final question. EG is winning champions.
I don't want to jinx it, but...
I don't want to jinx it either, but you just go agree.
Agree.
We're winning it all. Won't even be close.
Well, Boostio, he doesn't think that Chinese Valorant is ever going to be better than NA, and he has a time to prove it today, because EG, they're going to be going up against FPX. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Baby Bay and Mimi. Welcome, you guys. We got to address that, though. Mimi, what do you make of Boostio's comments?
I make that FPX has a chance to do the funniest thing ever. Yeah. If they beat EG then, and we're just told that there's no chance. But yeah, I think it's fair for now, but saying never. There's a lot of people in China who play games, and they're already getting better very quickly if you look at EDG.
Yeah, I think EDG will have some words for that, you know. And, you know, I think they have one of the best operators in the world right now. So I think he alone might put a thorn in what he just said. But you know what? I'm from NA. I got to support my boy. You know what I'm saying?
I was going to say.
Boostio, that's my guy, bro. Come on,
you
bro.
agree with that,
Better
right?
back it up. Better back it up, bro.
You're backing him. But let's talk about EG here a little bit, because EG, I feel like going into Tokyo, maybe there was not even any expectations of what this team could do, but Baby Bay, after seeing what they could do in Tokyo, do you think the expectations are higher this time around?
Yeah, definitely. And you know what? That sets a different precedent too, because like when you go into a tournament without having high expectations, you play a lot differently. You can be a lot more loose, and you can actually like play just however you do in scrims, you know. And now that there's a standard that we know now, it's like how are they going to perform?
In talking to Potter about this team, they always use the term that we're playing with house money, right? They never thought they'd be there. A coach had to knife someone for them to make playoffs and make a crazy run to make it into the international event, and then don't even think they're going to have Demon 1. I mean, it was unparalleled, the run that EG had. And it is going to be a huge shift in expectations, because this team's entire history, going back 2 years to when they were in Tier 2 in like 2021, they were always an underdog. No one ever expected them to win, to go on runs. But now placing top 2 at an international tournament, that I think will shift the expectations, and I imagine will force the players to kind of think things through mentally differently. And I'm wondering what that's like for you, Baby, because you've done that with FaZe before, to go for a team with very low expectations to one who kind of became a favorite in a lot of tournaments.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll tell you what, on FaZe, I got 2nd place. And
Oh, you know all about it.
yeah.
You know all about it.
It was downhill from there, let me just say. But, you know, it was a great time getting 2nd while it lasted, you know, and going on that crazy run.
I'm glad you mentioned the 2nd place thing, because coming top 2 is actually a bad thing if you don't win it. As you guys can see, the history of the 2nd place curse at global events, it is the only curse that has yet to be broken. Baby Bay, are EG the team to break this curse, do you think?
I mean, I feel like they've broken the 9-3 curse, so, you know, they could be, you know, but you never know. We got to see how they perform today, and, like, I'm not going to say that this is a big test for them, honestly, but, like, they should be dominating today. Let's just...
Yeah, they've made miracles happen before, is the thing. So if there was a team to break it, I think it would be EG. But I don't think today is really going to be the day they're at risk of losing out. I think actually they're in a group that's really good for them to get acquainted to the international stage again and kind of warm up to those new expectations.
I think that's the looking at the other strength of the other teams in this group is really, really interesting for EG. And that's the other thing, right, with EG. They're innovating. People are starting to take things that they do for themselves. I think the Sova fracture is something that we've been talking about for a while, Mimi, but it's not just that, though. There's a lot of other stuff that people are just straight up yoinking from EG.
Yeah, people have been stealing their comps, their ideas. I think in particular, the way that they put an emphasis on ultimates and how well they can use them on the fly surprised and impressed so many people at Tokyo. But beyond that, also, Boostio is an IGL. The mid-rounding for this team got so good at that event. I mean, they really were playing at a form that we've never seen from this team before.
Yeah, I mean, I never saw them play this good, like, ever, right? Like, I played against them my entire career, and, I mean, Boostio said it in interviews, like, not a lot of people gave respect to, like, the core that we had, and you know what? They're actually a great core.
They absolutely are. And the thing is, well, other miracle runs in history have been based on form. It was Zeta with Sugar Zero playing like a god. It was players stepping up, becoming massive individuals to make upsets happen. You think the crew champs run, but I don't think that was the case for EG. If anything, Demon 1 was playing worse than he did at home. It wasn't one star propelling this team to the levels that they reached. It was really their style and their consistency as a roster that defined their run, which I think makes it different than other teams who have made miracles happen in the past.
Does that open them up to some anti-stratting, though, Baby Bay? People know what they do now? How deep is their playbook?
I think the thing with their team, I think Potter does a great job with making micro adjustments. Like, I used to play against them all the time, like I said, and every time we would play them, it'd be something new. So, like, even if it's like a micro change, she knows how to implement that within the team. And a big thing that they focus on, and we've heard Boostio say this a lot, is communication. And, like, I don't think you can copy communication. If their comms are on and they're vibing off of each other, like, it's going to be tough for any team to play against them.
Do you know what? I don't think we've heard enough from Boostio. I want more.
Yeah.
He's standing by right now, actually, with Sideshow, and he managed to get a quick word out of him. Check this out.
Boostio, welcome to the big stage of Champions. Now, you famously said that China will never be better than North America in Valorant. So presumably that means today's going to be a 2-0. How many rounds are you going to drop?
To be humble, I think we'll give them 8. 13-4, 13-4.
And that's humble, 13-4, 13-4. Well, there you go. You heard it from him.
Oh, like 8 total.
You just gave him 8 and
He didn't
walked
even
off
let him
as
finish.
well. You just literally walked off. Yeah. What do you guys think about that?
I think that's reasonable. I had the same opinion going into today.
I mean, just his walk alone, that was stupid alpha. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
he
you
rolled
guys are
the Sideshow, like, just
convinced?
flexing him like that. Like.
I mean, speaking of alpha, I got to talk about one guy who I feel like has been so cold and consistent for this team, which is Ethan. I know Tom was kind of making fun of him having one of the boringest names, perhaps, but Mimi, nothing else about this guy on the server is boring.
his impact is incredible. His supportive utility, I think, is really world-class. And on top of that, his individual form stepped up to such a big level at Tokyo. On top of that, Baby Bay, just the experience he brings to any team is huge.
Yeah, he's such an annoying player to play against because you know he's always going to make the right play. It's like he rarely gets called out, rarely does something that's deemed stupid. And you know what? It's because he's a championship level player. He's won majors before, right? Like, this guy just brings that entire energy and really brings it all together for the young guys on his team.
You can see that the crowd never bothers him. He's always so focused and in the zone. You guys don't believe in FPX. I don't know why you would say that, because let's talk about FPX. I still feel like when it comes to Chinese teams, Mimi maybe still one of the lesser known ones, because all of the attention has always been on EDG.
This team made it to lock-in and promptly lost one game and went out there, but they have been international before, and they've made some changes, picking up Lysor during the offseason. But the thing is, I actually think FPX has slipped in their standings in China. While a lot of these teams, I feel, have really improved, especially EDG with their run at Tokyo, FPX has been struggling. Still, I see so many fundamental issues, the late rounds falling apart. They have star power. They have players who are really good, but it feels like oftentimes they rely very heavily on that. And really, against super fundamentally sound teams like EG, I just don't think that's going to be super successful internationally. So this is going to be a very hard task for FPX if they want to try and mirror EDG's run and have another top team for China.
What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think in order for them to win this series, they're going to have to pull out some crazy, crazy things. I think they're going to have to be running through smokes, getting like 2Ks back to back to back to back. Like, it's got to be some crazy stuff going on. I don't see a world in which they win because of the foundation that EG has.
Baby, if there was a team to do crazy though, it would be these guys. They play absurd comps, double controller with like an Astra and an Omen on maps you'd never expect it. Berlin is lurking as the IGL infant. They will do ridiculous things to catch people off guard.
You just summed up their win condition, by the way, so I'm glad you did that. But speaking of FPX, Berlin is standing by with Sideshow right now as well. Let's send it down to him.
Berlin, can I catch a word? Okay, so the last time you came to an international tournament, you were able to take a map off Carmine Court. What's it going to take to turn that into a series win here today?
那这个问题想问一下 Berlin 选手的是，其实你们上一次出现在国际大赛，你们当时是有拿下一张地图的，所以说你觉得怎么样在这一次你们能够把你们的胜势从一张地图变成赢下一场对局呢？一场 BO3。
我们准备了更多的小秘密，然后这是要给疫区的一些战术震撼嘛。
Yeah, definitely I must say we have some secret weapon prepared, so definitely we're going to surprise EG for this game.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. Good luck in your game. Thank you very much. Thanks.
I love how he said secret weapons in plural, Mimi. There's more than one secret weapon that they have prepared specifically for EG.
I'm going to be honest, if I'm EG, I have no idea what to expect against these guys. They play so many different compositions at home. They take crazy risks that no one else really would. I think if there was a team to punish you when you're on an off day, when your fundamentals aren't perfect, if you're leaving gaps, it's going to be FPX because they just thrive in the chaos. And Baby, their IGL is the example of that. This is the agents that he's played thus far back home in China, and it is a ridiculous pool for this guy.
He's a versatile player with a versatile play style, right? I mean, he lurks on the IGL role, on Fade, and all this stuff. I mean, I don't know what to expect, you know? Like, I don't know what these secret weapons can be.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it as well and see what they're going to do with the map selection. Our coaches are ready, so let's send it down.
First of all, congratulations to you both. Your first match of Champions 2023. Big congrats. Let's jump in. So, EG, you were the higher seed for this match. Team A or Team B?
Team A.
Team A. So, FPX, you will be Team B. So, we will start your first ban.
We'll ban Lotus.
They ban Lotus. Your ban.
We ban Fracture.
Fracture. And then map number 1 from EG.
We will pick...
We love you, Twitch chat.
We love you, Twitch chat. Okay, we will pick Ascent.
Ascent? Okay, side on Ascent.
Attack.
Attack. Okay, map number 2.
Pearl.
Pearl, side on Pearl.
We'll pick Defense.
Defense. Okay, next set of bans, starting with EG, you have Haven, Bind, and Split.
We'll take out Haven.
Take out Haven. Your ban, you have Bind and Split.
Oh, yeah, ban Split.
Ban Split, play Bind. So map number 3 is Bind, EG, side on Bind.
jump ahead.
We'll pick defense.
Defense. Okay, I'm gonna run through this really quick, make sure we're all set. First set of bans, we have EG with Lotus, FPX with Fracture. Map number 1 is Ascent with FPX on attack. Map number 2 is Pearl with EG on defense. Next set of bans are Haven and Split, which makes Decider map 3 Bind with EG on defense. Good? All right, good luck to you both.
Versus the team that we don't really know what to expect. But let's not forget, EG, they've been on the side where everybody underestimated them and they had to pay the price. So Mimi, surely they know not to underestimate their opponent.
They absolutely do. But this went from the team for Evil Geniuses that no one believed in, no one was a fan of, to now making a run at Tokyo. Looking out over the crowd, I see the majority of people are here for EG, out to support them. It's the first North American team making their debut in Los Angeles.
And it feels like Baby Bay is one of the first times that they seem like the heavy favorites, not just the favorites in a matchup. So what are you expecting from them today?
I mean, I'm definitely expecting them to come out guns blazing. I mean, you could definitely feel their energy and their confidence. I just hope they're not overly confident and they don't go overboard and they don't start just running it down or something, you know? Like, I would hate to see that because this is a team that their success is made off of the fundamentals.
Yeah, and let's talk about the maps here as well, because speaking of not being able to run it down, I think Ascent coming out first, Baby Bay, is such a strong pick for EG, and FPX did the smart thing of banning Fracture.
Yeah, and you know what I'm surprised at specifically is that they picked attack, right? Like, FPX is on attack first, and I'm just like, what are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? I have no idea what they're gonna do. So like, I don't know. I mean, they have a really good opportunity now to set the pace and do something crazy, bring out those secret weapons, you know?
But Ascent is a map that's very good for Evil Geniuses. They were one of the first teams to break Loud streak on this map when they were the best Ascent team, pretty much undisputed. They also beat Paper X here on their run. This has been one of their strong suits. They play the default comp, but Boostio's IGLing, especially on the attack sides, has been really excellent throughout the run at Americas and into Tokyo as well.
Yeah, and also just the individual fragging too from Boostio on this map is always been very, very consistent. But Mimi, what about the side of FPX as we head into the Prime Gaming Agent Select? What do you make of this?
I mean, let me show you guys something. They're playing double controller, but it's not with the Viper. It's two of the more normal controller agents with both Omen and Astra on this map. They play a Sky instead of Sova with no KO. It's a ridiculous composition where they're almost always going to be lacking information, but these guys will just put down smokes seemingly in strange random positions and make crazy plays. This is a comp where FPX can create the chaos, Baby Bay, that they tend to thrive in.
You're shaking your head. Why?
I've never seen it. I've never seen it before. I don't know how it's going to play out. I mean, I don't think that EG is going to be caught off guard by a lot of things. I think that this default comp is just very versatile in every way. So as long as they don't overthink it, I'm sure they'll do a great job.
I think that's always a strength for EG. The preparation is strong for them, and I'm sure that they have watched back some of what FPX was doing. For FPX, though, this really is the question, how far can they go? They made it here. They got an opportunity, again, internationally. Can they do better than Lock-in?
This is the thing, it's champs, right? Even all the games we've seen so far, there have been surprises already. You never know what can happen on a stage like this, because sometimes, Baby Bay, it really depends on who turns up on the day.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the best time to turn up is on attack. Like, setting that pace is so important. So we need to see something crazy out of them, but I'm not saying they can't do it. It is going to be an uphill battle, though.
Well, the agents are logged and the stage is all set. All we need and are missing are two people to take us through this exciting match. Everyone give a warm welcome to Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, great setup for this one here. Evil Geniuses versus FPX, our #1 America seed versus the #3 in China, Josh. I mean, I'm looking forward to some whimsy, some silliness.
Wild stuff.
Listen, make some noise here. Let's get this group stage match started.
What a position for EG to be in. Perennial underdogs now as the favorites in a match that would be the biggest upset I feel like we've seen at an international tournament if FPX was able to pull it off. And instantly trying to up the pace, as Baby Bay was talking about, set the tempo early, take grasp of the match.
It was that early paranoia just through the choke point, but now it's all slowed down once more. Bit of mid-exploration for the pistol round. FPX grouped up.
And
even
even
with that
with
A-split.
Even with the double smoke comp, Brent, not putting a smoke down in mid there.
Yeah.
Not giving the idea that they're going for the A-split. Jorgamo almost caught off.
Catching it. Quite a bit of damage, actually, off of that one. Berlin lucky to be alive, but they're going to be getting the first section of the A site. It's going to be theirs.
What a lovely
Heading now to Nana Swarms. Boostio still anchoring towards the back. No one really swinging to deal with them. They just can't. Too many Nana Swarms at the floor, at the feet, yet still FPX coming up with the goods. 2 kills their way. Plenty of damage done to the players, though. They are quite weak, and there's a shock dart. Finishing off Ayang. Still close to the corner, Lysor. Oh, well, they're not going to expect this one. Still up close, onto the heaven angle. Jorgamo does not win his fight out. Demon 1 brought down. And FPX open us up with a pistol round win.
And you're instantly seeing the biggest advantage to me, Brent, that FPX have compared to the last time we saw them at an international tournament. They've made a roster upgrade, and this guy has been the best player in the most recent tournaments that FPX have been playing in. Lysor has instantly rejuvenated the team and provided an upgrade in terms of the fragging power. Stick him on the Killjoy. He's allowed them to have flexibility between the double smokes and double initiator comps that FPX never used to have before. He's a danger. He really is.
EG on the back foot now off that. We'll see a slow beginning for it. FPX, double smokes comp, need to be playing the map, the attack side, quite cautiously. You can see the star placed down. It's a recall. Hoping to take the angle, Boostio. Reactions far too good, though. Opening pick going their way.
And that's put a bit of fear into FPX as well. Drone is being used to clear out mid, expecting them to pivot away from B main. But it's just the brakes getting pumped here. Boostio's going to look for another one off the back of the drone clearing a bunch of space. Looking to see if he can find a duel over towards tiles. It looks like this is just going to be a regroup and B-pop called by Berlin posthumously.
Yeah, fully grouped up there. It's only going to be Ethan receiving this one. A knife earlier was broken into B main, and you can see him just floating around. Doesn't actually have any util to stop this one. Finally, the hits coming through. Couple of stray bullets on the classic, not enough to do too much more. Door being closed. Boostio hoping to catch a cheeky timing. Denied with the door. The side's going to be gained for FPX. They don't have any B main control. Could play an important part in this one. Fully grouped up onto the side.
But the weaponry is just so low. It's only Boostio with a Sheriff. 4v5, FPX should still have an advantage.
Should have an advantage indeed. There we go. You forward the first one onto Ethan through lane. It's a triple phase. Lysor falls. The TP disengage all around, and it's just Calm left. He will fall. So 3 players surviving. Economy relatively healthy there for FPX. You can bring this one into the 3rd round, maybe get a decent bonus going.
Yeah, the weaponry is looking strong for them. I've been watching some of the FPX games, and their economy management is sometimes a little all over. I mean, even here, it looks like Ucore is going to try and get a Vandal into this round, despite the fact that he wouldn't have money to be able to buy up in the next. But, you know, sometimes those kind of risks are worth going for. Yeah, he's gone back over to the Bulldog here, so taking it a little more safely. EG, on the other hand, look like they're trying to set Demon 1 up, take early duels across B.
It's a heavy stack over there. It's the recalled star, at least the star placed down prior. Here's the benefit of some of these double smoke comps as well. One towards Cat, one towards mid. You can really just expend all of them early and not worry about it as much. Alarm bot at your feet, Berlin. Didn't really seem to be aware of the cause.
And FPX are a team that are going to force aim duels quite a lot. Their players haven't been in the most incredible form recently, but Lysor's always been hot. He backs away just before taking that duel against Demon 1.
Still holding the space.
And this is going to get set up for an A-split here, where Jorgamo is in the position to ruin it or go down and leave A completely undefended. He's only going to take a duel, though, against Nishar, essentially.
Plenty of noise being made, though. Com spraying him down as they're just running it down all the way through, but Jorgamo he stays alive here into A main, holding this space as well. FPX make a call to try and flip the map, but they've stopped themselves just ever so slightly. The smoke's really just stopping it. Now they need to work out what they want to do. 40 seconds remaining. They do have some time to work with, but it's going to be running short in just a moment. Demon One still seeking to contain. You can see him just watching that angle deep.
30 seconds
into
left.
mid. They know the potential positionings here. Demon One will be able to see them crossing. Yeah, we can hear it as well. Dash active, brought down.
Great shot.
Wonderful stuff from Ayang. Set the Seekers on them as well. It's going to be good positioning, at least noted. Do they know Boostio's there? Slight misstep with the flash. There's only 12 seconds left. They don't get onto the side. It's Boostio who denies them that chance.
You can see what FPX were going for. The flash from Ayang would have been great there to push Boostio off the line and make them advantaged in the duel. But they just couldn't quite get it. The flash, I think, connecting with the wall and just kind of getting tangled up there in the architecture. Strange round, but that's what you're going to get from FPX, I think. They really like to mess with expectations.
New beginning here, a bit even when it comes to the rifles on either side. Again, pretty heavy emphasis being placed. Just a one-way smoke for Jorgamo.
But look at how much of an annoyance this star is down at the feet of Demon One and Jorgamo here. And this is the freedom that you have with the Astra. It's not that unusual of a composition. It might seem odd, but it's kind of similar to the Viper Sky compositions that we've seen some of the Americas teams run, like Cloud9 and Loud, I believe, at one point.
Yeah.
But the Astra utility can be used in more, varied ways. A flash to clear out wide.
Let's go deep. Jorgamo's not going to be playing there, though. Already moved from that position, still a slight jiggle, and really down to the minute mark, there hasn't really been much else movement. It's a reclearance, it's called by EG with a paranoia, sets him up, tagging onto Ayang, but it doesn't matter. Demon One still wins his fight out, left down to 9 health. What's the response? Not too much else, still contact plays here, working themselves up towards Cat, FPX. Going for the 2-2 split, but EG still have players anchoring down, locking it down, rooted in place almost. There's a KO nade pushing him even further away. Time is really running short, and there is chaos in the mix. Lysor through the smoke. What kind of timing do you really want to take here? Waiting for the stars to be dropped down. There it is in front of them, but Jorgamo contained, still brought down. Ethan is there with a trade. At the backside of Jenny, Spike's out in the open with 23 seconds left, looking for information, buying time. It's a 3-2-1 face, and EG, they've got the discipline for it.
Great containment by EG there. I think they worked out very nicely. They had a three-piece crossfire that was ready to melt any of the players that came through. Despite the player at Switch getting overwhelmed, Jorgamo's there. And this position of box is so nice. Not only does he hold that smoke over by Switch, but also he can swing at any point of Ethan or Demon One's contact. You can tell that EG have really put the effort into refining these setups. And now Operator online for Demon One. They've won enough rounds, despite the fact that Demon One's not, up at the top of the scoreboard, for him to start getting a bit more aggressive and peek out.
Game plan for FPX, though, seems to be just brute force, overwhelming with the half-bite. Stingers, Sheriffs, fully grouped up, aren't they? Smoke dropped down off of that one portion of utility, and there's a lockdown committed by FPX.
On an eco round as well.
Yeah, that's why that's a bit unusual. And it has just essentially notified EG that they are going to be hitting this site. With Demon One holding that space still over towards B. Here's a paranoia sent flying 1-for-1, and still Ethan will collect. Bringing down one of the players. Flash also just pushing him back through the choke point. No one can really get into this. Beautiful dart. The supplementary utility just bogs them down.
Bit of an overinvestment there from FPX. Not sure why the lockdown was used in a round where you have such an economical disadvantage. Oh, that's the guy I've been playing with recently.
One enemy remaining.
Very nice utility defensively there from EG, but dealt with, I think, far too easily. We also saw a 0 point from Ethan that took away Yuko's Blade Storm right as he popped it. So that's a Jet ultimate that was supposed to be comboed in there with the lockdown.
No, Demon One's got the off.
It's just a flash recon play, I think, here. Oh, it's gonna have a Hunter's Fury
right behind it, yep. As soon as the dart was broken, that's the trigger. Com's consistent with it, lets it loose. Up in mid, Demon One. Of course, he's going to be finding it, but does he expect that? Goal! There's no shot!
That is just filthy!
Slight minor adjustment, another day in the office for Demon One. Listen, he had a bit of a rough beginning to the map, but okay, he's warming up.
And think about how perfectly timed this investment of ultimates and in general just to play with the op going aggressive and the Hunter's Fury being used to halt this economy. FPX had just got a buy up. They're in a 4v5 instantly off the back of Com's play, and Demon 1 is picking apart the rest of FPX with ease. This is what EG did so well on their run towards Tokyo. They took one advantage and spiraled it into many. They win a pistol round, then they win a bonus, then they have ults up to be able to snowball. In terms of being able to set up these snowball moments, I don't think there's a team doing it better other than Fnatic. And even then, it's fairly dead even between the two.
A really good understanding of that. Just making sure that they can keep using the ultimates, keep them rolling. A lot of teams, you know, they think to save the Hunter's Fury, for example, for a Killjoy lockdown. It might be coming. I mean, Lysol's nowhere near. Well, so that's not really a
Lysol gave him a very simple choice in the prior round.
Exactly, I will say that EG still, even when that's on the board, they don't really care. They will still use your ultimates to try and snowball the rounds and the economic advantage. Just force the time out of FPX.
And FPX have a lot to consider here. You know, attack side on this map, it's going to be a little difficult. But when you take a step back, FPX will have been extremely happy with the map vetoes. In terms of one area where they could have an opportunity to upset in this game, it's getting Ascent and Pearl in there. They have a combined 74% win rate on these two maps across their lifespan, which is extraordinarily good. I mean, Ascent in particular, they've only ever lost twice to Bilibili Gaming. So, you know, they are not a bad team on this map. It's been causing the Chinese teams a lot of issues, and EG chose not to get rid of their permaban Haven, or rather, chose not to pick FPX's permaban Haven, and instead get rid of it themselves. EG just very confident that they could play the maps that FPX are good at and beat them on it through, you know, just outclassing them.
Yeah. Which is a reasonable expectation, I would say. You know, EG finishing second in Tokyo. Very deep run as well. Still a lot of naysayers as well that are doubting this team and they want to see the consistency with those results. But I mean,
well, let's be
for
real,
my
it has
liking,
to be clean. This group has to be clean.
It does have to be clean. It should be a slam dunk for EG in this group in terms of them being favorites. But new beginning to the round. Again, it's FPX on the weaker buy. Similar game plan to what we saw maybe last time on the half buy, only this time down towards Cat. Late lurk from one of the players. The Trailblazer clears out towards it. Com is out in the open. Misstep there. Was not expecting these players to be so fast up onto that angle. Smoke down, dropping it. Jorgamo to reposition. Updraft to re-clear. And a flash is really quite nice. FPX coming straight into it. Great ideas of how they wanted to clear out the site there.
Specifically the updraft play and swinging through it. Really good coordination. And EG caught off by the tempo, as you were saying.
That's just okay.
Crucio caught by the spam. And suddenly, as quickly as this eco round started, it is over.
It's done just like that.
These are the moments where the Chinese teams could definitely catch you off guard. They play it at such a different tempo. You can see that Com was expecting to have that time to be able to throw a very well-set recon dart up into tree. And he was just rushed.
Yeah, overwhelmed. Demon 1 now being hunted down for that operator in his hands. They'd love to remove it, missing the shot, but his position is known now. They are quickly approaching his location, but this is really just going to be a firing range for him. He just needs to try and survive. There's a pull at his feet, smokes all around. Will he survive? Looks likely, so keeping the op.
But take a look at that. I mean, Com completely overwhelmed and then a little flustered, perhaps a little whiffy from the other two players that rank here in the A site. You'd expect Jorgamo and Ethan to be able to catch one of those, but yeah, Ethan's reaction, I think, to that. And that ends us with that MasterCard Thrifty.
There's another round here with Demon 1 watching the top section of mid. He's going to get some action almost immediately. Not quite. Angle's cut off. Open smoke in his face. It's one of the things that, in theory, oh my god! I mean, they're just rattling off bullets straight down the angle, so where somebody could be playing in and hiding. Almost claiming a freebie.
And this double smokes composition is going to put a lot of pressure on Demon 1 to find these good spots to play from. Good lineup there from Com, removes the turret. Means that Lysol's now going to be attached a bit more to watching out for B main. But FPX are going to take the time to commit to A, and that frees up the Killjoy once more to go for a lurk.
Nobody on EG is going to be playing onto the site here. Most of the setup from Tree, including the Killjoy Nanoswarm, so It's going to be completely wide open for them. Multitude of smokes laid down here, but here's the lockdown in play. It's going to be really clearing out most of the site. There has to be a call and a decision made by FPX. Do you choose to fight this one or not? A bit of confusion in the mix. They are really just staying grounded onto it. A bit of a dodge there from Berlin. Uses the ult, and he's still able to just sit himself into hell, but he needs to create more of a distraction. It's a triple face. EG, those fundamentals still reigning true, but they haven't cleared out B main. Still, Tree and Door needs to be watched for. Com brings it down, but still a smoke. Ethan sticking it. There's not enough damage. He's not pushed away from it. Round win for EG. Will they keep their guns till the bitter end? Ethan, no intention of peeking.
Big ultimate investment, but a nice retake from EG. I think FPX had a couple of different ways that they could approach that. Maybe just getting paralyzed with the amount of opportunities presented to them. They had Lightsaw, who could have gone for a backstab and synced up with some kind of tree push. And in the end, Yuko was just hoping to catch somebody that was pushing heaven as Berlin went for his ult dodge. But all right, still 3 rounds for FPX on attack side. It's not doing too badly, and there's still many more opportunities to rack up the score. Demon 1 looking for a different angle for the operator.
Oh, and it's just a classic play with a dart and a spam of the Odin. No one watching top mid. There's a chance there that Demon 1 got punished, but no. Dash to disengage, back away. Picking up the angle now once more, but it is FPX looking at that 4v5 disadvantage to them, and it's, well, cemented even further.
That's both of the smokes gone.
And now there's nothing to really stop Demon 1. He can take all of these line-of-sight angles. There has to be risk taken, and that's maybe what Yuko's doing. With that kill onto Com, close, it's missed. With the shot, that is a punish. It's 3 versus 3, just like that. Close to the corner is Ethan.
He's stuck here, though.
Yeah, there's no real support for him.
Ayoung still with 2 flashes. Ethan's got to be a little concerned about that, but we can see that Ayoung deep into B main is not going to be an issue.
It might just come down to individual gunfights. Still locking it down. That's a dash forwards, but there's no one else to follow up on that, so Ethan relatively safe and sound. FPX now just trying to get themselves through onto the site. With Boostio falling, might just get a little bit easier. Ethan, how do you play this? Do you take risks? Do you try and survive long enough for the team? No, he takes the peek and he will fall.
Looking to try and grab a timing there, and Ayoung, it looks like he's seriously informed. He's been very sharp in terms of hitting shots around the map. Puts his team in a 2v1 to win their 4th.
Jorgamo with the 1v2. Plenty of util left. Make all sorts happen with it. Smoke. Do you want to place this one? Dropping down. So one way towards the back of it. Paranoia there. TP close. Was that predicted? Lightsaw doesn't seem too likely still. Ayoung was there. Eventually the Paranoia, if it even did catch, was faded. So he gets the trade online. 5-4. Josh, this is looking almost evened up.
Yeah, it's a very nice round from FPX in terms of their individuals. Lightsaw manages to catch Demon 1, who was holding a bit too close of an angle, and the shot goes straight between the legs. But still, that's a very bold angle to be taken when you don't have that level of information in mid. And Ayoung, too, is able to win aim duels out around the map. Ayoung's currently at the top of the scoreboard. He was one of their best players, perhaps even their best at lock-in, and in the events prior.
Knives out, Demon 1. You're really trying to take that. There's no coverage. From the bottom section of mid, a push out through main. Will they deal with these players? EG are crumbling. It's Com. It's the last player left standing. Now they know exactly where he is. Ayoung feeling it, man. You can feel it. And so EG maybe feeling a little bit pressed to make these really proactive plays now on their defense, feeling like the game is slipping.
And they've just helped it slip a little further. Not a fan of that set play even at the best of times, but Yuko absolutely dismantles it, just swinging, ignoring the recon dart completely to take the aim duels in mid. And Demon 1 didn't even get a chance to set up. EG here are going to take a timeout, and I think it's time for us to assess these expectations again.
Oh yeah.
Once more, EG are massive favorites in this group. They've drawn a group that has a couple of teams that didn't do too well at Masters Tokyo, that ended up going out in groups despite, you know, having some levels of success before that, and then FPX, a 3rd best team from China. Not an EDG that's gone on a run before at a big event. FPX have only won a single map at an international event, and that was against Carmine Core when they were playing Triple Initiator on Haven.
Trying to rally the fan base. Trust me, crowd work is hard.
especially when your favorite team is currently dead even in a matchup that they should, on paper, be slaughtering. FPX are certainly bringing it. And I think one of the things that they're doing really well is just finding that form that actually has been slipping recently within China. Like I said, Ayoung was one of their best players around lock-in at the beginning of the year. And since then, he's just been looking not quite as hot in the Chinese tournaments. If he gets back up to form and they have Lysor and Yuko playing, this team has serious chances of bringing it in the skill department.
EG really do need to tighten up as well the way they're playing around this. There's a lot of opportunities that they're granting. I think FPX, they would love it if they handed all of these individual fights. The way it's been going so far. A real chance here for FPX to gain that lead in the first half of this map, despite there only being 2 rounds left. They have the economic advantage. It's only Demon 1 with the rifle who they really have to worry about. Taking mid-control nice and early. Not smoking off the top section of it. Actually, just hoping for a fight.
The 1-3-1 setup that FPX has been running in a lot of these rounds where they take mid-control is very crew-esque. You know, just controlling the aggression on the outsides of the map, going deep with Yuko and Ayoung in the middle. Demon 1 with a hero rifle is going to try and take a fight.
You're looking at Demon 1 really to find those openings. Backs away though. Bit of information. Seekers now let loose. Not too many of them going into the direction towards A. Jorgamo tucked himself towards main. Will not survive though. Out towards Y. That's a skill. Okay. Dash is still there for him. Dart is good with the reveal. But tucked behind Jenny. Still alive. And kicking Ethan. Tucked inside the smoke that they suspected. They're body blocking right into each other. Surely they think that he's there. Finds the timing. Finds the kill. But is brought down in the end. Com. He's left alone to do it. But already this plant is down. Post plant looking good. Turret going to be spotting out Com's location. Look at this from FPX. Already setting themselves up to group up and take the fight. Ayoung, he's got no teammates with him. Does not care.
And this is now solidly a fantastic half from FPX. To be able to get up to 6. Sure, they grabbed a pistol, but those are really significant big rounds to be able to take on the attack side of Ascent. There is a reason why this team is 8-2 on this map. And I feel like perhaps a little bit of overconfidence, maybe a little hubris, has led EG to pick in a map pool that is extremely good for FPX. When you have the depth like this, when you have the depth and the map pool advantage, I think often you benefit from just removing your opponent's best. That's not the strategy EG went with.
Here we go, last chance in the first half. Demon 1 with the operator once more. Another setup here with the Hunter's Fury. Something triggered it. Demon 1 trying to set himself up through with the chaos. The Hunter's Fury does cleave.
And in the meantime, your IGL Omen is swinging with the attack side operator. Of course he is. Just Berlin things.
He's backing away now though with the spike. The rest of his team pushing themselves up into 4 positions here. A main control. He's how still holding on to itself. Finally regrouping. Is there a rifle for Berlin? I feel like you don't want an op in this scenario, but we'll see what he can do with it.
They certainly had enough cash to be able to give him a rifle as well as the operator, but I don't know whether they did.
Here we go. Smoke's dropped down now. One at a choke point, Boostio. What kind of timing do you choose to take here? There's an alarm bot at your feet. It's broken. He anticipated it. Somebody was creeping up onto that corner. Jorgamo to reposition with the TP. Needs some help though. Boostio through the smoke. Taking the fight right to it. Not enough to reset to claim that second. Jorgamo, he's still alive, anchoring towards the back, but he's fired shots off now, just creating a bit of distraction. The rest of his team helping him out, but Com is brought down. Time needs to be bought here. I mean, Jorgamo's already deep into the site. Ethan's not there with him. It's brought into this 1v1. Ethan. Consistency laid bare. It's 6-6.
6-6, and he's dropping the back.
Yeah, I don't think they're quite there yet, to be honest. They've really done enough to be getting away with that still.
I mean, I can feel a bit of excitement brewing for an enormous upset. I don't know about you.
6-6 is not where we were expecting, not what we were anticipating, but yeah, that's where we're looking at right now. The #1 America's seed versus the 3rd in China. Desk, what are you making of it?
Thank you very much, Bren. And Saisho not expecting perhaps a curse here in the arena. Who knows? But let's take a look at the Verizon high-speed moment, because despite the fact that EG only managed to get 6 rounds, Mimi, Demon 1 was on form.
But the thing is, Demon 1 was on form. This is great. I mean, this clip was ridiculous. I feel like this is an EG that has had to, in this half, even just to get 6 rounds, rely a lot more on these individual moments. This wasn't what was happening at Tokyo. Sure, there were individual step-ups, and it's always good to have, but they were consistently able to take down teams like FPX. Here, EG has been struggling to contend with their weird style, and I think Baby FPX is playing to an expectation far above what anyone would have set for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And like the major thing that I've noticed is they're just willing to take their time when they're down a guy. Like how many first bloods did EG get there from Demon 1? And then they just slow the round down, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere, EG starts like freaking out. And I wouldn't say freaking out, but they start getting antsy.
I mean, as you guys heard from Boostio in the pre-match as well, he only expected FPX to get 8 rounds, not on one map, Mimi, in this entire series. And FPX, they've got 6 already, so it's not looking very good for Boostio.
Yeah, I think this is far less dominant than EG would have thought it was going to be. The setup here was that EG needed a dominant group. This was their chance to get out, to continue going as they were. And right now they're struggling a little bit against this double controller comp. But in the second half, it's really, again, this question of how is FPX going to play this one? Because I think we saw the ideas with it in the first half, being able to scale out sites, put down these weird smokes to get space. I think that's a little harder to get value out of on defense.
Yeah, you know what? I almost want EG to like let them have 8 rounds already, so they can just have that out of their mind. Like I feel like they might be just trying to like play a little bit too much to that, and I feel like we'll see the real EG once that 8 round mark gets passed up. So I really hope, you know, that this pistol round is one from FPX.
Oh, okay, baby. Not what I expected there. Saisho and Brent, what did you make of that?
Listen, I'm all here for it. I mean, throw some chaos into the mix. The #1 seed from America getting upset by FPX, you know, the 3rd seed out of China. I would love that, honestly, for the group stage, because otherwise this group would be largely quite predictable.
People keep saying that it's going to be a predictable group. Well, no, if things continue in this way.
Exactly.
EG getting set up. And one of the things that you can look at from FPX's side is how they favor attack and defense on Ascent. Usually, all teams are going to be defense-sided on this map. It's the opposite for FPX. They normally win about 60% of the time on attack and less than 50% on defense. So there's still great chances.
Yeah, flash and dart to clear most of it, but doesn't clear the players up into heaven. There's a high-low setup down below, but they're not winning the fights out. It's EG coming out on top.
And this one's going to be extremely difficult for the 2 smokes players, Nisha and Berlin, to be able to get back in on. One paranoia, maybe a stun or a pull, but Berlin goes in ahead of Nisha, trying to make something happen. And this looks like an extremely clean pistol.
Yeah, very clean. Kind of response I think you'd probably want if you're a fan of North America.
I mean, they are giving them the business.
They really are.
I could understand it if EG were up 8-1 or something like that, but considering FPX are really pushing them and had a nice looking attack side, they're setting themselves up for something.
Set themselves up for...
Might be another G at the end of this and some egg on the face.
What did Mimi say? If FPX have the potential to do the funniest thing in Valorant history.
Do the funniest thing.
Yeah, we could see it. Everyone's here to play. It's champs at the end of the day, so... 7-6, EG. Big advantage of the economy. Deep flash, Ayang.
Take flight.
Getting that information, but it's a very spread out attack side default from EG, so it doesn't really grant him too much more. Drone sets up Jorgamo, so he can hold on to this A main control, grab the orb, spray a couple of bullets, and it has pulled a ton of players from FPX over.
I really like the usage of these smokes that bloom out of the choke point, as you can see here on A. It just puts a lot of pressure. It's drawn a ton of players over towards the A side. 4 players there trying to defend it from FPX because they got utility denied, any of the, information denied. Any of the attacking players could just spill through the smoke in a multitude of angles. And EG are still playing very spread. The way that EG like to play their attack side throughout Tokyo and the run towards the latter stages of VCT Americas was that they would try and take map control and insert Demon 1 somewhere to force a pick. But at the moment, he's just grouped up with Ethan, playing things together.
relatively cautious, but it looks like it's trending towards a bit of this B split, which leaves it up to Berlin. He's only got a classic, so unlikely to get too much done, but maybe, well, there was a chance. There was util out in the hands of Boostio. The rest of FPX now scampering and scurrying all the way over. Bit of a clearance here towards mid-com. Needs to not lose this gun, and well, the Bulldog definitely got that damage advantage. There's the fundamentals, Ethan. Helping him out. Swinging out through onto market, just trying to spot out where Isao is. Ethan, yeah, facing it. So, very clean. Flawless, in fact.
Not too bad. EG really look like they've woken up on the attack side here. We'll see if it continues into a bonus. When EG were going on that dominant run at the beginning of Tokyo, they were winning almost 70% of their bonus rounds, which is just a ludicrous amount. Prime Game and Flawless is going to really help them keep the economy looking fairly strong. Now, having said that, they did have 2 Spectres and a Stinger. It's not like they have the biggest bite here to go in. Haven't managed their economy to get the most amount of rifles online, but grouping up here for just a heavy B hit. Looking to try and overwhelm Lysor.
And Lysor playing in front of the turret. Unorthodox, unexpected. Right in front of the turret, in fact.
Not a great idea on an anti-eco, I don't think.
I mean, util out in the hands, panicking when the paranoia was sent flying, and Demon one man. It's precise, it's surgical, over the top. Dash still there. Yuko inside the smoke. Could he answer back? Not any chance of it fading anytime soon. Doesn't take the timing just yet. Still waiting. The rest of his team look like they're almost set up here to just save these rifles.
And Yuko's just spamming through to see if he can find anything, but that's it. That is it. One small mistake. And EG all grouped up in the same place. And it's over for FPX in this round. EG take a pistol, spiral it into a bonus. And now they're 1 away from getting Demon 1's knives, 3 away from having Com get up to an ultimate. So you'd expect to see Com or potentially Ethan here chasing to try and get these kills. They certainly want to damage the economy of FPX as much as they can.
And they should be hunting.
Com's looking for it.
Spots the one. Rest of his team now grouping up, but looks like they have no intention of just trying to take that fight.
No, it's just a little a standoff, a stalemate happening over here.
The trenches are dug out, yeah.
Fair enough. Bit of respect shown.
If we go easy on them, they will never learn.
With that save, FPX are going to have enough for a serious buy here in round 16. And this is where they need to halt the momentum. You take a look at how this worked. I mean, Lysor's in front of his turret, as you were pointing out, Brent, with utility in hand. That's just not a sensible decision, and I think he knows it, judging by that reaction.
Keep it up.
On the big stage, sometimes these things can just catch you off. You find yourself playing in a manner you don't do in scrims.
It's very common, in fact. EG are mounting this lead. Deep dart over, that's going to tag onto Ayang, and there's no time wasted with this one. The flash slight blind there onto Demon 1, but he is not wasted time. He's all the way through into tree, smoke drop down and a dash forwards. Crosshair placement, excuse me. Cut up for the moment. There's going to be a pull through the choke point, but is it too late? It might just be. Still players into the site. Yuko from heaven. He's eventually traded, but he's still doing the damage. Flash through, even just again, blindly firing, and Lysor out in the open, getting his ankles broken. Jorgamo is there with a Guardian.
And this attack side has just been dominant. I mean, your expectations for the match met here completely in the 4 rounds that we've seen so far on attack. FPX are not able to hold on, and EG are disrespecting them. The pace at which Demon 1 is just running into sight, no cares given.
Yeah, I mean, the beginning of these rounds, it's just been such a rapid pace off the rip.
It's been very disrespectful, I think, in terms of not really caring if FPX are in a position to try and punish them.
Yeah.
Especially on that split through A. You know, normally teams are a little diligent. There's some utility thrown towards tree to make sure that someone can swing through the smoke, and maybe you pause for a moment to make sure you're all perfectly set up and the spacing's good. Whereas instead there, you just see EG barreling forwards, determined to bulldoze over FPX.
Yeah, not worried about, you know, any semblance of plays. The Astra Stars that you could use, I mean, plenty of util to try and slow you down. You think about the Astra in place of like maybe a KO on a defensive setup, so they'd have, you know, a nade, flashes, the knife even, to just try and delay. They're just not worried about it.
No, I mean, EG are I think, have a little talk with themselves probably during the halftime and have decided that they just want to overpower FPX.
Yeah.
Sometimes the faster you play and the more aggressively you play, the more mistakes you force out of your opponent. And with a team like FPX, yeah, they've got strong players, and they can certainly win aim duels and create some chaos and interesting strategies. But they also make a ton of mistakes. And you take the good with the bad when it comes with teams like FPX. But when you're playing against them, trying to force out those mistakes is often a key win condition.
What's interesting here is Demon 1 now has picked up the operator off the back of a lot of fast XX into sights. I wonder if EG were just trying to condition it. And now going into much slower play, you are really forced down to a crawl. Of course, Demon 1 does have the Blade Storm, so they can speed it up at any time. It's not going to be limited to just the weaponry. Hunting for a pick.
They may have been anticipating some kind of half-buy tiles crunch play there. But FPX are forced with 2 Bulldogs.
Drone broken, bit of damage there, the bullets landing. Not enough for the kill. Jorgamo survives over the top, breaking the Trailblazer. Doing enough in the early portion of this round as well, removing and cutting away any information FPX are trying to get just through the sky util.
Potential
still
for
have 2 flashes.
Potential for a jet battle here on Catwalk. Actually, though, FPX looking like they want to re-clear through A main.
They didn't even use a flash for it. Just a recall star and a face.
Yeah.
Fully grouped up and pushing now.
I quite like it, though. You don't give any indication to EG that you're in this area of the map.
Oh, and they are pushed deep. Lambot's being broken. EG are not aware of this.
30 seconds left.
It's going to be happening behind them. Demon 1, he misses it. Back me and face to Young. Flash round to the side here, and here's the players from the top section of mid. All of that deep flank. Demon 1 left to try and contain and push them back. Lysor capitalizing off of it. Swinging in the midst of all of that, and time is running more than short right now. There's about 11 seconds left. They don't have control of A main, don't have control of the site, and Ayang dealing damage and a death and a blow. Nizhao still in control of it with all that positioning gained prior.
What a great call by Berlin there. What a fantastic decision to triple reclear through A main. They left a gaping gap over towards Tree. Demon 1 with the operator is not really going to be in a position to try and push forwards aggressively and take that space. He's looking for picks. Here's another very important duel as Boostio swung into Lysor, who was the only player defending the B split through market. And Lysor wins the duel.
Now one call, changing the tide of things here. But we see a return to the faster plays of EG. That was what was winning them these rounds on the attack side. Yuko, though, operator, misses the flick, Ethan. He was watching it from the top side of mid. Had the protocols there.
And that's a very bold play to go for Yuko when nobody's watching your top mid and there's no utility really to block that off.
Another clearance, this is contact plays into main. Jorgamo spots it out, had the ult in his hands, thinking about a quick pivot. Maybe still considering it. Call yet to be made by the rest of the team, but they are grouping up now over towards B, and they have pushed Demon 1 into a deep 4 position into mid. Paranoia re-clear.
Lysor's got to back off now.
Yeah, he's got to play around your util, but still Lysor's just holding his ground, and he falls TP into the back. Berlin, he does remove him. Jorgamo's gone. Hunter's Fury, though, there's a connection. There is the kill. Com is getting value from it. Shot missing, Demon 1 into mid. The Seeker's distracting him, or what? Not too sure, but still, it's a 2v3. FPX could make something of this one. Nizhao just trying to play this one fast and loose as well, not waiting for any sort of timing. Spotted out, though. There's a double face. Ayang! He's brought it down into a 1v1. And Com playing into main. Ayang still, he spotted him surely. Just the edge of the gun, edge of the weaponry. Oh, nails the shot.
Ayang has just been incredible for FPX here in map 1. Winning the duel against Demon 1's operator, comes through, claims another 3 kills. Perfect trade into backside. And identifies compositioning, remembering that Hunter's Fury earlier on. Look at the aim. It's so sharp from him.
Yeah, that is top form. He's feeling it.
And like I said, this is such a revival for him. He's looked a little limp recently in the last couple of months. But you know he's got that quality.
Definitely seen it before.
Yeah, he's got star player aim on the flex initiator role, often playing Sky, able to take these kind of duels. And at the moment, he's having an excellent game and keeping FPX within touching distance of EG.
And forcing that timeout out of EG once more. We've reached a round limitation. Josh, you were interviewing in the morning with the arrivals.
I was, yes.
Yeah.
He said 13-4, 13-4.
Well,
that ain't happening.
Yeah, that ain't happening. Not at this rate. It is steadily getting closer and closer, creeping towards the danger zone. You know, we were saying earlier as well, we needed to see the adjustments from FPX after losing, was it 4 rounds in a row? You can see from the timeline on their defense side, and the adjustments have been there.
They certainly have. I think one of the key adjustments has been their ability to re-clear through A main. I mean, that's what we've seen in round 17 and 18, that's given them such freedom to be able to rotate people off. Because once they realize that A main is clear, they're completely aware that EG are going into B splits or looking towards tree. This time, I think EG are looking to try and adapt upon the adaptation. They look like they want to take much earlier A main control. At least Jorgamo's position more aggressively.
That is a crazy way to peek that with the updraft, but spots a player towards top mid. Yuko going to be pinging it out and repositioning, making sure he stays fluid with the operator. It's pretty important. Double clearance now over towards Cat from EG, droning into mid to just try and, you know, hide the intent of what they're going for with this hit. Is there any util to clear this corner off? Just a smoke and a flash. Ethan right behind him. Who wins this fight out? Dash is still there and active. Jump spot onto the left side. Demon One has tucked himself into that corner.
Jorgamo's been spotted in A main as well. He's had to back off. So that may have ruined the timing. They might want to pivot this, move away from tree and go into a B split again.
Flash. Doesn't get deaded. Second one does though. Yeah, this has been slowed. Down to 35 seconds now. Bustio being pushed. Wow. What an angle to peek off the alarm box. Contact! Instantly responded. And meanwhile, there's a battle taking place on the other section of the map, but EG have no intention of going over towards A. Straight down mid, right into Lysor, the difference maker. The spikes drop down. It is carnage occurring. Damage definitely done. Lysor needs to try and play for his life. Still, Yuko's picked up the angle a little bit too late here. Paranoia out in the open. Lysor can't land the kill. 11 bullets and towards the backside of it. Ethan's there. Jorgamo collects. 12 seconds left, and they are going to be able to get this plant down. The site is opened to Ayang. In a 1v2, the form has been good, but does not expect it. The positioning, or repositioning of Jorgamo. Enough to clinch the round.
Jorgamo's positioning in that round was just madness too. I mean, he's up close towards A main at the start of the round and then throwing his paranoia, just kind of bunny hopping towards Lysor. But here's where Ayang made this round winnable, and Lysor as well. These two continue to win Angels very consistently against EG. This time not quite enough, but still pushed. EG, though, creep further and further to the finish line.
An important thing to note as well is the economy taking a bit of a tumble. Pistols for FPX, plenty of ults to use here, trying to play aggressively, spamming through the wall with it, dart tagging. Lysor in so much trouble. I mean, just facing wide here. Lockdown, used, shot missing. The bunny hops just narrowly avoiding all these bullets that are flying straight through them, but you got to respect this lockdown now. Has to be the evacuation. Is there any sort of utility to stop it? Updraft, dash, yep, nade into the corner, along with the Nana Swarm. It clears them out, pushes them back, gives that player advantage, but for EG right now, still, the post plan actually, as long as they get this plant down, is actually quite good. They have B main control still, and with that kill, again, the advantage keeps going their way. Flash and a re-peek, slight miss, but still with the rifles. Maybe they can get these kills up. Yuko, last one left. Not for much longer. 12-8. One more round for EG.
Match point.
FPX need 4 in a row to be able to draw this into overtime. I think that's going to be a challenge for them. They've looked good. They have a lot of big ultimates, but the way in which they're getting results is, you know, forcing EG to take unfavorable duels and ended up winning them with Ayang and Lysor. I just don't think, I think there's been too many mistakes for them to win 4 in a row. They're going to have to really bring the consistency here towards the end of map 1.
Let's see if it can happen. Still with the attack side operator, Demon One will be forced to slow this one down, but EG look like they're almost setting up for play into the site.
This has been read. You can see both the Killjoy and the Astra deep back in spawn, playing anti-KO ult setups. They can still pull and stun and activate smokes, have those nanoswarms popped off, but it does mean that they lack a ton of map control. They're essentially playing, you know, 3v5 up until the sight hit comes through. Yeah. They were expecting EG to pick up that ult orb and go straight into a hit.
Jorgamo placing the deep smoke. Dart as well to mid. Again, FPX don't really have a clue what could be occurring. Star's still into the choke point. With this, yeah, no command comes through, and they are going to be able to dead these, so look at that. It's going to be the pull online, but they just wait it out. Berlin still anchoring towards the back, cannot use the util. Will the push come through? Demon 1, I mean, he's just entering for them with the operator. The rifles will clean it up in the end. Shots hitting. Everybody on form right now for EG, and they can feel it. This is it. Precipice to try and take away map number 1. Team hungry to get this done and over with just like that. Map number 1 will be theirs. It's a 13-8 finish for EG. A credit to FPX, definitely pushing them.
But that is FPX's, in theory, best map, and EG have just taken it in 13-8. You know, a great performance from Ayoung, I think. In terms of his individual form, looked very sharp, but EG were certainly able to pull ahead on their attack side. FPX only winning 2 defensive rounds on Ascent. That tracks with how they've played the map historically. They're much better on the attack side than the defense side. Still some holes in their game, but you can see that when FPX have their moments, they look like they're going to be able to take rounds away. The question, really, is if they can turn that into maps or even a series.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of that individual step-ups of form, not really the, the prior planning of any sort of defensive setups, the good ideas. And honestly, a lot of disrespect, I think, being showcased by EG. They were definitely taking a lot of those individual duels, weren't playing with the solid fundamentals that carried them to that second-place finish at Tokyo.
I think they had some moments of it,
yeah, and
some moments that slipped. And to be honest, that's going to be a continuing question throughout their run. I don't think we're going to learn everything we want to know about EG from one series. It's going to be a course of the entire group.
I couldn't agree more. Waiting to see if those questions are still being answered. But of course, plenty more of the series, of course, left to play. On top of that, that was only just map number 1.
Hey, and FPX is pretty decent at Pearl. That's coming up next.
Yeah, lots of chances for them to do some more damage, maybe just make it much more even over the course of this series. Well, we'll find out anyway. That is map 1, all wrapped up for it. Surprise and elation on the face of the EG players. We're right back after this with the rest of the series. Do not go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You know, there has been a substantial gap between these events, Tokyo till today. What has the team been working on? What has been the main point of preparation for the team to get them ready? Because it was a little slow start, but it looked like they were revving up out there.
It was definitely a slow start. The boys were complaining about being cold, things like that. So we literally had to warm up into map 1. But for us, we felt like our map pool was not as deep as we wanted, not as many layers. So you know what, we have Pearl coming up in map 2. It's one of the maps that we wanted to punish pick in Tokyo. I think for Champions, we're ready. We're about to prove it right now in the server.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to that one, Pot. Always a pleasure to talk to you. Have a good one.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy and Potter. I'm back here with Baby Bay and Mimi. There is nothing scarier than Potter telling you that they got stuff prepared and they can't wait to show it.
Yeah, this is the team who will always have something cooked up, and I feel like that does summarize the game a lot. It was really slow for EJ. I think some of the fundamentals were having issues, and FPX is a team that's really good, even when they go down in players, at converting those chaotic rounds at the end to make it close. But Baby, once we switched to that second half, it was such a dominant run from EG.
Yeah, I mean, first bloods are very important in this game, and the amount of first bloods that EG got compared to FPX was, I mean, even from the first half was a lot, like a big differential. So the fact that they were able to maximize on those on attack, it's really important.
Well, let's take a quick stop in the aim lab shoot around and check in on Jogamo, see how he's doing, if he's still cold, but it feels like they've definitely warmed up already after that first map.
Jaw's one of those players that I think went from being the biggest player on EG. Last year, he was the guy everyone hyped up, how good he was on Raze. I thought he was one of the best in North America at that age, and I don't know about that one. Little weird from him there. But I feel like now, after being on this controller role for a while, he's actually gotten so consistent. He had a great tournament at Masters and has thus far been continuing that here at Champs.
You're just laughing at his cross.
Yeah, I can't believe this. I want to see him use this in game, but yeah, but to Mimi's point, he is sick. He is a sick player, and he is most known for his Raze, but every single time I see him play this Omen, he's getting more and more impact. Kind of reminds me of like Marv in a way, like Marv vibes from last year.
Yeah, I could see it out of Jojimo here. He's just been such a strong and consistent force for this team. You think about the three core members, Calm, him, and Busio, who have been on this EG roster for so long. It really feels like they were all peaking at the right time, right? Busio as well, having a crazy tournament at Masters, showing up in this game as well. Like, when this team needs that step up, these guys, I feel like, really can bring the firepower, even though that's not normally what we talk about with EG.
I mean, Calm is another player that I knew you were super impressed with at Tokyo.
Yeah. I mean, his ult, like his Sova ults are just something crazy. Like I think he like I don't know what the average is, but he gets a kill every single time he ults, and I feel like that's very rare. I, for one, cannot get any kills with Sova ult in range.
Did you ever play an agent other than Jet, though?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like once or twice, maybe across a career?
2 times. No,
okay.
I mean, Baby Sova incoming, who knows? But we've heard from Potter already for the side of EG. Let's hear what Coach Nathan had to say ahead of Map 2. He's standing by with Golden Boy.
Thank you so much, squad. Yes, I'm here with Coach Nathan as well as Wendy, our translator. So let's just jump right into this here. Coming into Champions, what was the most important thing that you wanted FPX, this team, to focus on? And also, how are you going to get the team back in Map 2?
那第一个问题整个问题想问一下我们 Nathan 教练的是，其实来到冠军赛，来到 LA， 你觉得整个的队伍，你觉得你们更应该注重在哪一个方面呢？同时，可能在下一张图在深海明珠的时候，怎么样才能够打回来呢？
我觉得我们注重的是就是吸取强队经验嘛，但是不是在一级身上吸取。然后还有就是我们图2，我觉得我们只要打好我们的，我们刚输了一些人数优势的残局，如果我们能把握住的话，我觉得我们正常打就可以获胜了。
It feels like for the champions, our main goal is we would like to learn more from different strong teams. We would like to accumulate more experience, but not learn from EG, hopefully. And also for the preparation in Pro for the next map, it feels like for the first map, we just made some mistakes here and there. For some clutch, we didn't manage to get the win. So if we just focus on our own performance, try our best, we still got the chance to win the second map.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to seeing if FPX can take us to a Map 3. Good luck, Coach. Back to you guys.
I mean, they do have a chance to bring it back. And Baby Bay, I know they lost on Map 1, but we saw flashes of brilliance. We saw what they were trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, Young is cracked. He's very good. I mean, like, we saw him just crispy. We saw him win the clutch round, too. And Lysor's a little bit of a crazy man, but, you know, I could see the skill in his aim as well. And I think this is a good map, you know, for people that have really great aim, you know, Pearl.
I absolutely think so too, and I like the approach that we heard there from Coach Nathan for FPX. You think back to EDG, it was a long time coming for them to start performing consistently internationally, to make that run at Tokyo. They made it to 2 other global events before that where they were struggling. I think for these Chinese teams who maybe don't have the greatest scrim environment to get exposed to a lot of different international teams, just getting an opportunity to come here to learn, to play against teams of a different style and at top level is great. And if they can continue that through, if they can take a map off EG, leave a mark in some way, that's even better. But Potter was saying EG had something prepped, and in the Prime Gaming Agent Select, they're switching over, Baby, to a comp that a lot of people have been playing in North America. It was kind of first seen in Ascension with M80 and the Guard going back to the Sova KO comp.
Yeah, I haven't seen them run this comp in a very, very long time. Last time I scrimmed them on this comp was probably like, I don't know, maybe like even like the beginning of the year.
It was the old meta, yeah.
Yeah, Demon 1 wasn't even on the team, honestly.
I mean, every time they've kind of injected Sova into a comp, it's always worked out
always a good thing,
pretty
right?
well, right?
Yeah.
We also do see, I think it's good for them, right? This is a great agent for comp, as you were talking about. It's the ult where he's so successful with consistently. FPX, on the other hand, though, are back to the double controller shenanigans again. I think with new Pearl, though, there are some ideas you can do. On the defensive side, you can hold down that B site really well with constant smokes to drop, to actually block off that choke point. But on the attacking side, I'm guessing it'll be similar to Ascent, where we're seeing them use that to scale.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this Omen is played at. Like, is he going to play aggressive? Like, how is he going to do this? Because you're missing out on the KO potential, or like even just the Harbor, which is like mad delay, right? So I'm wondering if he's going to use this Omen as like an entry to go in with the Jet.
Boostio gave us an ultimatum at the beginning of this game. They're only going to get 8 rounds across the series.
Yep.
They got 8. So if EG want to stick to that, if Boostio wants to prove himself right, they're going to need to 13-0. Last time they had one of those, it was against Loud. They lost it. They have a chance to maybe reverse that history here to keep things up. But with FPX sneaking away with so many rounds on Ascent, something tells me that won't happen.
Honestly, even if they get 1 round and prove Boostio wrong, in my eyes, that's a win. That is a win for the side of FPX. But will we see a 3rd map? Here is the question. Let's find out and send it back to Bren and Sideshow for the 2nd map.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, no time wasted with this one. We are already jumping into the first pistol round. The barriers are about to drop. And fully grouped up from FPX. The exception is a little bit of presence being shown, at least into mid, while they try and take that A main control.
It's a little bit of a fake, though, isn't it? Berlin using that teleport to get away, making it sound like they've taken A control. And that's not bad either. The 0 point actually does catch onto Eyang, really makes it feel like there's a lot in A main instead of Art.
Plenty of players on the other side of this one. Trailblazer, that's going to be the trigger. Demon 1 gets out of there.
He went back for the repeat.
Yeah, he really did. One more kill and he's got his dash back. He wants even more! And they're going to give it to him. 3 kills. On for the ace. Spike drop down. Knows where Nizhao is, but denies that chance. Still left in a 2 versus 4. Eyang now opting into just contacting, but Ethan with the jiggle. Doesn't want to give away too much, and yet calls the peak timing together. And the backstab is on its way. There it is.
Very nice pistol round from EG. I mean, especially powered by Demon 1, just hitting those shots with the Ghost. Impressed with the crosshair placement on the first repeat too. Knew exactly where that opponent would be. I think it's you caught. Oh no, my apologies, Lysor. Then ends up getting taken down there very easily. I'm not too mad though about how FPX has been approaching this. I feel like the games I was watching in China, there was a lot of silliness going on from this squad, Brent. And I feel like they've toned it down quite a bit. It's always difficult when you come into big international tournaments like this, trying to select the right amount of risks to take.
So you're the opposite of me. I want to see more silliness. I want to see it turned up.
Yeah, maybe that is the win condition, to be honest. Team 1's feeling confident here.
Yeah.
Solo looking for a fight for the first 15 seconds of mid.
Commons not holding this with a gun. Now he can hear the footsteps. He's got to run all the way back to Paranoia. That's a great connection and a dash engaged to punish. Demon 1, though, is there instantly. The dash is well to back away. Still enough damage done. Lysol will fall. Another dash in the back pocket. Shots going wide. Out to the side. Ethan, make sure that he can contain. He does get the spike down. Dropped into position, but they gave up control of R, so he has to re-clear that one.
In the meantime, Nichar going for a bit of a lurk play through. They thought they'd got rid of the alarm bot in B-Link. Instead, Boostio had it watching that little player B-Long.
Jorgamo as well is just pushing his entire time out behind him into mid. Bustio landing it. Sao falling. Ayang, the form has been impeccable. The Guardian has got it, baiting the peak. Couple of shots sent out. The reposition. Does he expect where Jorgamo is? Which way?
It's just no way.
Going. 20 seconds left. Still contacting. Missing the timing.
Did Jorgamo spot him?
I don't think so. He's looking towards double doors the entire time.
He's
12
heard it
seconds,
now.
so yeah. Ayang has to get a move on. Has to run if he's going to
10
make any
seconds
chance this round. Semblance of a conversion. There's really no time left here. I mean, 4 seconds remaining. Has to get off of it when he hears it.
Interesting play by FPX. We already see one of the ideas that the Omen is going to provide on this map. That paranoia was really quite nice. Set them up for a deep play into mid. Completely caught the first pick. But we're going to have to see more. It's such an unusual composition to be playing. Your questions come, where does the value come from? How are you going to get enormous amounts of value from the Astra and the Omen? And of course, this map, with it being changed, the defense side, you've got ways of being able to hold on to either site with the single smokes. Don't necessarily need the Viper or the Harbor anymore.
The premium being played here for EG. Into the mid. Through the double doors. Demon 1, all that work prior. Those 5 kills. He's built up the Blade Storm. Hear the footsteps now. Wants to take the fight to it. Shut down. Ayang.
What a shot.
That is nasty. It's hard to hit that. The jumping jet gliding through the air. He plucks Demon 1 out of the sky. There's a reclear called, it looks like, by EG into main. Leaves it really just up to Ethan to clear into the connector.
I like this idea, but also FPX slowing things down. It's a great call by Berlin.
Even a Trailblazer now to clear the space out. He otherwise wouldn't have. Dog broken. I don't know if it cleared Tom. Not too aware of this one. Another paranoia, really. These main players are really finding it difficult to just get through this one. Maybe a bit of counter spam in order still. At PXU core! Oh yeah, finding all sorts of kills. Bustio now left to try and play this retake. Just the Marshal. So unlikely, and yeah, the rifles sailing FPX through quite cleanly.
Great round from FPX. I love the calls from Berlin. He's been at the bottom of the scoreboard, but I think in terms of how he's leading his team around the map, they've got some great ideas. And Ayang continues to just deliver ridiculous shots. Look at that little reaction there from Demon 1. That's a reaction of respecting his opponent. This is another map where FPX are able to use the same style of composition, in fact the exact same composition as on Ascent. Another map where they're extremely good on the attack side. In China, they tend to win 60% of their rounds on Pearl attack.
I got the spike.
Flash through to re-clear now into Art. UG also making a play of their own. That was a dart dash set up with the flash from Ethan all the way at the back. He's already rotated though.
And
Ethan's
Ethan's
given up that middle area.
Ethan's going to have lots of these long-range flash lineups. You see him play them on Ascent too, just to support people, combo them with the recon darts.
Now the dog pushing through. They can hear, again, the rumbling of the footsteps forwards. Shocked at. Good damage done, but already the dash forwards to get themselves into the side here. FPX looking to see if they can land some shots, get some kills. Ucore walking right into them. It's EG. They're just being handed these kills here. Bustio was alone and isolated towards the back of the site. There is chaos created when the smokes are propped up like this, yet Ayang, great chance for him to really do some damage into the backlines there, but no, brought down in the middle of it still. Spike retrieved, a tap onto it. Again, trying to force that reaction out, but just Lysol walking right into the nade. Opens it out, and Demon 1, he's feeling crispy.
Very tough for Lysol to be able to get the spike down in that spot. Great utility usage from Ethan. The fragment grenade there is just completely denying the only safe spot that they could really play from.
Yeah.
And that's a killer, because if Lysor had been able to get that, he's got the lockdown maybe available. There were a couple of different ways that FPX could have won that round. Young as well, on his little load play through mid. But EG deal with another dangerous situation, find themselves up 3-1. Is this going to be the round where we see a big clash towards an extremity? Really, EG have been letting them get away with taking map control quite a lot.
Yeah. They have to anticipate the lockdown in play. They have fully alled in, aren't they? FPX are not really playing any other area of the map. Here's a lockdown. Drop that one. There's no tools to really break this one unless EG have cooked up some lineup. And as I say that, there needs to be something else.
No, it's close enough.
Yeah, okay, there you go. Enough damage done. Fully with the lineup, Ethan. He's really being pressured into the back. Flash rebounded off to the side, takes the peek off of it, runs out of bullets though. Can't exchange the weaponry still. The team are there to flood in and help them out. Jorgamo popping off entirely. That's 4 in a round for him.
And EG look excellent there on the defensive round. I mean, they just have plans on plans. It's another round where Ethan's fragment grenade finds incredible value and shuts down Lysor trying to make a play. Denied the spike plant in the prior. This time, takes down the lockdown. And then they just hold on to backside.
My ult's ready.
Swinging together, supported by a player from Art if they need it. Make it very difficult for FPX to get really deep back there. FPX are going to take a tactical timeout.
Don't blame them after that. I mean, you had plenty of ults coming into it. Equal guns as well. It felt like the advantage should have been theirs, but...
I think one of the issues for FPX is that they're trying to get through to the sites maybe a little early. I really like the look when they slow the pace down and are just trying to generate picks around the map. It seems like they've actually got quite a few ideas of how they want to do that. You remember the paranoia play from earlier?
Yeah.
You know, any kind of punish on Demon 1 looking to get aggressive. If Berlin's able to call something more slowly, that has some level of, you know, a map control play where they go and take Art or A main or B link, and then they wait for some kind of re-aggression, I think they've got chances of ending up being in an advantageous situation before they even get to the site.
Jorgamo currently leading with the calls, the kills, I should say. It's 2 on his team. And yeah, I think I agree with you there, Josh. You know, slow it down a little bit for FPX on the attack side. Generate the picks. You've shown that you can go toe-to-toe with a lot of the EG players. That prior map kind of proved that, with where they were finding some of these round wins, but now we're seeing again a difference, a change-up. Even one tucked inside his smoke. That's just to deny information in case there was a Sky Flash used deep towards Pillar. Con with a jiggle peek. He misses the timing. Lysor catches him completely unaware.
Right there.
And this level of mid control is where FPX has been finding value. And the push out from Jorgamo could get punished.
They're going to be giving away another weapon, maybe, potentially. No, there's a flash off of it. Tucked to the box there. He's how spamming with the damage. Jorgamo does claim to kill eventually, but he can't quite remove it.
And now Demon 1 is in the position to win or lose this round for EG.
Feeling the heat. There's a... Okay, smoke laid down at least. Does isolate one of the angles, but tap with a rifle. Not enough. Trying to play it quite cautiously enough, though. Is there. He's calm with the aim, resetting it and adjusting enough to just really bring everybody down to their knees and more. The positioning of FPX. Spike not quite planted for them with Berlin up onto this high ground position. Is there an idea from EG? Yeah, just a double face up.
While Demon 1 tears them to pieces. Demon 1 managed to find 3 separate 1v1s with clinical tapping aim and good spray control after a wide swing. That's what they hunted for. They got close last time. EG up 5-1. Great round from Demon 1 here. The way that he just picks FPX apart, isolating his ones instead of allowing them to face him with 2 or 3, taking the utility completely out of the question. And also what a great flash thrown by Ethan there to support Jorgamo on his retake of A main. Ethan's utility continues to be unbelievably good. That might end up being a factor again as Berlin looks for some A control.
I really do rate Ethan as a player. Coming into his event. Timings and positioning, I mean, the consistency is off the charts with that guy. Demon 1 taking a gander into mid is U-Core, who's favored, rips the head clean off. Goodbye to the Jet adversary. And now they're slowing it down again. I quite like this look. You're forcing a response out of EG now that they're a player down.
And the response is to reclear A once more. Ethan still has a flash, but Ayoung's going to take contact earlier.
Ethan wins the fight out. Ayoung had potential there to win that one, but now it's a 4v4 at this point. So reaping Ethan, he knows that there's a chance that they've But again, that space out towards it. Flash not quite connecting. Still, they want to take the fights towards it. The spacing not good enough. Jorgamo. Oh, he's just beamed them all down where they stand. The spike drop down. The late lurk of Lysor won't be getting too much more value. There's a jump spot. Just try and force one of these fights through the wall. Follow the traces, and you'll be guided right to a kill. Not a lot of time, though. Jorgamo, how's he finding these, man? The guy is just dominating.
Well, they're not quite looking like they're on track for the clean sweep 13-0, but aside from that one anti-bonus win that FPX was able to put up, it has been clean.
30 seconds left.
FPX are struggling to try and contain these A re-clears from Jorgamo and Ethan. And then also, while I like the slower pace from Berlin at the start of the rounds, when you realize that there's two in A main like that, I think you've got to turn up the pace on the art push. There's no use being slow and still contacting through. Use your utility, pop. It's that variety of pace that I think FPX are lacking.
Cross from Lysor. Just want to fight on to Boostio, and Demon 1 couldn't hit the return shot. So, advantage now to FPX.
Another situation where FPX have a 5v4 situation. Can they recover it? Or can they, sorry.
At least convert it, yeah. Grouped up, but now starting to make a bit more noise here with a dog into the back. Jorgamo is weaving in and out of these smokes. Pops up on top of the half wall. He's not scared at all. Being dissuaded there, Ethan. He lets rip the no command. No abilities able to be used here. Com is quite far forward. I mean, this angle is unusual, but it should get traded if FPX play this one together. Nizar doesn't know where he is. He was looking the other way, and Com just removes two of them. One more avenue not to be worried about. Paranoia on top of the pull at their feet. Nobody can get past this choke point, and EG are really putting the dampener on any sort of sight hit. Still FPX having a few of these shots, and there's still 30 seconds left to make something happen. It is a 2 versus 2. Ethan alone. Only for now, though. Demon 1 rapidly approaching the position to try and help him out. Ethan, does he know where he is? Here's the TP flash. Dodge to the side, and that's a spike.
Strike down A.
And not far enough forward here. Just watching for it. Flash not connecting. Hopping around the side, but taking far too much damage. That is 7-2-1.
They simply cannot find a way through this A defense. Even when they have a player advantage, the players being able to hold on to backside are dug in. This doesn't help. I mean, whether it was a communication issue or just a lack of awareness from both of those guys coming through art, Com just looked like he was invisible on their screens. They had no clue where he was. You heard it from Potter that the team needed a warm-up, and they were ready to showcase to everybody why Pearl is going to be a very strong map for them in the future for this tournament. They're looking dangerous right now.
Seeing evidence of that. No one breaking the drone, so tagging just the one there. Interesting buy from FPX. I mean, they do still have the blades. You can see it. Yuko's hands.
I got the spikes.
Dog to clear out towards A main. The rest of them looking towards Art, but EG grouped up. They realize they've lost control of mid. You can see that's why they're just holding towards sewers.
But FPX have never pressured B, so they've just left Boostio with his turret and his alarm bot to hold this down.
Yeah, it's a massive,
there's 4 players ready
massive
to collect
rotation,
this.
isn't it? Yeah, EG is just more than ready still. Can you be ready for Yuko? And Berlin combine mind of them. Here's the Hunter's Fury to try and push them back inside the smoke, trying to take that timing through the chaos and the confusion. Com finds 3. The Hunter's Fury beams right down, but the util out in his hand. The man's playing a different game. He doesn't have the gun out. Leaves it to the 1v1. Boostio versus Nizhao. And the repositioning. Boostio almost anticipating it here. Out towards the side. Is the crosshair placement going to be good? Out into the open. Shots missing, but finally it is there. Adjusted in time.
Baby Bear was talking about the fact that Com's ultimates on Sova are just ludicrous. He always seems to manage to get at least 1. How about 3? And then throw in a shock dart instead of swinging with his rifle towards the end. Gotta see this on the replay. Cinematic version as well. Picks off the Jet, who'd taken a little bit of damage from Ethan, and then just as the rest of FPX are funneling through Art, picked off everyone.
Yeah, all softened up.
This is dominant from EG. There are a bunch of teams in the tournament that have loved the changes to Pearl. In terms of getting back to solo smokes, being able to play the Sova and the KO on this map, but it just fits EG like a glove.
Yeah.
And you can tell they've put the effort in.
Looking good for it. FPX, it's disrespect. Not worried about the util. Knife does tag though. Right down, I believe 2 players as well. Going to be giving some information here for EG. Team 1, far forward.
And look at the rotate already. The 0 point spots people in A main. They know that it's not fake presence from FPX. Lockdown used. Ethan sprinted his way over, and Demon 1 once more.
I mean, he is so close to this corner. There are many players waiting for them. Can they anticipate it? 2 ripped away, and Ucore does get the trade in time, but this is still desperation for FPX, finally making their move across, but tagged up by the drone. Ethan, it's an absolute firing range for him, and the rest of EG, look at it. All the util in the world, enough to set them up for a slam dunk finish.
Brent, I was speaking to Boostio and Potter before the tournament began, and they shared with me that one of the greatest strengths for Evil Geniuses has been the addition of that reserve roster, because they run scrims and trials and drills, more importantly, against that kind of sister team repeatedly. A defense, A defense, A defense, A defense. This is a drill at this point.
Oh, yeah.
FPX are not really showing anything new or different. They're just hammering their heads into the brick wall that is the EG defense on A.
No intention from FPX to go towards B. That conditioning into mid. Demon 1, what was that set up with? It felt like maybe a left click flash from Ethan. Nobody blinded up, so first kill advantage going FPX's way. They've had a few of them so far in this half. Yeshu has been taking it one step further. Drone is going to be good here to get clearance. That's 2 players spotted and suddenly instant information.
Combine that with the 0 point information and they can be very sure that it's just another art pushed away. So this is where round 11, Berlin's got to call something different. You just can't be doing the same stuff over and over. It's another re-clear. Jorgamo and Com this time instead of Ethan.
And EG are going to be getting a ton of information. They have left mid completely open though, so you can see the positioning of the EG players. Just watching just in case there is that deep lurk. They don't know. Currently the Ucore will be sitting. But he is isolated essentially on an island while the rest of his team now just starts to work their way into B.
So many good ways that FPX can close this out. The Cosmic Divide in particular.
There's a lockdown though to slow down the approach. Anything to break this one. I mean, the Killjoy utility has already just slowed them down to a cruel Berlin. Going for the plant out wide, no control of any other areas of the map. The Cosmic Divide is perfect. Splits it up, Detainment online here. And EG now setting themselves up for this reflank attempt. Double pushed up together. There's a flash on top of it. Jorgamo, would he anticipate it? No. With the reset, this guy is just phenomenal right now. He's feeling it. And more. Still, it is just up to him. It's a 1v2 while all this was happening in Ayang. It's going to be the second round on the board off the back of that.
Last round before the switch.
Finally, FPX sent things in another direction and they're rewarded for it. I like the idea from Jorgamo there. I love the 180 jump peak, anticipating a flash, I think. These rounds are few and far between from FPX. Relying on big punishes of Demon 1 in the early round, and then heavily relying on Ayang and Lysor to be able to do the majority of the heavy lifting in the frag department.
Last round of this first half, so we see FPX get one more in the back pocket.
Com's got an Odin. God help them if they end on A.
He's going to be holding towards the back section, yeah. Into dugout, but it's mid-control. That's the aim of this start. Berlin calling for it. They have taken up control of the connector. They haven't broken the turret yet, though.
And one of the issues, I think, Brent, is that they just don't leave people over towards the top of B at the start of these rounds. You know, they would love to be set up for some kind of B split, but they don't know if Demon 1's been pushed up deep over towards B. And they don't have any presence in that area. Okay, Berlin is just using his ultimate there to clear the way for Nishao to take A main.
Seekers as well on top of it. It's all layered up. Com. He's going to be spotted out here. Yeah, the Seekers, I believe. No, not quite latching onto him. He's just trying to spray Lysor all the way through. Demon 1 over the top. Updraft. A flash in play, everybody blinded up, going for another bite of the apple. Demon One, he's feeling it. Precise form, close to the corner here. There has to be that reposition. Ayang with a back to it, man. Maybe expecting that the side was clear. The Cosmic Divide did break this one up entirely. Dash forwards. Who knows what's going on this side and across the board, but Demon One still landing it with the Blade Storm. Left up to Ni's Hao. Damage definitely being done. Yeah, no pull, only the stun. Connects there. Ethan already getting half. Has to get off of it. Stunned up, and Ni's Hao collects. There's your clutch.
And a brief glimpse of light towards the end of a very dark tunnel there. That was a serious amount of rounds in a row, 7 for EG before FPX could finally answer in rounds 11 and 12. Scrappy and messy in the rounds that they won. It would be such a journey uphill to be able to pull this back into a winnable situation.
Yeah, when you consider that FPX started on their favorable side, you know, the attack sides where they're getting so much value. And now staring at that, I mean...
Good way to end it, though, with the Red Bull clutch.
Yeah, certainly is. Maybe it's possible, maybe it's doable. But let's send it down to the desk, see what they have to say.
Thank you very much, Sideshow and Bren. EG, we talked about how maybe they weren't fully warmed up on map 1, but 9 rounds there, Mimi. That is more than enough.
It's really impressive out of EG. I think they're playing this new comp really well. I especially loved how they were re-clearing space in mains in the mid-round. I think Ethan in particular, his util did a really good job to push for that one. And FPX initially really struggled. They were getting punished constantly by those re-clears, but it was these big clutch moments at the end, Baby Bay, to kind of salvage that half.
Yeah, which is surprising because they had like the first blood in so many of these rounds, and we're just like, we're up here and we're like, oh, they got a first blood, they're gonna lose again. It's like, it doesn't make sense, you know, that they're not able to convert these rounds, like, or some of these rounds at least, but really well played by EG, especially on that A site. Like, Jojimo just going completely bonkers in that pit area, just getting 4Ks on 4Ks on 4Ks, and yeah.
I could give you the exact stat, actually. They got 8 first bloods, only converted 3, and most of that was because, Mimi, they didn't get the first blood onto Demon One or Jojimo, and they were just there to clean up.
Yeah, these two guys were ridiculous in the late round for this team. Demon One in particular. I mean, we always talked about how he wasn't fully showing up the way he was in Americas at Tokyo, but the team still went into the finals there, and here it looks like Demon One is just so comfortable on the stage. Also, Jojimo, Astra player, dropping 400 ACS on Astra. That's pretty good, I think.
Yeah, he's a freak. I like you would have never like expected him to be doing this stuff if you were to like be like a year ago. It's just insane that he's like this good on controller.
Yeah, it's ridiculous what these guys are pulling off on stage. Now the question is really, again, for FPX, how does this work now that they change sides with this double controller composition? I think EG on Ascent did a good job on their attack of what limited we saw of it, of slowing things down and being able to pull out some of those smokes. FPX, I think their comp strength does come in those retakes, which I feel like they were never in position to do so. It has to start with the pistol round, though, if FPX wants a chance to come back.
I mean, they got 8 first bloods. If they get 8 first bloods again and convert those rounds, you do the math. But Bren and Sideshow, let's jump into the second half and see if they can indeed pull this back.
Let's find out. It's going to be 9-3. Giggling, aren't you? We'll find out, though.
I want to see what the pistol round looks like, to be honest with you. EG looking like they want to take very early control of B-Long.
And Drone's going to get that tag as well on the deep angle here. Yuko, they know his position's there. It looks like EG are opting in to try and fight this one.
Uh-oh.
Plenty of presence here, but Berlin's close to the corner, just spamming it out, anticipating that re-swing, and they have the util to clear them out of the positions, flushing them out.
Really good utility usage there from Com and from Ethan.
Bot coming back.
You can tell that EG have a great idea about what their protocols want to be.
And so much damage being done there. Demon One, how's he finding that? I mean, wasting bullets in the moment for the disrespect. You're kidding me, man. I mean, you think he's going up against Fnatic in the final?
Someone in the crowd not happy about that as well.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Close though. Ayang, that flash is very good and almost enough for the reset to claim the other kill. Ni's Hao, he's been set up potentially for success. It's a 1v2. They don't know he's repositioned this one in this plan. Out in the open with enough damage done. Demon One will fall, and Ni's Hao left alone. Going down there to Jorgamo. Can he win this pistol round out? Not a tap, a full stick. Jorgamo going for that plant. Lands it.
Continuing the form that he had in the first half. Ridiculous play by Jorgamo. He takes that opening duel, knows that Nicho's going to expect a fake plant, and he just sticks it. and then swings out one taps with the Ghost.
Yeah. Sitting
ridiculous.
At 21 and 7.
400 ACS first half. Looking like he wants to try and do the same here.
Spike down.
Really drilled way of approaching B, though. They recognized the resistance, avoided the defending utility, and then tore them apart with the Sovereign KO nade.
At this point, just looking at really all the bits and pieces that EG have thrown together and prepped for their Pearl, because economy advantage is theirs. Should be the next few rounds going their way, unless we see some miracle moments out of FPX. You never know with the Sheriffs. But look at how diligent EG are. I mean, the smoke comes up. They're using util to clear out any sort of corners. Might be hiding in. A lot of presence being showcased. I like this by FPX, a reclearance into A main, but
it's very late in the round, though.
It's very late, yeah.
40 seconds into the round, and they're reclearing A main, despite the fact they've already heard at least 3 players down B long. They're going to be so far away from being able to help you, Coron Lysor.
Pearl is a big map.
They're on the opposite side.
You've got to get a jog on, honestly. Any chance of it. There's that flash again. Sails right through, sets him up with the updraft. Here's a shot, though. Fired off through Ucore, weaving in and out. Lysor not able to survive amidst all of this one, and the smokes, again, just setting it up for the one-way.
That A-main reclear has turned into a double flank. So if there was anybody to save this round and save the map potentially for FPX, it'd be Berlin and A-Young.
Maybe a timing to be taken here. Yeah, Jogamo, he was absolutely in the astral form. Dropped down to 50 health. Closer to the corner now with a reposition. Flash up close, fully blinded up. Have to try and get these kills. A-Young, you just can't hit it with the classic. Players, there was damage done, but EG pretty much wrapped up this round now. It's looking at that 11th under the belt. Maybe a bit of that economic damage here is how, but yeah, his approach, I mean the positioning, noted and taken care of.
There were openings, there were certainly chances, but FPX couldn't capitalize, and the score sits at 11-3. I've never seen a comeback from this score before, so it'll be all wrapped up. Guaranteed.
Yeah.
No problems whatsoever.
Live manifestation of the egg curse. He's trying for it.
FPX are going to take a timeout here, but at the moment it looks like EG are very diligent in terms of at least the way that they're exploring towards B. What I'm looking for really here on the attack side is to see how deep it goes for Evil Geniuses. You know, do they have a lot of different ideas about approaching the A side of the map? Do they have different trap plays perhaps on, you know, catching somebody in the center of the map? There's definitely ways that you can pinch people that are playing in mid.
If you're EG, they might just start opting in to just keep hitting B, honestly. It's
Yeah.
been working for them.
Exactly, and in games like this, when you're up 11-3 and it's the very start of a tournament, first time that you've showcased a brand new composition, you want to try and keep as many cards close to your chest as possible, I think. You know, EG are going to be thinking about, yeah, I mean, of course we want to win, but we're 8 rounds up. If we can win by just hitting B repeatedly and never show what we've got across the rest of the map, that's the perfect situation for them.
So FPX's timeout. Looking for a chance back in, but at this point, honestly, strategy doesn't save you from this. You need to pull up the bootstraps. Adjustment with the mental. Shots need to be hit. Turning point needs to be found. Maybe they can do it.
It's going to be extraordinarily difficult. The defense side weaker for them on Pearl. But within China winning still about 55% of the time.
Yeah.
Not quite as poor as their Ascent defense. But a long, long way to go if they want to make this even competitive.
EG opening this up nice and slow to begin with. Definitely emphasis placed into mid. You can see a flash lineup. Ethan, that's going to go straight into double doors. Shock Dart close, clears out, I believe, he really alarm bottle on Nana Swarm. I saw trying to replace it right in his face. There it is to the Paranoia. Beautiful work from FPX. That is very fast in terms of the response. They have crunched the mid approach almost instantly. And with that, the spike drop down, his comm left in an impossible scenario. The task ahead of him. Good luck.
Not a particularly winnable 1v4 with the spike down. I like the idea from EG, actually. It falls completely flat on its face. But usually you're going to see the defending player there back off instead of step into the fight. And that was the perfect response to deal with Demon 1. No thought of even checking spawn. Not even a thought in A Young's head.
No. on the big stage.
You didn't need to do it to her. You didn't need to.
It gives him saving the weapon to just commit humiliation.
Oh, in a round that, I mean, Com had no chance of doing anything there other than embarrass A-Young a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, okay.
It's hyped up EG.
Its spirit's still high, obviously.
I don't know why EG have started beef with China.
Yeah, I
literally do not know why.
That just feels like you're never going to win that.
I agree.
You're just never going to win that. It's like going to war with just, I don't know, like physics. It's just, you know, it's cemented, man. No, here we go. Fight. Taken by EG, though. Plenty of bodies as well to clean that one up, so just a 1-for-1.
Oh, Lysor, he took 124 across the map.
Bloody hell.
Just dropped down to a single point of health, and that's going to waste the entirety of A-Young's heal, but at least he'll be brought back up to full. No shields, however. Won't survive another one of those. Speaking of which, Nisha on his own towards A. That's where the rest of EG are gathering up, a 4v4.
Right here.
Oh, Spike. Perhaps not.
Second guess themselves a little bit, yeah. I mean, just sending in the dart, got broken. Now running all the way back over towards B. There's still util waiting to be used here. Another star drop down, so Jorgen was going to be probably using this to recall and pass. Just to the side, yeah.
And you can see pings coming out here. I'm expecting Com to use his Hunter's Fury. You can see him setting up for it.
Yeah, it's going to clear all those corners as this push starts to come through. Now right into action, into the fray. Nana Swarms drop down on top of it. Hunter's Fury, good connection with the kill. But Ayang's still alive. Into the back section of Horse. The Seekers let rip as well just to buy a bit of time out in the open. Ethan does not get off that. And time now is really against them. Down to the final 11 seconds out into the open with the dog. Hot on the heels of Com. It sets up the easy fight here.
Great response from FPX there. Doubled up in back halls, A-Young able to stay alive, and Berlin comes through with a paranoia onto the plant spot for him to swing. Well set up. Nice idea that EG failed to deal with, and they're now knocked down to an eco round. It felt certainly like Evil Geniuses were running away with this map, and were going to lock out the series very cleanly. But at this point, the scoreline looks set to close just a tad.
Number one going to seek to open this one up. Yeah, that's a bit of a team flash, but a dart is good. At least a connection onto the two of them. The reposition dash just backwards. No kills there. Berlin, you don't expect that. Some benefits of the Omen in the comp. Just the high ground position perched up. Collecting two. So, EG scrambling. Getting ourselves out of there here, but FBX, as long as there's no mistakes, should be another round for them.
It would have to be a monstrous round from Demon 1 to turn things in EG's direction.
Drone has to be used. They didn't have control out towards B main, just to clear it close in case someone like Ucore was pushed up deep, but they just see the jump spot now. Orb gained as well, looking to say, and waste no time. All the way through, Lysor can hear the footsteps, just taking the timing off of it, and that's a lovely crossfire setup. I mean, all the noise in the world was being made there by EG, so FPX, it's 11-6. That was against a half bite. Got to keep it going now up against the guns.
There's a big difference in terms of people's perception coming out of this match if it ended, you know, 13-5 as it could have done for EG, or even if EG win at the end of this and it's a very close game, it's going to alter the community perceptions a lot of whether or not EG were on a heater at Tokyo, whether they've got that consistency. If they are the big favorites, people are expecting them to be in Group B.
They've got an operator in the hands of Ucore. Might be the difference maker. They're set up so when they run this, they tend to just stack everybody else onto the opposite side wherever he is. Into double doors now. Let's see what Lysor can do. That flash, he's ahead of it actually. Doesn't blind him for too much longer. Reveals this recon absolutely lit up. Has to back away and respect that one, but here we go. There was an attempt by Jorgamo to try and take some space towards B, and he was punished. All that ground gained.
That's a massive loss too. Without the Astra, you don't have the pullback smokes to be able to cross B effectively. You can't really take space down B main and challenge Ucore, unless you just planted a wide swing, which would not be a good idea. I think that's going to free up FPX a lot. They know that this fight is going to be coming through either towards mid or A main. Nishao and Aeyang are about to take a fight.
Yeah, go back into position.
I'm
There's
not
a
sure
dart
they're
back
ready
online.
for this.
I mean, Aeyang's holding the flash. Off of whose contact, though? Maybe a form of utility. Nishao close to the corner, finds it. There's the flash. It's impeccable.
Perfect.
Damage is there.
Enemy remaining.
Absolutely perfect. EG were not ready for it.
30 seconds
Just walked
left.
straight into the trap setup. Lovely idea from FPX. Taking that space and setting up the trap. All just based off Ucore having the control of B long.
Yeah, at this point you just got to save this rifle. FPX have done enough here. The legwork, the groundwork, all laid out. FPX 11-2-7. That was a flawless round, so now the economy's going to get built up. EG dropped down to weaker by once more. Josh, you said 11-3. Never seen a comeback from that before.
Never in my life.
And we'll still hold you to that.
This is a lovely little play, though. I'm impressed. FPX have really come out with some decent ideas. I think there's obviously still... There's obviously still some holes in their game, and they're struggling to keep up a little with what EG were throwing at them, especially in the first half. But there are glimpses of some nice ideas. It's about stringing those together consistently.
Are up and in their face. That's a tag onto Ucore, the one target they did want. The operator pushed back and away. Cosmic Divide as well. Ultimate committed here by EG, despite the fact that they don't have the guns for it on top of the angle. Even a lockdown thrown into the mix. This feels very all-in by EG. This is almost every ult that they've got at their disposal here. You have to respect this if you're FPX. Backing away. We'll give the plan over.
But now you're playing a post-plant setup with only Sheriffs and a Marshal. There's been some damage done to Nishao, but for the rest of it, how does EG expect to win this situation?
Yeah, it's bizarre. I mean, you're going to have to hit some shots here, use all those ults to get into it, but essentially you've used everything at your disposal. Still pull onto it, but Demon One's cleared out towards back halls now.
I mean, the Cosmic Divide
so
just
many smokes in their face. Yeah, I mean, they can't do anything right now. They have to push past this one here. Right through into the corner. There's a shorty in their face, man. And Berlin can just stick this one all the way through. Your guy's feeling it. Flash deep into the corner. Everybody blinded up. Not a chance. And this is, not gonna lie, Josh, a bit of a crumble. EG, that was such a heavy investment.
I really don't understand how they thought they were going to be able to win that in the post plan. I think perhaps there was some kind of idea there of dragging out ultimates from the other side, but I don't get it, to be honest with you, Bren. That's 5 rounds in a row now from FPX, and this one in particular, you can't be mad that they lost the round because they came in with only Sheriffs, but the ultimate investments have set them up very poorly now.
And it instantly triggers a timeout. Potter having a word with them.
Not happy with what she saw there.
Calm that down immediately.
Because also, the whole of EG set up for long post plants down B long, anticipating that they would be able to take Sheriff duels at distance against the rifles, perhaps. But the Cosmic Divide just completely shut that idea down. Maybe EG getting ahead of themselves here, just wanting to close the game out after the 9-3 half, thinking it would be simple, rushing things.
Definitely felt like that to me.
Yeah. Com is going to be one away from his Hunter's Fury though, Brent. So they still have one ultimate that's going to be useful for them. The issue with that is that usually, I think, he would be worried about utilizing that. Lysor has lockdown on the other side. So do you want to use it early to generate a pick or get through to the site? Do you want to use it to stop a retake from happening? Usually I think EG tend to be proactive with them rather than reactive.
It's going to be an early clash, so it seems. FPX almost gathered up and set up. Looks like that util is going to be used with the intention of getting Ucore on the angle with the operator, but it's going to be a lot of players on the other side of things here. Look at Demon One, he's all the way over the top. It's a dart with the flash all combined up. Does Ucore realize he's crossed here? I mean, the angle now is closed it up, opens it up now again, once more to try and re-clear onto the corner. This is so damn dangerous. The dash is going to be fading away here, and with the drone in his face, got to respect this one. Meanwhile, in mid, what is occurring? Stuns and util. It's boundless right now. Nishao wants a piece of the action as well. Fully grouped up. There's a kill. Is that a response? Nathan cannot turn in time. Nishao bringing down Almost all of them here. It's a 3 versus 3. The lockdown's now being invested because the spike was heard dropped out into the open.
And look how FPX scatter to the far reaches. Nisha just completely on his own, looking to try and contest the outside. They're trying to force the fights instead of reinforce their position. This has devolved into a bizarre round. FPX had the spike down, had mid control, and now they have no idea where EG are. Not a clue.
I said earlier, Josh, I wanted to see a bit more silliness. I found it. At this point, this round is all over the place.
But just after FPX had won 4 rounds in a row, it's all timing.
Just walked up through, all the way down. He's distracted by the sound cue, but Jorgamo falls. 2 versus 2. They know where Lysor is. Do they choose to go into him? Anything to clear this out? It's not quite. And the trade, well, it's on time. But Demon 1 versus Hayang. Time definitely against him. We'll be able to get that plant down, though. The position is not there to try and deny. So an extension of it into the round here. Updraft, up top. And Demon 1, he's eager for it. Trying to take the jewel, but fully blinded up, narrowly avoiding. 70 health to his name. A slight tap, but Demon 1's too good. It's 12-8. Took a lot to get them there. I wouldn't be celebrating like that, mate.
These rounds are looking messy. I mean, that one in particular was all over the place. Definite opportunities for either team to win it. Lysor did a great job there at finding the timing. And I thought Aeyang had done enough. With a little pop flash around the corner, he read the updraft perfectly. He knew exactly where Demon 1 was positioned. But he just couldn't quite land the shot. Can EG close this out? Or are things going to get even more dangerous?
A few chances to do so, but maybe that was the hurdle they were waiting for. Just need one more round. Same util that's being used here. The drone into a main, a bit of a flash clearance. Hunter's Fury, that's a huge tag. Damage definitely being done, and there's the impetus. The push attempt, EG to putting the squeeze entirely on the bullet. He's got the timing. He's into a main as well. They don't have a clue. Inside, the smoke patience is shown for just a moment. Here's the orb. Comb returns fire. And the trade online, EG with a massive player advantage now, and this should be the finisher.
Lysor and Ucore got it all to do in the 2v4. 2 players stuck at default.
Spotting
Can they
out.
make anything of that?
Through into main, Ucore missing his shot. They'd have to just cleave down multiple of them, find these openings. However they can. Demon 1's repositioned, and yeah, facing it all together, 13-8. Scoreline for man number 2. Not the cleanest of affairs for EG, but it does get them that match win.
Of course, when Boostio was saying earlier they were going to get 8, he of course meant 13-8, 13-8.
That's each map.
Yes, of course. Well,
yeah.
The first round of this has gone Boostio 1, China 0, but not exactly in the way that I think he was expecting. FPX came up here with some nice ideas and some big performances from individuals to actually make EG work for it.
Yeah.
A little more than I think most of us were expecting. You had 2 halves there out of the 4 that were very competitive, the first and the last.
Stuff to work on for sure as well. I mean, just really hammering home the point, the champs, there's no team here that's undeserving. Anybody can be pushed. Anyone can win on any given day.
And for EG, for the team in front of you there that have just taken their victory, I believe that there were some big questions coming into this group stage in general. How much of a heater was the team on at Tokyo? Yeah. How much consistency are they going to be able to deliver with here at Champs? What does the form look like of Demon 1? Some of these we've got small amounts of answers to. It wasn't the cleanest of performances. We're still going to have to see how EG tackle against Foot. But Demon 1 individually looking pretty good.
Jorgamo in that final map as well.
Looking very good.
Very, very good in terms of that individual form. But that is the series wrapped up. We're going to send it back over to the analyst desk to break it all down and set us up for that last series of the day. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Sideshow and Bren. It was a 2-0 for EG in the end. I got Mimi and Baby Bay back here with me. I think most people would have predicted the 2-0, but Baby Bay, FPX on Pearl, they made them work hard for it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a fake comeback, but I was happy with what I saw. And, even on Ascent, if a couple things go differently and they just clean up their play a little bit more, the team has a lot of potential, seriously.
And you can hear what it means already. EG, they had their breakout at Tokyo, but this is their opportunity to make a run at home. It wasn't clean, but as Potter was saying, I think this was kind of the warm-up match they needed to get back into the swing of things. Some mistakes on the second half of Pearl, but they really started looking really clean in the first half. I think implementing this composition really well, re-clearing space super effectively on their defense, and they're kind of back on their same thing as Tokyo, where they're so consistently strong with these pistol rounds, with getting that earlier momentum, which was such a big moment for them to make that run happen.
I also think, I know, it wasn't the cleanest, but the fact that they closed it out, they didn't actually drop a map, it was still a 2-0. Baby Bay, I think it also speaks volumes on the fact that this team, they're not here to mess around. They're not going to drop any maps they don't need to drop.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Potter played a huge role in this. Like, we saw that one round on that Pearl map where they just dropped 3 ults on an eco round. We're just like, what's going on? Like, why are they doing this? Potter takes that time out, gets them back into things they just went out, right? So, like, this is going to be a crucial part of them, and I'm happy that they won, honestly.
Yeah, and already seeing them change up some of their style, change up some of their compositions. On Pearl, they're moving away from the Harbor Viper as well. I think does bring up questions to what Potter was talking about in that interview of what else does this team have prepped. She keeps saying that the big focus was on the map pool, on coming up with new ideas and expanding further from what they had at Tokyo. So I think that does make this EG maybe even more of a threat than they were before, because they are still kind of an unknown quantity.
Yeah, I agree. I also quite like the Soba myself. I don't know how you guys felt.
I mean, Tom's just so good at it.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
That he got?
Ridiculous.
Yeah, it was indeed, but I believe that is enough from us for now. Let's pass the mic over to Golden Boy, who is standing by with Boostio in the Verizon post-match interview.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Evil Geniuses and Boostio! Woo! That has to feel pretty good,
Feels
right?
very good.
I mean, considering how the season went, everyone was doubting you guys, and now look, you could just do anything and everyone will cheer. You should test it. Try it out. Sorry to the headphone users back at home. In any case, so let's go ahead and talk about this series here, because coming into it, you had some very choice words. You know, you said that they wouldn't get more than 8, but I hate to break it to you, buddy. They kind of did that twice.
Yeah.
So how much egg is on your face right now?
A whole lot. I played like shit, so I feel kind of bad about it.
That's a fine. I'm kidding.
But I think I played pretty bad overall, but my teammates hard carried me. They all played amazing, and I'm just happy we got the dub.
Hey, dude, I mean, it looked like FPX were giving you a run for your money for sure, though. It's certainly a competitive team, but one has to wonder, right? Coming into Tokyo, you guys were the ultimate underdog story. Now you're here, you're in LA, the home crowd, people losing their mind for you. And you ain't the underdog anymore. So how does that feel? How do you, are you guys still carrying that underdog energy with you?
Yeah, I think we're still I think people still think we're the underdog compared to like these top teams, like maybe like a DRX Fnatic, PRX with something. So it does feel like we're kind of the underdog still, but at the same time, we've gained so much confidence that we're just ready to play.
Yeah, dude, I mean, and it definitely shows in the gameplay. You guys all seem to have each other's back at the absolute perfect moment. And I think that leads me to yourself as a player. I know you said you didn't play particularly well, won't use the colorful language. But, you know, that being said, how do you feel like you have grown as a player? And also, what were some of the things that you were focused on getting prepared for this event in comparison to Tokyo?
Yeah, I think I just improved on my calling, to be honest, as an IGL. I had a lot of reads against them today that won us a lot of big rounds, and it felt really good on the
Were there any inspirations you had for calling that you were trying, or just listening back to what you were calling before?
Just I know how they play, and I just knew some of the things they were going to do. Both the coaches, prepped me very well for it, and then the rounds worked when I called them, so it was perfect.
Yeah, I mean, it looked great. Obviously, a few rounds there didn't go the way that you wanted, but without a doubt, though, it seems like this Evil Genius team is here to play. Now, coming up next, so you are going to have FUT. They made quite the run against T1 earlier on today. How do you feel about that squad? How do you feel about yourself versus them? Because it feels like they're playing with no fear like you guys did in Tokyo.
Yeah, I think they're really good, to be honest. I dropped 35 on them last time, so I think we're going to, destroy them. But
so you're going to drop 40?
I hope so. That'd be nice.
Hey, Boostio, my brother, always a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much, guys. Give it up one more time for Boostio and Evil Geniuses. We'll catch you in a little bit.
It's the team that defied all expectations versus the team that we don't really know what to expect. But let's not forget, EG, they've been on the side where everybody underestimated them and they had to pay the price. So surely they know not to underestimate their opponent.
We love you, Twitch chat. We love you, Twitch chat. Just pushing them back through the choke point. No one can really get into this. Beautiful dart. The supplementary utility just bogs them down. Knives out, Demon 1. You're really trying to take that. There's no coverage. And loose as well, not waiting for any sort of timing. Still, he spotted him surely. Just the edge of the gun, edge of the weaponry. Oh. Nails the shot.
We'll give him 8. We'll give him 8.
Everybody on form right now for EG, and they can feel it. This is it. Precipice to try and take away map number 1. Team hungry to get this done and over with just like that. It's a 13-8 finish for EG. Credit to FPX, definitely pushing them. Into the back, Flash rebounded off to the side, takes the peek, off of it, runs out of bullets though, can't exchange the weaponry. Still, the team are there to flood in and help them out. Jorgamo popping off entirely. That's 4 in a round for him. But again, that space out towards it. Flash not quite connecting. Still, they want to take the price towards it. The spacing not good enough. Jorgamo. Nice. Let's go! Can he win this pistol round out? Not a tap, a full stick. Jorgamo going for that plant. Lands it. Facing it all together, 13-8. Scoreline for man number 2. Not the cleanest of affairs for EG, but it does get them that match win.
Welcome back to VALORANT Champions and our final match of today. It is yesterday's Group D winners, NAVI versus DRX. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I've got Bren and Saisho here with me. Guys, the winner of this match will go directly to playoffs. This is absolutely huge.
Yeah, this group is also just impossible to predict, I think. These are the two teams that looked like they were in really poor form coming into the tournament, and yet the rejuvenation, especially of DRX, I think, has just been a joy to watch.
Yeah, that's esports, man. That's tournaments. Yeah. You just don't know what form teams are going to be in. Like, give them a month and a half, you don't know what to expect, really, from it. But, yeah, I mean, massive ton of events. I mean, it's a specifically a big deal as well, Yinsu. You were saying the other day when we were, like, planning for this test segment about the amount of days you get as preparation for this. If you win this, like, this is going to be our first winner going into the playoff section for champs. They get quite a large break as well to just prep even more as well, check out the competition even further. It's a big deal if you win this match.
I mean, for both of these teams, getting 8 days to NAVI or DRX to prep is going to be absolutely huge. And speaking of NAVI, let's send it to Golden Boy, who's standing by with their coach, Doombros.
Congratulations on a massive win yesterday. But the question on everyone's mind is, did you tell your mom that you beat your brother? And what did she say if you did tell her?
She was sleeping. It's a big time difference. So I haven't really spoke with her, but she told me before this event, I'm a bigger brother. I'm 7 minutes older than Emil. So I will always be the favorite, win or lose.
You know what? I always knew that. My brother, he's 7 years older than me. He's always been the favorite. Oh, man, we relate. Well, actually, no, you're the enemy. Get out of there.
I can't relate. I'm the youngest, so I can't relate.
I mean, if we had Emil here, he'd be calling cap on that.
Yeah,
there's no shot.
You can see the little grin on his face as well when he was saying that. I mean, Doombros just, I love the banter.
You take it though, wouldn't you? I mean, if you're beating your brother, your twin brother at a stage like this, I mean, the job is not done though. They have to beat DRX today. And speaking of DRX, Golden Boy, he's doing a lot of steps today. He's just run over to the other side to quickly grab a quick word with Mako.
Mako, come over here, brother. How you doing? Hey, good to see you. Also, your hair is beautiful. After yesterday's performance, you guys looked absolutely incredible. Do you feel like there's been a change for the better for DRX from Tokyo to Champions, and what do you think that is?
일단 도쿄 때보다 더 나아진 거는 저희가 뭐 위닝 콜 그냥 5명 전부 다 이제 적극적으로 얘기하는 게 제일 커가지고 아마 그것 때문에 지금 이렇게 스노우볼이 계속 구르는 것 같아요.
I guess the biggest change that we made for the better would be the fact that now everyone's chipping in to make those calls during the mid-round. So yeah, I think that explains why we're doing so much better than Tokyo.
That's awesome to hear, Mako. Always appreciate hearing from you. And Jen, thank you so much for conveniently being here. We'll catch you later, buddy. Back to you guys.
I mean, he's not wrong. The calls, they have been better.
Yeah, they definitely have. And it was something that Stax was really struggling with, was like the mid-round and the overall idea. I think Termi in the press conference also said, this is going to be our starting 5 up until the very end of the tournament. So the DRX fans know this is locked in. They're playing with zest.
Yeah, no more trolling, please, Termi. I'm begging you, man. I'm begging you.
I mean, speaking of trolling, I have a great answer from Stax of yesterday's interview he did right after they won. You guys, you want to take a look at this. This is absolutely hilarious.
Last time, Angel said that you guys got a little bit lucky taking the win against them. Are you feeling lucky about your upcoming match?
맨날 운이 좋아서 이겼다고 얘기하는데 이미 전적 자체가 저희가 압도적이기 때문에 그냥 그게 걔네들 실력인 것 같고요. 그래도 저희가 라비는 무시 안 하고 저희가 내일인가? 아무튼 만나서 부셔버리도록 해보겠습니다.
Well, they always talk about being lucky and them being unlucky, but it's just the track record tells you all, about who's the better team. And we won't let our guard down, but, when we meet them tomorrow, I'll make sure that we crush them once again.
I mean, this is the thing. They always seem to play against each other. Also, twice at tournaments as well. Copenhagen Champions. And the context, the context, of course, is Angel just said that they were unlucky to lose against DRX. But you guys heard it from Stax there. Do you agree, though, Bren? The track record DRX might just be the better team.
I mean, I would love to see it as well, because in my head as well, I wasn't even thinking of these two teams as a rivalry, really, when it was being brought up between them. But I think DRX are going to be looking for that win today, obviously, against them, especially after the trash talk and whatnot as well. But go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think that at the moment DRX look like the more improved side. I think the addition of Zest and actually allowing him to scrim with the team has made an enormous difference to how DRX looked. I mean, Navi looked like they were all right. DRX looked like they'd actually turned things around and looked good, and Zest was one of the biggest reasons why.
I think we should talk about that, because we always speak about, is it going to be Foxy9, is it going to be Zest? But Brent, after the way that Zest played, in particular for me, the Viper was immaculate.
Yes.
I think we're starting to see why they're choosing Zest for this tournament.
I mean, it's so damn good. The guy's picking up Viper as well. I think it was like the 3rd time he's played it in the history. But also, you can just tell, like you said, Josh, that they've actually been practicing with him. They've actually been playing scrim time. This is a moment here in the round where I love this. He waited just for the right timing as well. Didn't open a door, but he waited for the defuse to come through before then opening the door, waiting for the util from Stacks as well. It's all combined together. It was a real clear indicator to me that the communication is actually really tight right now with DRX. I think that the comms and the way they're calling, the way they're thinking about how they want to play each round are really just built off that. And what Mako was saying at the beginning is like, we're all contributing to the mid-rounding as well in that beginning interview, the Ural interview. I'm seeing that manifest in the games when I'm watching them play. They look really good right now.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and Angel was not inting, as you would say.
That's the biggest bright spot you can find for Navi, is it, Yinsu?
Am I wrong?
I mean, no, you're not wrong. Angel looked like he was playing a great game, and that can always be an X factor for Navi. My question is just, is it going to be able to hold up? Because when I'm thinking about the actual head-to-head of the Smokes players that they've got in this game, Mako has usually been the better Smokes player. I mean, you put Mako up against anybody, he's usually the better Smokes player. But I think they're going to have their hands full dealing with him today. He looked like he was in rare form.
Dude, he was breaking ankles yesterday, man. I mean, the way he was just moving around the map as well using the TPs, he was in rare form. But the whole team was as well across the board. It wasn't just a Mako show.
No,
like sometimes we've been used to, where it's just as one player against the world. I got smoke wafted in my face.
Mako's here, that's why.
Man, exactly, man. It's red hot right now. He's red hot. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing them play, I think.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to see which maps we're going to be heading to as well. Our coaches are standing by, so let's take a listen in.
A or B?
Team B.
Team B. So Navi, you'll be Team A, and we'll start with your first ban.
We ban Haven.
They ban Haven, your ban.
Haven.
They ban Pearl. Navi, map number 1.
We pick Bind.
Bind, side on Bind.
Attack.
Attack. Map number 2.
Pick Split.
Split, side on Split.
Defense.
Defense. Okay, next set of bans, starting with Navi. You have Ascent, Fracture, and Lotus.
Ban Ascent.
Ban Ascent. Your ban, you have Fracture and Lotus.
Ban Fracture.
Ban Fracture. Map number 3 will be Lotus, side on Lotus.
Defense.
Okay, we'll run through this again really quick. First set of bans, we have Navi with Haven, DRX with Pearl. Map number 1 is Bind with DRX on attack. Map number 2 is Split with Navi on defense. Next set of bans are Ascent and Fracture. Makes the cider map 3 Lotus with Navi on defense. Sound good? Go
Thank
to
you.
both.
DRX.
These are two of the most experienced teams in this entire tournament, and winning today will guarantee them a spot at playoffs. And of course, like we said, extra 8 days of prep, which is going to be absolutely insane. I know the expectations for both teams weren't super high coming into this, but we can't really be that surprised that one of Navi or DRX will be getting to playoffs, perhaps both of them.
I mean, I think that is potentially a bit of a surprise when you're in a group with Liquid and Loud, right? But at the same time, all of the teams in this group have that pedigree of being able to make it very deep in tournaments. And I think it's more about who brings it at this tournament of champs and who's made the best use of their time off, if indeed you've had any time off, as DRX have.
I mean, right now as well, I would definitely say, I think, you can tell DRX have just been benefiting heavily from the scrim time that they've had, that month and a half off. Whereas Navi, really, when I was watching them last, I mean, they've only really just settled into their comps at the tail end of LCQ.
Definitely.
They haven't had as much time to prep. Their maps have not been as fleshed out.
Speaking of the comps, we're heading into Neon Rays potentially.
That's Navi for you. That is typical Navi. But let's talk about the map vetoes, because I wasn't expecting them to lean so heavily into a map like Bind coming into this tournament.
Neither was I.
And they're not going to play Fracture or Ascent.
Yeah. So neither team wants to play other maps that the opponent is strong on, so they're trying to go towards like the weird middle of the map pool. I think it looks like a horrible map pool for Navi. They've got to get a win on Bind, where I think they look a little shaky. DRX looked incredibly good on Split. I think Zest's Viper there is like setting the ideas for what everyone else should be doing on Viper playing on that map. And then the decider map is Lotus, where Navi have just trolled relentlessly.
I mean, that's almost every con, but let's take a look as we head into the Prime Gaming Agent Select, what we're going to get on Bind, because Brand Bind, I know they've been cracking a little bit more with Zest, and they do seem like a refreshed DRX. The last few times we saw them play Bind was not good.
Yeah, it hasn't been in the past. I mean, I'm curious though as well, because Navi have chosen to pick this weird comp, and it didn't look as fleshed out. And for DRX, I feel like, again, this time off hopefully has been quite good for them in terms of what they've been able to put out. And yeah, we're seeing it, Yoru being played. Okay.
Oh, and they changed their comp overnight?
This is very interesting. A lot of Yoru's been getting experimented on Bind still. I mean, we've seen glimpses of it in the past on top of it, but that is going to be the main focus.
They just ditched the Neon and was like, no.
Yeah, well, I think that's sensible, though. They're going back to a Sage comp. You know, CNET's played Sage on this map forever, and I think going towards a more sensible option like that makes sense against DRX. I mean, at this point, though, the Raze Yoru is the story of this. DRX have never been able to come up with an answer on Bind that has looked good at the tier 1 level, and I think it's going to be a challenge to make the Raze Yoru look good.
Oh, wow.
That's challenging. I wish Sean was here.
Yeah, Sean would be able to give us all the info on Yoru, really. I mean, that guy grinds it.
I mean, Zest playing the Viper gives me hope.
He's going to be playing Viper on all 3 maps. Pay attention to how Zest uses his Viper orbs. They are unbelievably good.
Yeah, and anything else to add?
I mean, we kind of glossed over the Navi stuff, but...
Well, what I will say is there's no other team in the world that knows how to deal with a Yoru more than Angel and Navi. No one else. Let's be honest, let's be honest.
He's got his reps in, hasn't he? Playing it. He really does.
I'll say this too, Navi have really struggled with pistol rounds. They need a good start in the pistols. They can't be affording to only win like 1 out of 4 in a series.
I also think the saving grace is they get to start on defense as well, and their defense has been a lot stronger for Navi just on Bind in general, but I cannot wait to see what we're going to get in this game. Let's send it over to your casters who are making their debut here at Champions 2023. Hello, Doug and Hypo!
Yancy, thank you so much, Mike. A pleasure to share the mic with you on a stage like this, with comps like this matchup. I mean, you can't ask for much more.
No, and this should be, I mean, a little bit of a question mark starting on Bind, to be honest with you. I think Yinsu's made a fantastic point. To be prepped against a Yoru, you've got to be hoping that Angel and the rest of Navi are actually going to have a plan on the fly to deal with this. But this is a big curveball from DRX. It's been a long time since we've really seen them stray away from some of their stable vanilla compositions.
I mean, and they're going as far away from vanilla and as far away as stable as you could possibly fathom in a situation like this, but we'll see how it plays out. You got Angel with a little gap here. And there are a couple players just on the other side. You see Stax is ready with the flash. The gate crashed, and he's already flashed up. He's stunned up. He's dead. A great opener for RB, but the counter from Xiao is good. 3v2 in favor of DRX as you see the members of Nami scattering back towards B.
We've seen it. Sugetsu a million miles away from this one, so plant will be conceded. Actually, even seen it taking the long route round. He'll be bodyguarded right now by Marco, who's actually probably going to get a sound cue here. CNET's found it.
Hey, he was weak, too. Leaving things into 2v2. The 4 members that remain on the server are all healthy. Frenzy in the hands of both for DRX as the clock ticks away. CNET being cautious with how we want to approach this. Sugetsu doing a bit of the same. First molly clearing, nothing there. CNET jumping out, jumping straight into his death. DRX get the pistol.
Again, it's only the fact that this is so committed from DRX, a ton of utility towards, and actually Xiao's done fantastically well to find 2 in that situation. but overwhelmed by the numbers of DRX. As if even if they've got a couple of little pieces prepped and planned here around the Yoru, being the focal point here. Just a pinch perfectly timed from Buzz, dropping out a hookah. Again, these early rounds, Doug, whether or not DRX going to show too many of maybe some of these TP setups or just a little pop flash play here and there. Well, at Navi, you're going to be taking notes. They'll be on red alert for the rest of the buy rounds, potentially.
They've done well to get Xiao a bit closer to the Seekers. You see him just grab another orb. That's 4 so far just in the second round. It's interesting, too. Stax just with a frenzy here.
You see it yesterday. He was the one to ride things through on a pistol. Rounds like this. Angel actually tagged up down to 66 already, forced deeper and deeper into the site, and DRX looking to overwhelm once again, Doug.
The thing is, Navi have so many members already here, and well, given how things may look, they may drop like flies, but they're traded back. DRX finally stabilizing, and it's just CNED.
Spike planted.
Once again, it seems like he's going to be taking the more patient route as he waits just on the other side. The first shot is good. Stax is weak. They both have bulldogs, though. And time is of the essence. CNED's going to have to get a move on. He's landed that shot, too.
This is a disaster already.
Yeah.
It's just Zest left with a bulldog. The heal will come off, so CNED pretty healthy to take this engagement.
He's got to be fast about it, though. That spike has been taken away for a long time. Zest is in a really good position here. CNED on the bait. He spots a shoulder. Zest patient with it. So cautious with it, and he's playing a dangerous game here. He's already gotten it to half. Zest on the swing, Zest on the shot, and DRX with the round.
Very costly, though. Navi taking everything except the final bulldog away. Should be fairly helpful to get, I guess, a couple of rifles in here, maybe even RB at 3850, but Navi definitely feeling good about the outcome of that round overall. Actually seen it getting one away from the res. You talked about Xiao getting closer and closer to the Seekers already. Some ultimates on the cusp here for round 3, the first buy round for Navi. Looks like DRX might even just ride this out, a Judge and a couple of Sheriffs across the board.
It is in the hands of Buzz, 5-1 already, 2 points away from the showstopper. He's got 2 satchels as well. So you imagine they're going to want to try to go fast. Some presence gathered off of that Xiao flash.
I think fairly cognizant of what's going on here. Yeah, Angel will find the spam through the wall. Buzz will fall off the rip.
There goes that Judge. It's picked up by Zest. The Stax falls too. No showers control. You've got RB who's gotten a little bit further back, and he's going to get a kill off of it. Upgraded weapon too.
Last player standing.
But it very quickly crumbles yet again. Mako into 1vx. It's now a 1v3. We've had a couple situations like this, Mike, already, where DRX are like, well, hang on, what's going to happen here? This is closer than it should be, but ultimately stabilizes.
Well, I was talking about a little bit of an adjustment from DRX yesterday where they're happy to brawl, you know, happy to actually play into these very chaotic rounds. And I think with the Yoru, if they can lean back on maybe a 50-50 of, you know, the solid executes that DRX are able to cook up, especially with comps like this, they look damn good yesterday at those sorts of rounds, exactly.
They looked spectacular. I mean, everything was going their way, too.
Concern being, Navi, historically, I'll add that asterisk to it, are very good at slowing things down and controlling teams like that.
Sure, sure.
Certainly not been the strengths that we've seen throughout the regular season.
See Navi with the different approaches round. The first couple of rounds, they were so focused on prioritizing the orb B. This time they invest utility, a couple of smokes to get the Showers orb into the hands of Angel, now 1 point away from having his orbital strike online.
A very preemptive rotation here as well.
Yeah, really early.
And DRX spread in a not committed default just yet. That's where the spike is. Nice flash actually from RB. Well, Sugetsu off that angle. That will be the showstopper in hand for Buzz, so expecting DRX to maybe drift away from this. Pivot back towards A, where it's only Zipan holding things down for the time being. Actually, the Sky confirming presence here could be a little bit of a red herring for Na'Vi. If DRX do continue here, you can see the spike retrieved.
Yeah. You wonder how much longer Zest is going to wait. You've got some rotations headed that way with Stacks. That's a second flash too. I think they're going to want to commit B here, and it's going to be right into the teeth of this Na'Vi defense.
Say, well-timed flash actually on the other side of the map from Stacks, which is actually drawn Shower in rotation. Angel on a swing out will catch Stacks on the retreat, though.
See that gate crash come through? I'm wondering if Buzz is going to pull the trigger on it. No, they're going to flip. They're going to flip off of all the space that Zest has taken.
18 seconds though, Doug.
They're burning the clock down on this one all the way. That nade from Ziphead's going to be good. 10 seconds left, and Mako's already down. The spike can't make its way out. They've got to go fast on this as Ziphead continues to hold the line.
Probably as well. I was going to say, Angel in the back lines will be able to get the orbital strike off, but it actually misses the plant. RB's found a response.
Huge kill on Angel. RB swinging around 56 HP. He's by himself. He will fall.
DRX desperate to just force the rotation in RB. I feel as if they've done that with the flash stacks. Sends one out towards Lamps. Obviously, Zipan not necessarily in a position to confirm presence behind the Viper wall, but missing the window of opportunity there, Doug. There was so much that DRX was trying to achieve here, and then look at the clock here, 15 seconds, they're not even out of showers.
Yeah, they just burned it so long.
You see Zipan's even laughing on the player cam there. He's like, what are they? That's Spike. They're not even on site yet.
See where we go from here. DRX, you see the buy on your screen. It's a little bit hobbled together. Light armor on 4, Stinger in the hands of RB. Does have his ult too.
As if this will be the first example of DRX's usage of the ultimate from RB. Sends the TP out to short. Try and find some information. Instantly denied by the Sage wall.
Buzz is going.
It's an indication.
Buzz is going, and they invested the ult. RB's already down. Buzz finally, though, finding value. Backside ultimately traded back as CNED will not relent on Shower's control. I don't know how the spike is going to get out of here, Mike. I don't think it will.
No. Zest will be revealed by the Seekers. An opportunity to take the TP, but a 1v3 now. And the rest comes through. Angel back on his feet just to make matters worse.
How on earth does Zest pull this off? He's got the
planted.
Trailblazer that's spotted where he is.
He's stunned as well.
Yeah, this does not look good. He may have slipped the net, though, to get a kill, but can't even net that. Navi have done a really good job of stabilizing through all of the looks that DRX are throwing their way.
And I like the intent here. Obviously, RB's ultimate comes through, denied by the Sage wall, but it confirms that there's somebody just inside Showers.
Sure.
Showstopper doesn't connect. I think CNED drops down to about 40 HP. But even then, the reinforcement from, Sugetsu initially here, but you can see on the X-ray there. RV were well on their way to defending A side before the spike even gets down.
DRX off of that, calling a timeout. As Navi have put together 3 rounds in a row. I mean, really a perfect run after the first 2 rounds. You see the money for them, it's very good too.
A chance to string something together here, some ultimates to play with. Zest one away from the pit. Stacks and Marco have theirs ready to go. Certainly, initially, feels like Navi able to control the tempo when DRX do want to explode towards site. And I'm seeing something here that might even slow things down a little further for DRX. CNED, operator in hand now. And the showstopper at Zipan's disposal. Not expecting miracles here from DRX unless we do see the investment come through. Seeing Buzz actually considering a Vandal, but changes his mind last minute towards a Guardian. Not necessarily feeling too threatened just yet for Navi on the defense. A couple of little pieces cooked up around the Yoru, but certainly hasn't found value just yet.
Oh, they're buying a little bit more into this too. RB's gone with the Singer. Buzz, you mentioned with the Guardian. We'll see what they do with this. Meanwhile, for Navi, as we were discussing previously, they've got money for days. It seems pretty standard, too, on how they want to approach this. That deep flash, and Angel's getting real frisky here. He's gone real far up. He's got the Trailblazer to follow, but is he expecting Buzz here? I don't know that he is.
On the other side. I'll be actually flashing out here, but punished. Buzz will find a response, but shout the second layup.
Such an ambitious approach. Such an ambitious attempt. And Zipan's gotten the timing on this. Very patient. He plays his cards right. He's going to be able to close out the round by himself.
You can see here, Shouse slip towards Showers. Find the first here, Zipan swing on to the second 2.
Yep.
And Navi their 4th. Light investment. Again, no real pressure to apply towards Navi. Operator noted now, so CNED probably going to be looking to switch things up round by round here. And even so, I mean, other than RB's ultimate, the wall hasn't caused any issues for DRX. Really seen it become a factor in some of these rounds. But a very, very healthy cushion in terms of the funds here, Doug.
Oh, I mean, for days. They're just so well set up. You got Sugetsu's ult that's not too far away. Angels isn't either. So you think about having control over the map, or at least this half. They're sitting pretty.
Flash will actually catch, indicating to Cena there is somebody to find. Outside showers.
What a miserable wall to have to deal with.
Pretty sure he wanted the orb there.
Just out of reach.
Yeah. Not going to get it, but able to secure this side of the map nonetheless. Stack's just drifting up long here. Showers looking as if he wanted to get back onto the same angle, but Angel will fall.
Yeah, it seemed like he fell asleep at the wheel. Shao, just a couple of moments away from potentially being challenged. You see that flash to confirm suspicions. There is presence. Meanwhile, off that, I mean, DRX intent on rotating back towards B. They're going to take the spike back.
And Zipan actually heading across towards A site. There's 5 members of DRX heading towards B right now. Smoke's invested. Shao's going to get the indicator. They're side committed as well.
I mean, they've dumped everything into this site, and they're going to get the spike down.
Spike.
What do Navi have to take this back? Zipan has his ult. Sugetsu, again, still just 2 points away from having the pit. You can't imagine that's going to matter, but Cena top certainly does. Meanwhile, it's a pit from Zest that gets invested. Trailblazer to create some space, and you see 2 members still playing in it on site, on B, as Navi attempt to retake this. RB with just 10 HP.
I think he spotted the barrel there.
Oh, so close. Yeah, RB ultimately falls. Zest biding his time. You hear the ult use. Is it going to find one? Yes, it will.
That's pit down.
Can they continue to play around this? They've got to go aggressive towards DRX. That's exactly what they're trying to do. Sugetsu with 2, and the defuse for Navi.
And the investment of the pit didn't really slow down the retake at all.
No.
And Zipan able to apply pressure towards Cubby. RB down to 10 HP. Can't really commit to an engagement, which allows Zipan to find that kill with the showstopper. 2 members of DRX committing towards the long hold, just playing, I guess, the long game on an open plant. What is that? Cena with the map ping. Operator kill blind through the smoke.
Well, it's just that easy, right?
Yeah.
It's just that easy. Look at him.
That was disgusting.
All smiles, and for good reason. Navi continue to roll. That's now 5 rounds. Seen it still with the op. And this time they've got a pit from Sugetsu. Seen it with another. 11-3 so far, Mike.
Definitely making this operator pay off. Sugetsu will close off phase short here with the Viper's Pit. RB slowly creeping towards Showers, but does have a TP set up towards Fountain, so whether or not he does want to show presence here, maybe deal with the boom bot, but TP's actually expired, so we have the ability to benefit off that. Okay, Buzz on a wild swing through hookah.
Yeah, that was, again, bold and ambitious.
Not seeing the same consideration today, Doug, that we saw from DRX yesterday. It's feeling a little more reckless here.
Yeah, and we'll see if things pan out as the rest of this half plays out, but we'll hold that thought for just a second because Navi have fully set defenses around the spike. They have full control of this, and once again, it's going to have to be heroics from DRX to stabilize this.
I mean, spike unretrievable, though. 30 seconds. Looks like Zest and RB just backing up to try and hold on to these rifles. And a number of times yesterday, more so on the defense, we did see DRX happy to just give up rounds. Look to save 2-3 rifles potentially. I mean, it doesn't really protect their position here in the grand scheme of things.
The money's not great for the attacking side, but I want to go back to a conversation we were having, Mike, very briefly about how DRX looked yesterday, because there was an element of magic that it felt like they had, right? Like they were taking all these fights, they were taking them very aggressively, and they were getting so much value out of it, and it feels like, you know, perhaps for DRX it is coming across as maybe a bit more reckless or something along those lines, but the truth of the matter is the magic, at least early, right? We're still so far at the beginning of this book. Early, it feels like DRX is not finding the value on those bold, aggressive plays that they were finding before. I'm going to take a look at it one more time as Cena just continues to farm with the op. He's just been so good. And this is what I mean, right? Like, Buzz satcheling forward, and yeah, there was some consideration, I think is how you described it, but DRX just not finding those kills that they were finding yesterday.
Well, other than the judge, able to string together a purchase here. Seeker's available. The Definitely looking for a response from DRX. Now, though, it's already a 4-round deficit. You'd start chipping away at this cushion that Na'Vi have, and ultimately remove this operator, reforce the purchase of that. Something was showing over the top of the wall there,
Yeah,
but Zipan.
I can't fathom what it was, but it cost him his
Beheaded.
life, yeah. Sugetsu's playing in this smoke, and you hear the Seekers used. Flank is going to be coming in from spawn side as Sugetsu gets another. They still have so much control on this site, Mike.
The one thing DRX need to guarantee is that there's some coverage towards showers here, or some pressure being applied. As soon as this crossfire gets set up, I mean, the wall goes up to prevent anybody pushing into showers, but as soon as Na'Vi get back towards pipes, it's so difficult for DRX to find any space to work with.
Angel's so paranoid that the hit is B. This is all fake that he just rotated all the way back, concerned for the lurker. Meanwhile, DRX are going to get the spike down on B. Note, there's still showers controller for CNED, and he could win this round by himself. Angel still with the ult, and CNED still with the op. He's finding another. 2v2 here, Stax and Mako trying to reestablish and maintain control of the site. You see the smokes going down. Mako patient, and they're going to drop the orbital strike.
Just to clear out lamps.
Yeah. The feeling, the need to win this round, Stax has gotten it down. It's just CNED, and it's just CNED with the op. Certainly not the weapon you want in a situation like this, but he's gotten one. Is he going to be able to get the second? Yes, he does! What a play from CNED! Unreal!
Stax's flash actually catches Marco. They can't double swing onto him. And CNED pounces. A ridiculous second shot for the Red Bull clutch here from CNED. And it's that flash. CNED turns it, but Marco can't swing onto him.
Oh my gosh.
That is absolutely outrageous.
Yeah, us too, man. Us too.
That's a heartbreaker for DRX. I mean, initially everything was going right for Na'Vi regardless, but they could have dragged that one across the line. Na'Vi walking long here.
Well, they may regret that.
Angel, the tip of the spear once again. Oh,
Seen
get
it,
a little
man.
messy here.
Yeah, he may be in some trouble. 11 HP, he's going to get healed up. Somehow stays alive, and of course he's going to regress. And he's going to get a shot at another. Well considered by Stax.
Marco unable to really pinch from Hookah either, so actually stabilizing this B site hold. Zipan already heading back across to with some support to Sugetsu, but no progress found from Zest just yet. Does have a stinger. There's not going to be anybody inside lamps for him to punish. Seekers won't really paint a clear picture just yet.
No, but as the time ticks away, they're going to get all of the info they could possibly want. Angel getting rezzed up. See the spike has been planted. 3 members left of DRX on the site. Stax the first to challenge. The gate crash is actually back towards A short, so there's nothing deep behind it. Op still in play, and RB's in some serious trouble, dude. There was no way out of that. The molly, the nade, CNED, another one with the op. And you see this light buy does some damage, but the problem is, Mike, Navi have so much money right now that that's not enough.
No, they can keep throwing bodies at trade rounds like this, where it's just a back and forth engagement, almost suiting them, especially with CNED popping off and finding another revive coming through. 8-2 the scoreline now. DRX left scratching their heads. Consistently finding value in the retake as well for Navi. I mean, aside from the Red Bull clutch from CNED. Look at it as if that's almost something they can lean heavily on. They don't really want to mess with, I guess, the front line of DRX's double duelist with, I guess, the flashes alongside that from Stax too.
Sure. Hey, what did DRX do to stabilize here? Remember, they burned a timeout early. You can't imagine Termi's going to want to use another one.
Well, also, this is the half where you'd hope that pulling out a double duelist comp like this, you'd find value.
Yeah. I mean, you shouldn't be down 8-2 at half on the attacking side with this comp. But alas, that's where they find themselves.
And RB's just a million miles ahead because of the molly slowing things down. Xiao will find a second buzz, will fall down to 53 HP on Xiao, able to slow things down even further. DRX not even in the front door, Doug.
No, and they invested so much. That dual-pronged attack that we were just talking about, nullified, blunted. And with that, DRX, because those tools are missing, have to creep their way out. And maybe that's the key. Zest has already gotten the opener onto Angel, no less.
Find anything else though. Xiao tucks himself into Tube. Looks like he might be rewarded here, but Stax actually gets the better of him. Finds a second.
Crispy shots out from Stax. They're going to invest the pit too, desperately needing a round.
And a better pit this time around. It actually gives DRX some control over a choke point.
I dare said the previous time that Cena had, maybe not the right weapon in a situation like this, and he made a fool of me. But I can't imagine he can do it again in a pit. In a pit? That's the pit! He's going to have to do it with the Phantom, and he cannot as Stax plays hero for DRX and finally stops the bleeding.
Last round in
It's just unreal. I mean, you give him a little bit of space, and he takes a mile away. Any other situation there, I mean, if you can swap out to a weapon maybe a little bit quicker, it almost seems doable for Na'Vi. Beautiful opener from Stax to swing this back round, though.
Yeah, the second on there was clean. 45 HP when he peeks back sight there and takes that fight.
First time, really, we've seen DRX lean back on something that worked very well for them yesterday, which is slowing down the rounds where they concede a first blood or two in this situation. Rewarded with a 3v5 victory! CNED punished off the rip here.
Yeah.
Operator removed.
Hello aggression from DRX, and maybe not a moment too soon. As for as dire as it's looked, I mean, an 8-4 half, you take those. But they've got to get there. They aren't there quite yet. DRX finding another Stax, trying to control showers. This time it's Buzz with the op switches. Angel weak, but the aim was messy.
Spike planted.
Very comfortable post plant here. Orbital strike available. Molly, 2 snake bites as well. Angel and Zipan with mountains to climb. So want to try and flip this. Zest actually going to... I think maybe hear a footstep here. Yeah, he looks ready for this flank to come through. Angel desperate to address that back line.
He's just so weak.
Enemy remaining.
And the weak get weaker. He's got to deal with orbital strike. Did well to get away from it, but he wasn't able to consider RB there.
Well, I mean, an 8-4 half feels like a miracle for DRX here, to be able to get that much on the board after, I mean, quite frankly, being bullied around bind here in the first half, Doug.
I mean, they looked dead on arrival for so much of it. Was it 8-2 at one point? DRX just managed to scrap together the last couple of rounds to keep things competitive, respectful. We'll see if that's the case. Either way, we've got Golden Boy standing by with Zelsis for an interview. Golden Boy, what's going on, man?
Thank you so much, fellas. Yeah, give it up for Zelsis, ladies and gentlemen. Man of the hour over here. All right, well, we're going to do some good, wholesome analysis. All right, so let's talk about this matchup, man, because it looks like right now, Na'Vi, they're running away with it. DRX showing signs of life. What do you make of this game?
I mean, one, I hate Bind, personally. I don't know how they're playing it, but, I mean, they're running the Yoru comp. CNED hit some nice shots, so it's an interesting match so far.
Yeah, and now obviously, you know, this experience is quite an interesting one, right? We have our first NA Valorant event. I mean, look at all these people that are here today. It's incredible. I know that you would love to be up there playing, but I want to get your thoughts. How is it to just be in this atmosphere, man?
Yeah, I mean, I love it. I wish I was on the stage, but you guys still make it great. Let me hear you. Yeah! Love the fans always, love the stage. It's great to be here.
Now, obviously, everyone's excited about what's to come, you know, moving forward, and I just want to get some thoughts from you, man. How you feeling about, you know, next season? You know, you don't have to say anything right now, but I'm excited to see what happens next for Zelsis. Or is it just going to be you chilling for a little while?
I mean, stay tuned for part 2 of the next movie of VCT Americas.
And I hear the sequel was actually quite good. Quite good. In any case, though, guys, that is going to do it for us here. Guys, one more time, if you don't mind, show love to Zelsis, coming in hot, supporting the boys, and send it back over to the casters to get us ready for this next half.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Yeah, always good to hear from Zelsis. But Mike, as we turn our attention back to the game, we've got to think about the fact that DRX down 4 with the double duelist comp on defense. I mean, how do you play around this?
I mean, I'm hoping DRX play into something that looked really good from yesterday versus Loud on Ascent particularly, which was proactive plays, right? These set pieces that were literally taking the fight towards a very solid back line where, like I said, it's out of DRX's wheelhouse. It's not usually what we expect them to really, really fully commit towards, but here you're almost hoping so with this composition. Yeah. I mean, the only other benefit for RB here is early information, you know, benefit from the, well, instant rotation timing, but there's very few positives from what I've seen so far, Doug.
We'll see how they play the Yoru on the side. As you were mentioning, there's just so much value that the Yoru can get off of quick rotates, on being able to check areas of the map and then flip it instantly. So we'll see how they play this. That does not seem to be the case with how they're approaching this early round, though.
Time to jump. Stack spotted earlier. It looks like on the back of contact, DRX have got something set up at least. RB not rewarded just yet.
Oh, but he is in a cheeky angle. He's taken the space, flipped over to the other side. Doesn't seem like Navi are concerned with or intent on hitting B.
And the flash actually almost gives Navi the upper hand here. So they've slowly crept their way towards 8. Seen it actually tagged down to 53. Didn't actually spot when that had happened, but
it must have been early on. Navi have taken Char's control. They've taken A short control as well. Seems like all 5 focus towards A. See that wall, too, is going to be so miserable to get through on the pistol.
Actually boxing this off, it gives Navi a very, very comfortable post plant here. It's only RB on the flank, but I mean, look at the minimap. Look what he's got to overcome to apply any pressure.
And he really can't make a move until the wall gets cleared.
Exactly.
Otherwise, it's just going to be him against the world. And you see, once again, in these pistol rounds, it's just so labored. It's so tedious to get through that wall. They finally break a panel, but now what? The spike's been ticking away for 20 seconds. RB is still sitting in the teleporter. CNED gets overwhelmed as DRX have found some space. Shao handling the first, 31 HP. Buzz had it. I don't think he did get half. But that's all he's able to get so far. Shao still alive. Angel left in a 1v1. Zest is going to be able to take it all the way unless Angel swings out, and he does. Navi get the pistol.
We'll find their 9th, and DRX just a little slow to respond to getting that wall dealt with. I mean, even initially, the snake bite sent in towards the poison orb to maybe cut off a pinch from short, but that was never coming with the game plan from Navi here. A while since we've seen a Sage-reliant pistol round strat like this, but it pays off for Navi.
It took us all the way back to early Valorant days, huh? We've gone prehistoric.
There's almost a moment there where the wall becomes Navi's demise, other than the paint shell from Zipan getting posted over the top.
Ooh, what are you going to do here? Sugetsu's here on the other side, only has a ghost. The other rifles are elsewhere to be found.
And this is another thing that looked great for DRX on the thrifty rounds where they're able to push forward as a group and find an opener or an advantage with lesser weaponry.
I really like how DRX, what they did after the kill too, instantly send 2 through teleporter, see what else is going on the map. When you're starved for weaponry, information is key, and that's what they're trying to play around, but Mako falls. RB managing.
Found a response.
Yeah, he did. Tries for the second. Walks away a little beaten and battered. That's all it is for now. Once again from Navi, we're going to see a plant behind the wall, and DRX with just not the right tools to dispose of it.
I'll be chipping away. Will eventually fall. 3v4, Shao barely clinging to life here, but Zipan will find a response.
After the first couple of shots go air, and it ultimately does connect. CNED finding value and finding control, and Lamps too. Oh, it's gotten down to a 1v1. Mike, how the heck are we here? RB's weak. He's so weak.
He's misread it, though. I think Zipan's backed up towards short. Might even be able to get the half here, though.
Yeah, but Zipan has plenty of time, right? RB's pulled off. He's grabbed a weapon. Mike! Oh!
Just tried to get back on the spike. Zipan seals the deal. Whew. It's only really the purchase of Navi that doesn't reward DRX fully for that early round aggression.
Yeah.
Don't get an upgrade. Don't retrieve a rifle from that situation. Navi able to steady the ship. Moment there, I mean, Marco not catching Angel underneath the smoke. A couple of situations go another way, and DRX are maybe poised to take that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just barely goes their way. We'll see what the play is here. Is DRX with a much better buy. This time around, Stacks is close to having his Seekers. RB's a little bit close. It's perhaps halfway there, but see what the setup is. We saw this previously, too. He just swings off of his own flash. RB making opportunities for himself and finding a kill onto CNED.
Stacks clinging to life here at 5 HP. almost punished, but it's actually RB, as he said, to respond. Xiao will get himself a rifle back in hand. Actually, still gets the better of RB.
That was really ambitious from RB there.
Maybe trying to police the weapon slightly, but
yeah,
definitely overstayed his welcome.
Navi, you know, you talk so much about Navi's playstyle in the first half. You see some of it here and how they're slowing things down so much. And min-maxing too, getting the orb, getting Xiao one step away from his ult.
The other thing is as well, they come into this, what, 3 rifles, 2 pistols. They're now basically one man down, yes, but Stax and Zest, very squishy targets right now.
30 seconds left.
Stax in particular, 5 HP. You look at him funny and he's dead.
They will spot Zest. If they get solid information off that, at least the ping comes through. Yeah, Zipan's going to swing onto it. Zest will find it though. Hang on, Navi have found responses.
It's a 2v2. Xiao's still so weak and somehow still alive, but they're so convinced that there are other people here. They have to delay for just a moment, and that's going to buy DRX just enough time to rotate. But what do they do with it? Do they flood? Do they go? Buzz has a nade. Mako with a molly.
Xiao's completely disconnected from sight here, leaving Sugetsu in a position to maybe thread back through elbow.
Interesting too, with Xiao as weak as he is, you think maybe you put him out there as a sacrificial lamb, get some
Molly could
info and
change
trade
things, though.
off of it.
Molly's going to slow down the peak from elbow.
He's gotten it to half. He's going to stick it the whole way. Mike, he's going to stick it the whole way! Right under their noses!
I mean, like I said, the Molly prevents the swing from elbow, but Xiao, at that HP level, just doesn't even swing on, doesn't even offer his life up for confirmation.
I mean, not a jiggle, not a jump peek, not a shoulder thrown, nothing.
And DRX at a little bit of a coin flip, roll the dice maybe, but like I said, that Molly absolutely pivotal in that situation. Yeah, you can see it's a little frustrating from the coach cam too.
Questions abound, but there's not enough time to answer him as Navi and DRX take us right back into the 16th round. Still a 5-round lead for the attacking side. EMEA representatives sitting cozy on the scoreboard, and money's not bad either. Xiao and Sugetsu are okay.
I'll be faking a TP through towards Showers. See on the minimap, guns trained on that location for the time being. Going to keep Navi, I guess, stuck in this widespread default a little longer. Conscious maybe that DRX have got a set piece to roll out here, or a trap plate invested towards Showers.
They've taken so much space down long, Mike.
Yeah, a ton of information as well. The smokes here on A site will confirm it.
And as soon as there's confirmation, he can flip. RB just went through a teleporter. He has a gate crash that's back up and spawn. Instantly flips, and that buys just enough time as now we have to deal with what's happening on the teleporter. As we saw earlier in the round, that deep wall into pipes is going to cause problems.
Definitely slows down the retake. Actually, Zest will find one from the Snakebite. Senior will fall, but spike planted.
Shigetsu on the trade. Zest with Pit up in heaven, though.
Yeah, problem being there's a Molly and a Snakebite here. Paint Shell as well, but it looks like Zipan might even put that in towards slowing down a push into lamps.
Surprised they're waiting this long to commit to something. Just want to be cautious about how they do it and just take the space.
Snakebite's coming as well.
A ton.
This one's already passed, though.
Yeah, I mean, they are taking their dear sweet time, Mike. They haven't even gotten it to half at this point. They haven't established enough control. Mako's got 3 on the round, but at what cost?
Do they have it?
It's going to be so close. Oh, it's going to be so close. 1 second. Once again, burning the midnight oil.
By the skin of their teeth. I mean, you see with the Molly going through, as soon as the Snakebite lands, I think ahead of the half defuse coming through, Navi feel as if they've got that one across the line.
Yeah, he could have fooled me. Going to get a good look at Brimstone's jawline there for just a moment as Navi call timeout. And perhaps feeling the situation slipping away. That's now 2 rounds. You know, you think back about the stolen defuse on B, and then that just instances where it feels like we're just a decision away from closing this map out, and DRX continue to pounce.
I mean, you can't even really fault the decision. Again, Angel throws out the Molly nice and early. It's, again, maybe that's on the back of contact, or Zipan feeling the pinch towards Lamps. They want to start buying time then, but then a couple of overcommitments to those early peaks. You let that utility buy the time for you. Force DRX even deeper into the smokes potentially. towards showers or towards short.
I mean, especially in a situation like that when 1 second was all the difference.
Yeah. Sure, I didn't even actually notice where Sugetsu's first snake bite went. If it was, this is part of the executor, I believe, actually towards pipes when the wall goes up. Nonetheless, DRX find their 6th. Navi able to string together a purchase here.
Oh, that shot was gross.
I don't even know. Initially, DRX felt as if they had that one. They were just hanging around on site staring at each other.
You got this? We good? Viper Spit still in play for Zest. RB with his ult. Navi, I mean, doesn't even have the package in tow right now. Seems like they want to feel out the map, see what info they can get. 2 rifles here, so they've invested some.
Shao looking to make this work pretty early on here. Buzz did spot out a couple of bodies on the other side of things. Trailblazer to pinch through here. Might even catch it. I don't think Shao's stunned.
He's crunched, though. Yeah, RB's able to clean him up. They had pressure coming in from the other side via Buzz.
Another beautiful proactive play from DRX to find a first blood here on the defense in isolating Shao. Be able to retrieve the rifle, though. Yeah, Angel's going to have that in hand now.
Susina checking the flank. Meanwhile, the rest of Navi have taken showers. Molly to delay for just a moment. It seems like they're still thinking this through. I mean, not liking what they're seeing, not liking what they're feeling, eh? They're going to try to flip B.
In terms of Navi, still plenty of time left on the clock. 30 seconds.
30 seconds
more than
left.
enough. Their comfort zone almost.
Yeah.
But Marco has already made his way across here. CNED's spotted out in hookah. That's going to be the green light here.
Oh, he's got to be careful. That flash up high is so good, though, as RB's able to get the first CNED on the trade, though. Mako filling the space behind and stacks that 1-2 punch is just too much.
DRX clawing their way back into this one, Doug. Just 3 rounds separating them now. The crowd finally feeling a reason to get behind them.
Good reason, too. I mean, you think about that last round there. It was that dynamic duo of Mako and Buzz. And, I mean, really, all of them just played exceptionally well yesterday. But there were massive hero moments. Stacks there, huge play. The proactivity that you mentioned at the beginning of the round, Mike, is what feels like the biggest difference as DRX are starting to show signs of life.
Here's how far down the rabbit hole they go with that.
It doesn't seem like there's any of it here.
You know, RB again gets himself into a position to make a play. We just haven't really seen DRX commit to it too often. Stacks will be heard on the jump spot. Trailblazer to come through. Should be the signal for him to flash out, but RB caught up inside CNED's slow orb. Again, Na'Vi here able to mitigate that early aggression or trap play towards long. Regardless, there's still a 3-man stack behind this. And Na'Vi creeping closer and closer.
They've got a couple of tools here, too, and not just the element of surprise when it comes to aggression. DRX, 3 ults here. I mean, you imagine RB investing. You've got one of them already used by Stack. Zest patiently waiting and rewarded as RB's able to get another. Invested 2 ults. What more do they drop? Is RB still causing problems? See, those flashes have been so effective, but Shao able to put him down. As you see, things start to settle, though. I mean, it paints a grim picture, Mike. Shao left in a 1v3.
30 seconds left.
Navi's still trying to hang on to this 3-round lead, but the last couple of rounds have just not gone their way, and this seems to be no different.
That's got to be the first that he finds. Chipped away at, but
little
makes it harder now for Shao to recover from that. Stacks on the swing will seal the deal.
Well handled, too. Stacks, as you mentioned, on the swing. Maka swung a little bit behind it, too, just to make sure the 1v1 wasn't isolated and didn't give Shao a chance to pull off something magical. 4 rounds in a row now for DRX. And the hole there is just gorgeous. RB has looked so good.
He looked fantastic yesterday.
Yeah, yeah.
Coming up clutch in a number of situations. The confusion started to show on Dubro's face. Light investment here to, well, definitely packs a punch. RB going exploring here.
Oh, dear. Caught with a flash in his hand, instantly throws it in reverse.
Able to get away.
And get some info, I guess.
Yeah. The other thing as well, I mean, DRX very quickly adjusted towards kind of this anti-plant setups yesterday. I feel like that's what they've dialed into here on the defense as well. They just want to prevent Na'Vi from getting favorable numbers on site. That's why we kept seeing yesterday a number of rounds on defense where they were just happy to save as 3. You know, they hit the site that we only had 2 on, there's no point going for it.
Right, yeah. Cut our losses, let's find another day.
This early round information is very important towards DRX game plan.
I mean, Navi have shown a willingness to flip the map late in these rounds. And now with a little over 45 seconds left, it seems like that's going to be the case. Orb headed back, but Buzz there to greet. Nowhere to go from here. Angel's still playing over back by B, but they have Shower's control. You see the flash out from Xiao, but they haven't pushed out past it. Now they're going to creep out Angel as an ult. Are they going to pull this off, Mike? All they had was Sheriffs and, yeah, I believe 2 Guardians. They haven't grabbed anything else. And is that going to be enough? It very well may be. Unless Zest can make something happen, and he's already gotten 2 big ones. Seekers invested, Zest with 3, Zipam left alone.
Just like that, they flip it back in their favor. Zipam will be spotted with the ultimate finally. The very last second. 3 left standing. We're talking about in the first half a financial cushion. DRX have definitely got one of their own here in the second.
Yeah, they're doing just fine.
And they're about to tie things up, Doug.
Navi made a run at that round, though, man. That was, for a little while there, uncomfortably close. But again, heroics from Zest. Stacks, animated, ready to go. This looks more like the DRX we saw yesterday.
Stacks starting to get a little more energetic on stage as well. Always a factor for DRX. Navi, Orbital Strike and a Res available here. Difficult to really find value with that on the attack, especially if DRX are going to tuck themselves into sight. Buzz actually now Operator in hand. Posted up very early on the showers. It does still actually have RB here in support. Deals with it. RB going to flash out. Doesn't deny any progress behind the Trailblazer.
Yeah, very similar to the setup that we saw in Octagon at the opening of the half. Someone there with him. As soon as there's contact, he drops a flash and swings out. Those Yoru flash is so difficult to turn.
Navi are creeping behind this wall, though. Marco's going to have his hands full.
Is there going to be enough for him to know? I mean, they've taken so much space without really showing much of anything, but as soon as that wall goes down, they're going to be segmented. They're going to be divided.
Buzz can still deny the first attempt at the plant here with the paint shell.
The spike hasn't even made its way out of short yet. Going to use the Brim Smokes to swing out behind. That flash is going to get a lot of info.
Wait,
and
no
buying
way.
just
RB's
time.
going to TP into the background. Surely not.
I mean, keep an eye on it. It's tempting. It's tantalizing. And it's considered, but he hasn't gotten to it yet. He hasn't committed. Just buying his time as Navi's still playing around through short.
You will not kill my
See that res online. Orbital Strike used. Buzz trying to reposition as Navi are starting to get some kills. Zipend with 2 massive ones. CNED looking to get the spike down. And Mako causing problems. It's Mako and Zest, the 2 controllers. And Mako's getting up really far by himself. 13 seconds left. They're going to have to make a move for this. And Zest is going to be ahead of it.
I don't think he's going to catch him on the dropout, though.
It's going to be so quick. It's going to be so close. No utility for Zest. It's already fallen. Xiao getting the spike down. Left in a 1v2. And honestly, Mako, winnable one at that.
Xiao posting up underneath Hookah here. Did Zest spot him?
Oh, I'm not sure, but he's surrounded. Repositioning. Finding a cushion. Finding some space. And perhaps a second lease on life as he's gotten it down to 1. A dangerous move there as he takes the knife out to take 1 step further back. Xiao now spotted the flash up top. Does he dare swing? Mako bold on it. On the tap, 38 HP. Make that 17 now, and Mako's still healthy. But Xiao can just continue to tempt, continue to tease, continue to bait on the swing, and Mako gets it. He's gonna have enough time for the defuse too. Mako plays that beautifully. Unreal.
Ridiculous. Xiao unable to close out a second round from the same position.
I mean, I don't know if he would have won that. Yeah, I mean,
not so sure.
Yeah, I'll keep it a buck with you guys. I don't think so.
It's Marco.
Man, what a play. off of the flash.
Sealing the deal on the 6th for DRX. And now Na'Vi up against the ropes. I mean, even here, the crack's starting to show. A Guardian in the hands of CNED. We have the showstopper here. They need to get a grip back on this half.
Desperately.
Well, they ever had one, it felt like.
No. I like this, though. It's fast off the Trailblazers. Zipan's able to get one, Sugetsu does too. They've cracked the side open relentlessly as Zipan with the second. I was about to say, maybe perhaps pace is what they needed. They inject a little bit of it. Buzz on the counter, though, and once again, ambitious and bold. And this time, ill-advised. Navi take the lead back.
Even there, very audacious with the showstopper from Buzz. Want to make something work. Finally, a response from Na'Vi, a beautiful pace change. Zipan the one to pave the way. How far can they take this, though? Will force the timeout of DRX. Probably feeling fairly exhausted after that string of rounds.
Yeah. How close of a map it's been. They throw the brakes on it for just a moment. Honestly, that buys Navi enough time, too, to think through how things have gone and what they saw in that previous round. And you mentioned it, Zipan was the hero in that round. His entry out onto the side, and yes, it was helped by Xiao's Trailblazers. Sugetsu got an opener on there, too, as they were funneling towards B. But it was well handled, and, you know, in situations like this, I mean, yeah, you look towards CNED, but eyes turn towards Zipan as well.
Sure, it doesn't necessarily feel like it's repeatable as well, with the showstopper being able to, I guess, create enough pressure that send DRX scrambling towards safe positions. But certainly the pace change in itself is something that could be a good remedy to what DRX have been trying to do, set up these close trap plays up on long. Haven't really fought for hookah too much, to be honest. Haven't really been anchored from backside on B. I'm curious if Na'Vi continue this trend. As if that's something they can maybe start to exploit.
You see a timeline on your screen. It tells the entire story. It's been quite the emotional roller coaster as DRX claw their way back into this. But is it just a fake comeback? Early pin invested from DRX. The openers, Buzz finds value with the op. CNED with the trade, though. And they've taken so much space from Hookah already, Mike. But DRX want to fight. They're going to try to fight this right into the teeth of what Zipan were doing, what Navi was doing. And now they're stuck.
Toxin screen down.
We're cognizant somebody's taking the TP here. Zest tucked inside. Xiao and Angel left to try and recover this round. A 2v4 will be nothing short of a miracle, especially with Marco getting himself tucked into showers now.
And they're going to get out quietly. Smoke's down. And the smoke might be the only thing that tips their presence. You mentioned Mako. He's the one who's here. Does he boldly fight? Does he wait for reinforcements? Seems to be patient on this one. Angel taking a step back. No Molly to play with. Just concerned, paranoid for what could be coming around. You hear the footsteps, the flash out from Xiao to buy some time, to create some space.
DRX taking their sweet time on this. Marco maybe considering the fact that there's a molly in play here from Angel.
Yeah. I love it, though. Given these numbers, he's opportunistic on the repositioning. He's going to try to pinch in. Xiao on the flash. You see the tap through. Angel's already gotten onto one. But there's still so much to do, and it's all falling onto Xiao. A 1v2 now. A 1v1 now. Xiao, 7 bullets. Zest halfway. Xiao on the swing, and it's wide! Navi map point, a 3K for Xiao!
What a ridiculous Red Bull clutch. I mean, like I said, it felt like it took an eternity for DRX to actually group for that retake. I said, Marco's got to be thinking there's a molly at play here or something. He goes right the way back out of showers towards shore. And the rest of DRX are barely out of pipes or heaven. That gives Na'Vi map point here. DRX still healthy in terms of the purchase. I mean, other than that, see, I'll take that right back. A Bulldog and a Judge here for Buzz and RB. No ultimates available for them. The other side, Seekers up for Shao after that clutch.
Oh, RB with the judge up close. He finds value. I mean, stays alive with a sliver of health. 6 HP, but the damage is done. And honestly, when you've got a judge and a bulldog in a situation like that, you'll take what you can get.
RB trying to reset back towards 8. Marco and Buzz don't think have been given any indicators yet. Heavy presence or short, now he has. Marco going to slow down the Showers pinch.
Passive info gathering from B2 allows them to start to rotate over. You see Zest has already made his way back towards A. Mako still playing around the smoke and staying alive somehow undetected, but Angel has just walked right by him. Mako getting one. Seeing it and Sugetsu, the only two that remain. Yeah, they still have the spike in tow, and yeah, they still have some time, but they're so painfully outnumbered, Mike. And RB was patient the entire time. He's upgraded a weapon, he has the spike. Wisely doesn't peek into the fight again. I mean, that is discipline if I've ever seen it.
Well, force the hand of Sugetsu out of the dropout here, actually. Reveal his position. Give him a chance at one of these taps. We know what Sugetsu's capable of.
Yep, he's capable. He was capable enough to get one. That's all it was. But DRX not going away.
12-11 now. RB's ultimate up. So the Navi, Seekers, and the Pit available. Actually on the brink of a couple more ultimates here. 2 away from the res and the orbital strike. Zipan not too far away from the showstopper either, but round 24 will be the last.
Yeah, didn't you have a ton of OTs yesterday? Are you the problem?
I have no clue what you're talking about.
We'll see if DRX can take us there. The ult from RB right at the beginning of the round. And I mean, the info has been gathered.
Yeah, that's info.
Yep.
But, no, you don't. You don't.
Please don't.
Surely you don't.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
He made him consider it. And
Yeah.
honestly,
he was thinking about that, man.
I really like that, though, because you see how Navi, as soon as they saw that ult and as soon as they saw the flash, they started to pull rotates back, right? They started to try to congregate around that ult. And ultimately, DRX doesn't take any space or any info with it, but you imagine a situation where they get deeper positioning down long, deeper positioning in hookah, too.
Well, if this is a round where Buzz is on operator, you can post them up very deep outside
exactly.
Showers. Doesn't come through, though.
What it does buy is some time, though. Think about how long the clock has been burned, and they really have barely made their way out of spawn. Angel's already fallen.
I don't know if that was an intentional peek from RB there. He swung out with his knife in hand, it looked like. Rewarded nonetheless. Seen it 2 away from the res, so needs a kill and this orb to get Angel back on his feet.
I've got your trail.
You see it right there, but you've got 2 members from DRX. Gonna try to deny that. And RB's already gotten one. Zipen's fallen. Cena still hasn't been able to get the orb. You see the teleport through as they start to rotate back. Everyone from DRX is here, and it's a miserable situation for Navi. Miserable for Sugetsu, and it's just not enough. We're going the distance.
A beautiful recovery from DRX after what felt like a very, very flat first half.
Yeah. And honestly, positions where I thought they were going to crumble. I mean, late in that second half, Navi gets a map point. It seems like it's over. But DRX, man, they're showing some grit.
These will be reset here. We're coming to round 25. No operator coming out on either side. Obviously, did see CNED and Buzz employing it on the defense. And a little bit harder with CNED on the Sage. His utility fairly key in terms of slowing down hits. Maybe a consideration to make. But Buzz actually on a double satchel, looking for the same punish onto CNED, but catching his own flash.
Yeah, not quite deep enough, but the orb gathered by Buzz.
Early win for DRX.
Where do they go from here?
Problem being, though, even working towards the showstopper here, he's got no satchels, so
yeah,
if he finds 2 kills, he's going to have to throw it out almost, or create pressure with it.
And you wonder, too, even, you make a really good point, because he doesn't have satchels, you wonder if that was just intended to deny it from them.
Yeah.
Right? Deny it from whoever could be playing from Navi and Showers, because they showed a lot of presence towards that in the first half.
But definitely the intention towards the B orb.
Smoke's down.
Zipan's already preemptively made his way across the B site. And DRX look as if they're now collapsing towards an A site execute here.
They just,
And Sugetsu might be tested here.
They just have no showers control. I mean, maybe Stax takes some of the space and they can have a late hit, but this is going to be very one-dimensional if this is how they commit. The Trailblazers are going to clear things out, though, and RB's gone all the way in, and he's all the way in by himself. The flash off of it, and the flick from Sugetsu's filthy. How have Navi stabilized through this? How have they maintained control of the site?
Actually, yeah, it does get Marco off the plant here, so forcing a second attempt at it. Maybe even a third. Doesn't get caught with that satchel, though.
No, not punished in the window, as small as it was. Stax now with showers control. Mako has fallen, a 4v2 in favor of Navi this time. Stax on the reposition. Navi can take their time, man. They have so much control and they have so much time. That flash not getting anything. This one will. You see it, Zest turn to the corner, and it's beautiful. It sets him up quite nicely.
And the pit.
Xiao's just on the tap. Reconsiders it. He's going to get it to halfway. He's going to get it all the way. Mikey's going to take it the whole way. Another stolen defuse.
And the pit cutting off the sight line. They can't punish Xiao.
I can't believe it.
You think there, the pit is the one thing that flips it back into DRX's favor almost. But it is their demise.
I cannot believe it. And Stax, what, half a second early, and he gets it with the shorty? You can't really fault Zest for a play like that in that situation, too.
No. Like I said, any other situation, you feel like the pit seals the deal for DRX.
We saw this set up a lot on DRX's defensive side. As soon as there's contact, Stax takes a little bit of damage. RB with the flash and the swing. But he's slowed. I mean, surely he doesn't dare swing in a situation like this, right?
Double flash here? Double flash is beautiful, but it's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, it's just all it is. Cena, the one falling on the side of Navi, though.
Say, removing the wall maybe relinquishes some of that, I guess, safety in a site execute and cutting off a choke point, but my eyes on the minimap here. Buzz has gone exploring elsewhere on the map. Xiao seemingly aware of the possibility, but when does Buzz make a move? This is good information, though, because it allows DRX to fully commit towards the other 3 members being here on B site.
Absolutely. I think you're right. The one question is, does Buzz make a move? How patient is he? Because right now, I mean, he's got him controlled. He's got him corralled. 30 seconds. And the silence on the spike, that flash.
30 seconds left.
Notwithstanding is deafening. Waiting for utility to come back up. You see the nade through, Zipan. Biding his time. Roomba, flash, and then the satchels. You imagine they'll start to go out, and there they go. But it seemed like he hit his legs on the way out. It's a 1-for-1. Mako's still controlling the site. Buzz is now making a move, but it's not going to matter. DRX hold the line.
A chance to recover after Navi steal away the defuse. Convert the response stacks. Look at a little antsy on stage there. Perfectly timed. Yeah, I mean, the site hold stands up to the test regardless, but see the patience from Navi. Xiao just fixated on market.
Yeah.
Anticipation of something coming through like that. DRX will take a pause for thought.
There's Mako and Stax again holding that site there. Stax not top fragging for DRX, but pretty freaking close. 24 and 18 right now. As you mentioned, DRX with that timeout. Just a couple of moments away as Navi are going to have a chance to take the lead once more as we head into the second round of overtime. I mean, that's really good art.
Yeah, actually, I'm really impressed.
Very good.
Drawing, yeah.
Yeah. You much of an artist?
No.
No? It's a shame.
I was close to lying there, but thought better of it.
What did DRX do on this attacking side? You remember there was some injection of pace from them as we saw in the previous round, or in the first overtime bout. Doesn't seem to be the case, although they are set up for it. You got Stax ready there for the flash. You have Buzz.
They're denying this orb once again with the double satchel maybe. It's not seeding on the other side of it here, so Have to worry about potentially a paint shell and a boom bot.
This is interesting too, because when we had this conversation previously, it was because of the investment of the satchels that we thought, well, maybe that's not it. But it's just a dump of utility to deny the early grab of it and then rotate off.
But maybe this is a read actually for DRX because it's Zipan that here on the other side of it.
Yeah,
they
sure.
Don't progress deeper.
That's a very good point.
CNED elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, very good point. Speaking of which,
I get a confirmation now.
Yeah.
With the wall up in hookah. Again, maybe the indication they're reading instances, this is the lighter side of the formation. CNED's desperately trying to prevent any progress into hookah.
They would be right. See that wall over towards A causing problems. They had to invest a Trailblazer just to clear out short.
Investment of utility doesn't catch though. CNED moved to weather the storm. And nothing caught on long.
Yeah.
And actually sends Xiao back towards A. DRX have done great to deny or avoid confirmation here.
But CNED's a trap. As soon as the wall goes down, his life goes too. Mako able to clean him up. Angel flash, he can't see a damn thing.
Flash
Dancing around back sight. Unreal. DRX have cracked the site wide open. Now Navi have shown up with reinforcements, but it's too little too late. They still aren't their way out on site. As the crowd comes to life once more, DRX looking to take the lead against Navi in overtime. But they're far from done. Still some pesky members of the defense up. Zip and Xiao and Sugetsu putting in what seems like an unwinnable situation, but the demand is there. The ask could not be greater. And it seems like they're crumbling in the face of it. That's exactly what they do. DRX take the lead back.
With a Prime Gaming flawless nonetheless.
Wow.
Will immediately force the timeout from Na'Vi. Absolute perfection here from DRX. The patience on display. And it's key as well that RB avoids this flash on B long.
Yeah.
That's what forces Xiao to reconsider the setup here on defense. For the first time, it's a four-man push in. You see the frustration here from CNED because it's just the timing on the wall. DRX, he said down to the second.
So well considered. You know, to go back to avoiding the flash from RB, it feels like we've had a lot of that in this map. Just misdirection, right? Off of lack of info or the denial of info has just been so good. That's what leads us to this point. Navi calling a timeout in overtime as they find themselves in a position that, honestly, Mike, given how the map went, I didn't expect us to be here.
DRX very slow to start things here on Bind.
Yeah.
An understatement to say the least. But here we are, nonetheless, an opportunity for them to close out map one of this series. And we were saying this was a question mark to kick things off here in the best of three, but didn't think it would go this long, that's for sure.
No. Hopefully an indicator of things to come. Remember, playoff bracket up for grabs. 8 days to think, to prepare.
Short vacation in between.
I mean, yeah. So valuable, and DRX so close to taking a 1-0 lead in this series.
I haven't seen this often, though. Finally, DRX leaning away from setting RB up towards long. It's just going to be stacks here. We're talking about the operator potentially coming into play. Cena does have it in hand.
You wonder if you can't imagine he was spotted there. Angel clears out the dog. CNED still able to hold that line. Off of the flash, no swing. They really no way to either with that slow at their feet.
So first, Snakebite already invested here, so only one more for Zest to work with. Finally, the rotation comes through, but timing's a little off with Na'Vi looking as if they want to slip through the TP.
RB's going to have a lot to do here.
Same with Buzz.
And they're going to satchel out. They're going to flash. Buzz falls. What can RB do? I mean, you can't imagine much in the face of all of that Viper utility. And even more piled on, but he's... I thought he was going to swing in front through the molly, but he doesn't. Swings back around, Sugetsu cleans him up. You see the defenses for DRX crumbling, but stacks with 2. Trying to right the ship, trying to bring him back. Trying to put him down as Mako gets another.
Angel's got the molly and the ult here, though. DRX still have to move fast.
And they have no duelists to go with it. They have no duelists to take the fight to Navi's doorstep. It's all on to Angel. Off of this you go. Seekers, the flash. There's Orbital Strike. Zets cleans him up, and DRX somehow claw their way back into the map and take a 1-0 lead.
NAVI just unable to buy enough time in that final round, Doug. The stars almost aligned for them, but Stax blows this round wide open with 2 openers.
Yeah. I mean, they played it so well. NAVI did. They waited, they waited, they waited. They threw misdirection. They took care of Buzz on the entry out onto the site. All it was RB, and he just had to survive for Stax to show up.
Sure, and the one thing that's actually very different today is DRX finding success in the openers. The first ones yesterday did not go in their favor. They were winning rounds out in the 4v5s here. I mean, we went 15-13, but that's it. Time and time again, this proactivity, their willingness to commit to opening engagements, maybe on the back of this double duelist composition, RB slotting onto the Yoru, really looked good for them.
Once again, you see the emotion on some of the players' faces as we recap that opening map, and what a trip it was. I mean, easily could have gone either way, but the we call it grit, we call it tenacity, we call it composure, whatever you want to call it. DRX showed loads of it in that map. So many instances in which they could have crumbled, even in the face of the comeback late in the second half. Managed to settle things down for just a moment to get us to overtime, and then, man, this dastardly duo of honestly, we talk about DRX and we say, oh yeah, it's Mako and Buzz. This time it was Stax and Zest. RB had himself an outrageous game too. There's so much depth to this roster, and it's coming ahead at just the right time, Mike.
Yeah, 2 back-to-back overtimes on Bind. This time around, Navi not able to close out. A little different for the scoreline versus Liquid. But we head across the split, and that's got to feel like a bit of a concern, especially if you're an RB fan.
Yeah, we'll see how things play out. Again, DRX somehow managed to get themselves through a comeback to take a 1-0 series lead. We're going to throw it to a break. We'll be right back.
Thanks so much, guys. I'm here with Coach Termi as they just came off a massive, massive win here. Congratulations. Something that I've been curious about, it feels like after yesterday, DRX is on a whole nother level. They're clearly clicking and things are working out. What has been the difference in the preparation from Tokyo till now for you guys to be able to walk out with that big win here?
어제 이후로 좀 계속해서 팀이 발전한 모습을 보여주고 있는데 준비 과정에 있어서 도쿄 마스터즈와 이번 챔피언스에서 차이가 있었을까요?
도쿄 마스터즈보다 챔피언스에서는 저희가 팀 합을 맞추는데 중점적으로 연습을 많이 했고요. 팀이 완벽해지는 데 있어서 집중을 했던 것 같습니다. 네.
Well, firming up our plays for one, and also we tried to work on things as a unit, as a whole. So we focused on our teamwork.
Yeah, and how proud of you, of the team are you after that big win? Because they came back after a huge deficit.
역전 이후에 좀 승리를 가져갔는데 얼마나 자랑스러우신가요?
일단 선수들이 너무 자랑스럽고요. 거의 불가능에 가깝다고 생각을 했었는데 전반전 때문에 진짜 선수들이 너무 자랑스럽습니다. 네.
I am super proud, especially because myself even thought that, coming back from that first half was like impossible, near impossible. So I'm really happy that they pulled it off.
Well, there's one thing we've learned about DRX is that they are very capable of pulling off the impossible. Let's send it back over to you guys on the desk.
Well said, Golden Boy. Indeed, I think we all agree with Termi after the first half. Probably didn't expect DRX to make the comeback, but Brent and Sideshow, they did.
Yeah, that was
Somehow.
ridiculous. I mean, Navi looked like they absolutely were in control of the first half. CNED was on fire on defense. I mean, his operator was popping left, right, and center, and then fell off a cliff second half. Navi only had one attacking first kill in the whole map.
Insane.
In the whole map.
That is insane. Yeah.
How do you win that? You can't win.
And I think that's just evidence as well of Navi just having limited practice time when they changed it their comps last minute. Like, we know that they haven't had much time to practice, and they are changing it mid-tournament like that. You can clearly just see that in the way that they were playing one half to the next. It was so lopsided.
Yeah, and also if we take a look at some of these rounds, just the clutching and craziness we saw from DRX definitely got them over the line. Round 18, Sideshow round 20 as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you see what Navi were really running into. It was the B hits. They couldn't break this crossfire that was coming from RB and Cubby, and then the Sky player of Stacks is frequently going to be over towards, either the back of side or towards elbow, something like that. They couldn't stop that from just carving through Navi.
Yeah, and insane resilience as well, just to be able to come back from this. I mean, the Mako clutch here was just fantastic, wasn't it? Just the cherry on top for them. I mean, multiple moments as well. Previously, where he's sticking to the fuse all the way. Just, again, getting the hard read that they're not going to peak off the first tap, which is just insane to do on the big stage like this. Like, it's the biggest stage of the year, combination of your entire year as well. And they're making plays like that. They've won the map where, honestly, where it started out, weren't expecting them to win it at all. We're heading into an even stronger map pool now for DRX with Split and Lotus.
I thought this one would be one-sided towards Navi, the second two would be towards DRX, and DRX have picked up the first. I mean, it just looks like game over.
Oh, well, okay, let's not go there just yet.
They didn't curse the other game today, so he's fine.
But let's check in and see how Doombros is feeling after that ahead of map 2. He's standing by with Golden Boy.
Thank you so much, guys. Of course, here with Coach Doombros. Obviously, tough situation you guys found yourself in. It felt like it was a winnable one for y'all. What did you guys think went wrong in that game? But also, how are you guys going to look to try and bounce back going into map 2?
What went wrong? I think some of our players weren't hitting our shots, we weren't trading properly. Some situations didn't went our way, but honestly, if you lose a winnable game, I think that's a better feeling than winning a losable game or thinking, yeah, we should have won it. So we thought, yeah, we should have won it. It's actually a positive feeling. So even if you lose the match, we can go away from it saying, oh yeah, we're actually the better team here. So we're confident.
I like that, man. Doom, always a pleasure to talk to you, brother. Back to you guys.
I mean, that's what you want to hear from your coach, Brent, after a loss
I would
like
not be
that.
able to do that, to be honest. I mean, I would not be able to just brush it off like I would be boomed for the rest of the series. But that's why they're on the stage and not me. So
yeah, I think this is still going to be extremely difficult, though. What DRX showcased on Split was an incredibly good understanding of how they wanted to approach the map. They dismantled Loud, and Zest's Viper continues to be fantastic. I mean, all of their players had opportunities to shine. RB, for example, on the Yoru, even though I didn't like the way that he was was using a lot of the Yoru utility, he still had 6 first kills on their defense side, just allowing the game to come to him. They all found their moments and found their form while the Na'Vi players started dropping off.
And now we're heading into the next map of Split, which is just, I mean, from what we saw of them the other day, it was top form from across top to bottom with this entire team. Zest was the highlight, don't get me wrong, on the Viper. Like, this guy is an absolute menace right now. You can see the results just, again, in the play with the fact that they've just had that month and a half and they've kept that consistent roster, finally.
It looks like he's scrimmed.
Yeah, exactly. It actually looks like he's got playtime. Who would have thought?
But also, one of the reasons why I think you would not be as confident in DRX is because you didn't know at what point they decided upon this roster. And Termi was saying in the press conference after they won the game yesterday that they decided immediately after Tokyo. They just knew that this would be their starting 5. And so they've had a full month and a half where they're not chopping and changing between things. And they look a bit more refined. And considering that was Bind, where they've never really been able to put up a winning strategy, they've taken down Na'Vi, who are not half bad there.
I mean, Bind was not good for them historically. I think it was like a 28% win rate across the entirety of the world's history, which is just, I mean, it hasn't been a good map, and they took it against Na'Vi.
Yeah, as you can see from the Prime Gaming Agent Select here, I believe that this was the comp that Na'Vi were running in LCQ on Split, or did they make a change?
I think they've run a variation. This Shao, I think, was on the Fade, I think. I remember that correctly.
Right, yeah.
And so that's the only change and switch up they've made.
Yes.
Yeah, but this comp is good for them, but the only trouble is you kind of need Angel to get space for Zipan and CNED when I've been watching them play it.
Well, I think CNED needs to be proactive and hitting shots as he was in the first half of Bind. If you get that version of CNED, they've got a great chance. But you've got to be worried about trap plays, about Zest Viper causing chaos, and Mako being in good form. There's so many threats on the side of DRX.
And also, I think one of the things that was really impressive about DRX yesterday is they were not afraid of Loud's last 20-second executes on the side. They had the answer for that. And as you both know, Na'Vi, they play a similar game sometimes.
They are slow sometimes.
Yeah.
And I feel like you've just got to see Na'Vi be able to gather more than one attacking first kill. They're not going to start in that half, but, you know, get out to a good start and again, still got to be good at the half.
I'll hit the same point that you just brought in. You got to see that proactivity, I think, from the duelist players of Na'Vi if that's going to happen. Because in the past, you know, they win and pave the way to those attack side wins with Angel double TPing into heaven, and then suddenly one of the duelist players, you know, Zipan and CNED, they've got the poor job of trying to catch up and just like, you know, offset the feed. But you got to see a bit more from them here, but we're heading into Split. Should be very favored, I think, for DRX.
Yeah, and if there's anything that Na'Vi are good at is the preparation, the anti-stratting. They've seen DRX play Split already here at Champions, so maybe Angel will have an answer, because if he doesn't, DRX will be the team that will make it to playoffs. I'm going to toss this over to your casters and take us through map 2. Take it away, Doug and Hypok.
Thank you so much, Shinsu. Yeah, we're going to jump right into the action here. DRX on the attacking side. You see a heavy lean towards A early, and it's just the Cypher. It's just Sugetsu here early. See how quickly they try to bully, as Navi's just so much more concerned about establishing control across the middle of the map.
I mean, if this is quick enough, it could be a positive for Na'Vi, but...
It's all about the pace. How quickly do they go?
DRX slowly funneling up towards ramp, and I think now Na'Vi and people backing towards a position to greet this execute.
This Cypher cam is so miserable to deal with. You've got to get so far up before you can clear it out. Meanwhile, DRX have gotten their way out onto the site. Some of the defenses are there, but Mako looking to play spoiler up in heaven. No challenge yet. It's just Sugetsu who's playing on the other side, and he's going to play into this. Well, of course he's going to play into this, but they walked right by each other, Mike!
He's able to slip through the poison orb here. Going to get the backstab on Shao. He will fall.
Oh, it's a surprise. Now you see the double duelist from Na'Vi causing problems. They've gotten the spike down. They've repositioned up towards heaven. You see some of the mollies come through, but you're not expecting Sugetsu here. Either way, handled. Zest cleans him up. All falls onto RB. He's got to swing out. He's got to get one, and Angel's timing is perfect. Na'Vi will get the pistol.
A very slippery pistol round from DRX, but you see the frustration on Stax' face. Unable to find any further pressure here, but Marco repeating the smoke criminal antics from yesterday. Nearly runs away with that one.
Yeah.
The fact DRX are able to get from DRX, so they can make these pistols work.
What they do have here is the power in numbers. There are 3 on the other side of this smoke. Angel's left alone, and he does not have the weaponry to deal with it. Overwhelmed CNED from up in heaven, who was supposed to be providing cover, shows up a little late. but not too bad. See the push through from Mako, not able to find any space either. This has gone absolutely sideways for DRX, and you didn't expect much. But this is almost as clean as you could possibly ask for from NAVI.
And the one big objective here, obviously, for NAVI, you don't want to see these rifles removed, and seeing if we'll find a third on the round.
Well, I think even on top of that, it's not just that they didn't lose rifles. 3 members carry full armor into the next round. They didn't take any damage. You don't have to reinvest in situations like that. You see why this ever talked about buy now from NAVI can be so difficult to navigate. Early on, it just snowballs quickly.
We've seen it just 2 off the Blade Storm as well. Another thing to offset the finances even further for them.
It's a very good point.
DRX will spread a little thin here. Spike across towards A side, but don't expect any early commitment with just 2 members of DRX. Navi's utility removed, and once again Navi will secure this orb in garage. See they're going hunting though. As Zest has found an open elsewhere. Zipan way ahead of the utility that's set up as security towards A side, or at least towards heaven.
Yeah, dancing in a dangerous situation. Work his way around a fine line, and ultimately is not punished for it. Meanwhile, Navi's still taking so much of the space down B. Look at how far up Angel is. And yeah, there's a little bit of help from Xiao, but if the timing's not great, he's in trouble.
Well, they have to farm here because it's everybody from DRX drifting this way.
There's the flash. There's the confirmation. RB's ahead of it, though. They look to swing. Angel on the reposition, dropped. Xiao has to tuck tail and get away. And now in the face of the paranoia, in the face of the dog, manages to take one. Well done. But the sight lost.
Sugetsu almost actually finds a kill on the way out. Zest will secure it though. Cine, a 1v4. Still pretty healthy, but just find a couple of kills very early on here. We'll make this a possibility.
You see the paranoia and just how he's handling his crosshairs. There's someone low, is behind pillar, behind garage, up in heaven. So many things to consider, so many angles to check, and just not enough resources to do it all.
Well, he did find a kill before falling, so those 2 away from the Blade Storm. Does actually get it. Yeah, that's Zest drifting up in that lurk, up towards ramp.
This contact he plays is causing problems. We'll see if we see more of that. I'm also really curious to see if Navi continue to try to bully what's happening in B. You think about the previous round, instantly cleared the turret, as you mentioned, the one-way, the flash, and they just established control instantly. Do DRX push into that, knowing what's on the other side? That's exactly what happens. Angel's punished. Read him like a book.
And relying heavily on that conditioning early on, but DRX are the ones to flip it back in their favor. Angel dead off the rip, no smokes. And Cned and Sugetsu's cages, but
Careful.
straight away DRX feel like they're going to have pulled the rotation. I think a good read on how Navi want to approach playing this composition with Sugetsu on the Cypher, leaning heavily on the other side of the map to where this utility is invested in. Totally wrong read.
Right.
Nobody even within earshot of hearing this. Nobody going to benefit off these trips either.
No, I mean, the cam looked like it spotted one. Both trips have been cleared. You see the utility from RB has been planted and set up. And they can draw a line in the sand here, Mike. They can establish so much control. It's going to be so difficult, so labored for Navi to get through.
Zest very disconnected from this, but the rest of DRX tucking into these very tight positions on site. I think Navi probably thinking better at this one, yeah.
Wow, early. Perhaps because Cened's holding an op.
Yeah, not feeling confident whatsoever about the retake.
No. And again, I'm going to take you guys down a long path here because it goes all the way back to Angel at the beginning of the round, dying, forcing Navi in a position where they kind of have to play off B, or off A, excuse me, and rely on the utility from Sugetsu. That's essentially what lost them that round.
But the thing is, the success of this comp, and look towards Fnatic, one of the ones that obviously employed it very, very well, is it relies on actually mitigating early round risk, not giving away an opening engagement, because a lot of this comfort is set up just by receiving information on A.
Sure.
It enables pushes down mid, or a stack in garage, for example. Angel a little ahead of the curve in that regard, but with no resistance shown towards the orb and it being given up for free. Maybe just feeling like he has some room to play with. The beautiful isolation from DRX, though. And it has forced the adjustment, Sugetsu, at least in this round. Angel toying with the idea again.
The man is persistent.
He doesn't give up, no. It takes a lot to really deter him.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
But these are very curious rounds because there is an operator on the other side. So if DRX get an early read of that adjustment, look what they're going to be walking into.
It's interesting, too, because I don't think they ever confirmed that there was an op in the previous round either. So again, suspicions on the other side, and there it is. Yeah. Shot rattles off, confirming the weaponry that's on the opposite side. With that, DRX still intent on pushing into the teeth of this defense. Into the weapon, the paranoia is there. Buzz waiting to go, and there he goes! CNED plucks him out of the sky! Xiao not able to follow suit. Op hits the ground harmlessly as the sight once again is lost.
Spike planted.
The pit will go up, giving them some safety on site as well. Navi looks at the first turn locked out of this. Yeah, Angel will retrieve the operator. I think that's just the #1 objective here. After the spike has been planted. Navi lagging behind a little bit in terms of the rotation. There was a ton of pressure coming towards them, but maybe CNED just spotting the turret is enough of an indicator to say RB's just the one here to lurk and control this space.
Yeah.
Why it's not. That's why we don't see, a rotation earlier on. I love the diligence behind the utility here, though. The Trailblazer clears all the way up ramp. Marco still posts the paranoia to clear out that window, clear out rafters. And then they look to overwhelm CNED on that operator, even though it was shown early. They don't back away from it. DRX will find a third here in succession and force a very early timeout from Navi.
Surprisingly
That's
so.
a beautiful shot.
I mean, straight out of the sky, a jump scare on top of it, to be honest.
Also, a nano swarm landed there. I didn't catch that damage going down, actually. So, a drilled set piece from DRX.
And ultimately, while it was Buzz who fought, they did overwhelm him. They did take him down without dealing any more damage. So, as you were mentioning, an early timeout called from Navi. Now that they've seen a couple of rounds of what DRX is going to try to do on attack, and now that they've seen that some of their early approaches and their early intentions are not going to work the way that they thought that they would, choose to throw the brakes on it and reconsider, see what depth there is to the playbook. And again, given the fact that you're down 1-0 in this series, yeah, it's the upper bracket of this group, so you're not playing for life, but you don't expect to have to dig this deep into the playbook early on Split. Not this early.
There's an opportunity for Navi to really show. I mean, looking at the veto, so coming into Split, this is when you gotta kind of hedge your bets on DRX having the advantage here in map 2. We'll take another couple of rounds to break the money of Navi, considering the number of times we've seen them save these weapons across.
That's the only thing that's got them in this position, to be
Yeah,
honest.
I mean, they'd be really struggling if they were losing these weapons after the fact. Still sitting on the Blade Storm, just building up to a couple more. Xiao one off the Seekers. And another adjustment on the utility from Sugetsu here. Focal point becoming mid here, or at least Angel initially showing intention.
Buzz wanting to feel it out and see what's up here. They haven't explored this very much.
Typically would see Zipan playing alongside Sugetsu in these sort of setups to make use of the information.
There. That's just crazy how I mean, a new setup from the Sugetsu, as you were mentioning.
And he swings on the camera.
Yeah, and just, clears it out instantly. Takes care of the trip, clears out the camera.
All ahead of the 1 minute mark as well. I mean, Navi preemptively start to rotate, but I think CNED's paranoia is that somebody can slip through heaven in towards spawn. So spread very thin on this A-side defense. Angel's got to be careful. He has to toe the line here.
You see CNED is now peeking out towards heaven with that Viper wall up. There's really no information of what's coming in through mid. Angel's going to get overwhelmed once again. RB's going to be late on this pinch, but they're going to get heaven control. Unless CNED can do something about it. And no, he's dropped instantly. The satchel out. Zipan trying to hold the line, trying to keep him back. One's all he finds.
Sugetsu slipped through. He's ahead of this.
They have no idea. You're absolutely right. How much more can he find? Stacks with 20 HP. Laughing in the face of danger, swinging forward and getting another.
But they got the open plant once again. So a chance here for Sugetsu to find cheeky half defuse, but RB swings onto it. DRX looking in total control of this first half of Split right now.
I mean, in the face of different looks from NAVI. Think about it, on the other side of the timeout, we talked about Sugetsu's change. I mean, there was differences in how Xiao was playing. Angel was in a different position as well. It was an entirely different look.
And like I said, the fact that that's removed so early on in the round, it gives DRX so many options, so many opportunities. Puts Sugetsu back in a position towards A. They have the same camera towards heaven. It does have Zipan alongside him this time. DRX just gaining so much from this default early on. Also in a couple of rounds where they have shown some pace. Catching Angel off guard in Garage, for example. That's also suited them very well. Des was touching on Navi's comfort zones historically, sometimes being in these slower rounds, but certainly not so far.
No, a taste of their own medicine is bitter. But they want to fight this. The paranoia and the flash. Oh, this is beautiful, but he finds nothing. I was so well set up. I thought they were dead. But Angel now trying to face into the smoke and play hero. He cannot do it either. What a fumble.
I mean, the Seeker just reveals Angel's TP at the worst possible time. Showstopper doesn't catch him, but he's overwhelmed. Zipan and Sugetsu now. Yeah, 2v4. Showing intention to actually commit towards this.
Player standing.
But it's going to seal the deal. Sugetsu finds a response, though.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a 1v4 if he wants to pull this off. You see the reposition from RB heading towards heaven. Just another thing to consider. Way too much. Sugetsu falls, DRX continue to march forward. And Mike, I've got to go back to that garage play. We'll see if we get another look at it because, I mean, there were 3 members there. They were all flashed up. You think for sure you're at least getting one.
I mean, the utility is absolutely perfect from NAVI. It's just there's too many people to shoot at. He can't find a single one of them. A heartbreaking.
I thought he was melting out of his chair, man. I thought he was going to hit the deck. Certainly an opportunity to slip through their fingertips. But again, no real time to think it through, no real time to dwell on it. So we march forward, Zipan getting that orb.
And that's everything in the inventory for NAVI here.
Yeah. The question is, you look at their buy, and it's not great. 2 rifles, 3 pistols. Do you invest?
Or did they get the opportunity to?
Yeah.
They can find a man advantage potentially, but DRX have been fantastic at recovering from 4v5 positions. Another question altogether with all of these ultimates facing off against them. Seen at a very deep position on mid here. DRX maybe anticipating some aggression on the back of all these ultimates. Unconfirmed, yeah, but Zester's taking a chunk of damage.
There's just so much, actually, there's so much passive info that CNED is getting just because of his position right now. And you wonder here, the flash, they're actually rotating off of the flash. Xiao just got confirmation that there was presence A towards ramps, and they instantly flip back towards B. Buzz is already through with the paranoia, but Zipan's ult keeps them back. He's going to get a second and potentially more. CNED's on the hunt! It was messy, but both connect! And now Stax is left alone, having to think through what the heck just happened. How did we get here? CNED with 3 and NAVI does 2.
A great recovery round from CNED in terms of the confidence as well. And you're right, we saw one round where that flash confirming presence, or not confirming presence elsewhere on the map on Bind. This time around, NAVI don't fall for it. They stick to their guns and have 2 huge kills to prevent this site hit. CNED cleaning up with a 3K.
The second one was gross. I mean, you deal with the whirling dervish of blades when you've got RB in your face, but...
DRX stacked up here. Are they looking to pop off this again? Deep flash. Luckily, Angel not overstepping this time around.
Yeah, but the thing is, too, a couple things here. The one way was missed because of the pressure, and even if it had hit, they're already past it. Angel just bullied off of this angle.
Shadows traveling.
Has to reposition and try to drop another.
There's re-smoke behind them as well.
Yeah. No real idea of where they are. Still has a paranoia in his back pocket. You see them waiting, perhaps, for the flash to come through.
Another example of DRX anticipating some aggression on the side of NAVI. Trailblazer will clear, at least confirm with 2 sets of shots onto it. RB elsewhere, actually trying to find space towards Heaven or remove that camera here to maybe pull a rotation. Does it need to? There's 3 members in RV.
Just buy time. Let your lurker find some space, clear out some utility, but that's it. They go, they pounce, and Shao's there to receive. Gets the first, has the Seekers. Felt like they were perhaps a bit too quick on the trigger. Spike, something like that. They're going to flip, though. And RB's going to find some space. The spike is there, and it instantly falls to the ground. So Sugetsu dancing around the cage, finding more value.
DRX in this round just trying to throw out some misdirection, but it needed a second person to be seen by the camera potentially.
10 seconds left.
Yeah,
to draw somebody away, but the pop is instant on B as the camera's removed. It doesn't even give Navi the time to consider a rotation.
And that's, in my opinion, what felt like the issue too, because they tagged RB with the camp. So they saw it was just one, and then it gets cleared out. There's no hesitation. There's no moment to instill some doubt in the minds of Navi. It's a pounce go, and it felt like it was just a bit too fast.
Great hold from Navi nonetheless. And
Down A.
I said Sugetsu comfortable still on site here to deny the TP from Marco from even finding the plant. Forced the timeout for DRX. Not really worried just yet, but certainly Navi a course correction after 5 rounds strung together by DRX.
It's actually how crazy the staying power is from Navi, given the timeline that you're seeing. Right, you think about how they've managed to keep enough money to stay competitive in this. The fact that they had 5 ults just a moment ago, so both of those were hitting at the exact same time. Because of those things, because of how well it's been handled, they're still in this, given the 5 rounds in a row from DRX. Just a few moments now before returning back into the action. Again, if you missed the first map, I'm so sorry. It was a treat. DRX winning 15-13 on Bind, getting us to this position where Navi find themselves down 1 and perhaps on a quick ticket to the lower bracket.
Ultimate's available here for Navi. Neural Theft, the Seekers, and the TP from Angel. Well, we see a big adjustment here from DRX coming out of the timeout. Like initially, Zest back in a position outside A. But Navi sticking to the laurels here, at least in terms of Sugetsu's utility and Zipman alongside him. But now giving up this fight towards Garage.
Yeah, and putting a lot more focus onto B. I don't think they've had to, I mean, maybe other than the pistol where they fully pushed through, but Navi's timing is great. Angel in the swing gets the duelist.
Okay, finds a second as well. Through the same smoke, Marco will fall. An early advantage, one of the first we've really seen from Navi, where they're able to disengage from.
Angel giveth and Angel taketh away. Question his aggression, and you question why he's first to die so often, and sometimes it looks rough, but then other times he just frags. You gotta take the good with the bad in situations like this. Is the timeout seems to not be what DRX was looking for.
Sure, they really had an opportunity to get things going there.
Yeah.
With 2 kills through the smoke in mid from Angel.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And will be healthy in terms of the finances, as long as Stack's really the only concern, I'd say.
Well, he's getting cheeky, isn't he?
Yeah, I was going to say, if he wants to hold on to this rifle, get a consolation at least.
He does get 2 orbs off of that, and I wonder how close he was. I mean, 3 technically. You got the orb, got to kill him, then died.
Still 2 off the Seekers, though.
Yeah.
There.
I mean, the 3800s are still not too much of a concern. Lockdown available now for RB. It's had a very, very slow start to this map. DRX are planning on pinning anything together around that ultimate. Again, problem being the smoke goes up on screens. Sugetsu can very comfortably sit behind some of these trips.
So Stacks, we were talking about his economy. Goes light armor Vandal, doesn't buy a dog. It's just enough to get him into the round, but you think about the fact that you're looking to entry Buzz onto the site. Yeah, he has the Roomba, but we'll see how they choose to play around the lack of the Trailblazer. Meanwhile, almost all of Navi's here, Mike. They've got 3 here. CNED is playing in mid, so you can rotate over very quickly.
They're creeping closer and closer.
Meanwhile, it's the same Cypher Cam. It's the same setup. Buzz has gotten through, looking for the trip, finds it. They're going to invest a lockdown, too. They're going to fully send on this.
Very late investment in the lockdown, and yeah, it's punished by the paint shell. A little bit unconsidered there.
Yeah, such an important tool, no longer available. Mako, though, able to clear one out. The Paranoia to buy some more time and create space for another.
Ooh, what?
What a shot! Zest is also playing really far off. The turret's still up and he has 2 mollies. I mean, you're expecting Angel to make a play here. I don't know if he's going to find the space. Oh my gosh, he slipped the net, but Mako Paranoid still gets him. And you imagine here, I mean, do they still go?
I mean, it's wraps at this point. Shao can find a couple of kills. CNED gets one as well, but time all but elapsed here.
Gosh, if he had hit that shot, oh no. Oh, I
thought for a moment he did as well.
I thought you see the smirk on his face in the player cam. That was a sinister one.
Last round before the switch.
Yeah, luckily the lockdown being dealt with doesn't result in DRX folding in this round, but lack of consideration with Zipan primarily being the person alongside Sugetsu on this A site hold. What is that? Yeah, same.
Yeah. Sometimes you're just gifted a kill, I guess. And it works out. It gets DRX the lead back. It stops the 3-round swing that Navi had put together.
Sugetsu's position way more committed towards the choke point here. Trailblazer, I think, catching onto Angel.
Yeah, you hear 2 shots of the op rattle off, a second flash in towards Garage. But once again, it's a hit towards A. It's a hit right into the teeth of the defenses of the Cypher, and Zipan's there too. He's already gotten a couple. Angel trying to swing out and pile it on, and he cannot. And now the op has shown up. How do you get past this? Oh, that wall just barely keeping him alive. Zest is gonna find a lot of room here.
He's got the spike as well, so he's able to slip away from this. You see the ping on the minimap actually shout, considering the possibility of being flanked. CNED picking up the slack. Again, Zest actually getting confirmation on the back of the Trailblazer sound cue. Able to find this plant now. And Stacks a little bit disconnected from this. Can he find a backstab with Navi funneling towards spawn?
Timing is everything.
It's an open plant for him. He has to play this late. He's getting aggressive.
Patience. You still have 2 flashes. Be patient. He's gotten the first. No real idea of the second in the smoke. Meanwhile, CNED still with the op going forward.
Now he can drift deeper. He's actually resetting towards main.
Just a tap. Just a tease. Just a bait for the swing, and CNED lands it. And now Sax is too far away. He's too far away. But it was enough to pull off. CNED, I can't believe he did it that way. Still lands a shot, but my goodness, what a play.
I thought for a moment there, Stacks drifting down mid. He's going to reset towards B main and just throw a little more misdirection in that situation. But 2 solo missions amount to nothing with CNED dissecting that with the operator. And this felt a little desperate in the early round towards A. Yes, some early round indicators, sure, but
you see it from CNED, man. He's feeling himself. Had a heck of a start on Bind. Seems to be doing just fine here early on Split. We're going to throw it to the analyst desk to break down that first half.
Thank you very much, Doug there and Hypok. I'm here with Saito and Bren once again. I feel like at one point DRX could have run away with that half, but Bren, what a way for Navi to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, a big part of it, I think, was them adjusting as well the Cypher setups, because they started over towards B. DRX were doing a really good job in their rounds of identifying that. Their objective was to break it and then go into other hits later into the rounds. But then they just started going for the B main hits all the time, right? And it was working against them. But overall, I mean, very even, right?
Yeah.
6 for 6.
Incredibly even, and similar to Bind, actually. CNED popping off, even on first kills, but it's the next half I'm worried about Navi. I did, however, want to break down Zest's Viper, because I've been talking about it the whole time. So I wanted to give you guys an idea, and if you're a Viper main, pay attention. So he's throwing this wall, which is perpendicular to the normal one, and it blocks off A ramp and A main. So it functions similarly to the wall and orb that most people throw. So that's the wall that he's using a lot of the time. Then he throws this lineup from outside B that blooms in front, and then he picks it up, and he can throw it afterwards once they get into B, and it puts a lot of extra pressure. So you see, he's got this wall that still creates the A pressure that he can go towards. Then he's got a lineup that allows you to get out through B. That's why Navi were fighting so much over B main control, over Garage, and then he picks it up, and it's really useful for the post plant. Nobody else is doing this. Zesta's like refined it, probably while he wasn't in scrims actually. He's just in server time figuring it all out, and now he's actually getting to show it working in the server. It's a nice idea.
Yeah, but still even as well across the board, and it kind of loops back to the original point that we were talking about, which is CNED, I think, because we saw this. He absolutely popped off in the first half of Bind, and it slipped. His impact was dropping off the face of the earth. I think, what is it? He's on 14 kills currently in this map or something like that. If he keeps this one going, I think Navi have a very real shot of really going all the way.
Oh, we will see if they can do this or not as we head back into the half with your casters, Doug and Hypok.
Thank you so much, Jinsu. Navi on the attacking side now. This double duelist comp is going to get the opportunity to show what it's made of as we're jumping straight into the action. And Mike, you see it on the minimap. DRX convinced that it's a hit A, and boy, are they wrong.
Yeah, everybody from Navi funneling to Garage very early on. RB, got to respect this. If he's going to play his life and back away, that's it. The Nano Swarm dealt with very quickly as well. So full 5v5 here in the post plant.
Yeah, nothing quite like it on a pistol. If you like chaos, you're in for some.
So nobody actually exploring towards spawn here. Would have had a shorty to deal with in the hands of RB, but what can DRX get it set up here? Still got plenty of util to work with.
Oh,
Not
it's
sure where
gotten
that's
stuck.
going.
Oh no. Get on down there, buddy. He's overwhelmed. Somehow still dropped. I thought he was going to find a window. Kills go trade it back and forth. The 4v3 as you see DRX starting to funnel forward, starting to take space back. But Navi hold the line. Stack's left alone, and he cannot deliver.
What a crucial headshot from CNED to deny the paint shell being sent into Pillar. It would have forced both players and Navi out into the open by the finest of margins. Great flood from DRX initially here.
Yeah.
They get Zipan with it looked like no response or even attempted response from Navi coming through, but these deeper positions pay dividends at the end of this round. The cleanup from Sugetsu, nonetheless.
You wonder here, too, who on the side of Navi is going to come to life alongside CNED, because the Des mentioned it, we did too. He played well. It just wasn't enough on Bind, and he's playing well here.
Same setup again from DRX. Flash over the top.
They're going to push this. Sugetsu has so much info. Done well to take one.
It's a similar situation we talked about on one round of Bind, where they find the kill, but no real upgrade here.
Yeah. Woo! RB with a nice pluck. Crispy shots. The second just a bit wide. And again, a spot where DRX, they've gotten a couple of kills, but as you mentioned it off of the first, no real way to upgrade. Nothing really found. No, in most other circumstances, you see this and go, okay, we're able to upgrade a weapon. Now we can fight back on a little bit more of equal footing, but that's just not the case. Zest is nothing more but a ghost, and he's about to swing out into a Guardian, and well,
hang on.
Or excuse me, a Vandal. See if he can pick it up. He's just so paranoid. Mako's got to take some space here. He's got to be a little bit more pacey on this. That Paranoid's going to buy some time. Weapon grabbed! And it's fallen down to a 1v1. Of course, it is Zest with the Vandal. Upgraded. Angel in the 1v1. Misses on the first. Swings out to the Ghost and lands the shot. Again, he giveth and he taketh away.
Crispy from Angel to close things out, but rifles removed. will force the repurchase, yes. Navi still pretty healthy in terms of the finances. Great shot from RB here.
Steady.
Unable to follow up on it though.
I mean, the confidence to I'm gonna go for the ghost here.
Shower impressed too.
Yeah.
A good start for Navi though, 2 on the board in the second half. Arguably the stronger half from DRX yesterday versus Loud as well. Buzz, the key factor really. I mean, RB had a fantastic performance, yes, but Buzz was absolutely farming on DRX's defense.
See if he can do it again. Test it a little early. And it seems like there's more coming on the other side of that. You see the smoke out from Mako to help provide some cover. They're so intent on mid control. And that is a judge. That is a judge, my friends. The Trailblazers not what he wanted to see. That Paranoia is going to buy some space, but he can't go back towards safety because of the nade. Help has arrived, though, courtesy of Buzz.
I was going to say, I'd be surprised if you still see Navi after the Paranoia commit towards that. Already Stacks making moves towards A. RB been holding down the fort here, but as I say that, Stacks thinking otherwise. I mean, now there's no sound cues, especially with Zest's position here. He's going to hear anything towards Garage and has open sight lines towards mid. Navi going to find themselves a 5v2 potentially on A site.
Bomb grenade out.
We saw Sugutsu pull off some pretty ridiculous things from the defensive side here. We'll see if RB can do the same with the turret to help. Zipan up top, too many things to consider. CNED nice with it. The second after the upgraded weapon, and that's enough to get the sight. Oh, unless Buzz gets ahead of it. That's exactly what he does. He just buys time and he wins the round. What a play from Buzz.
Just when you think Navi have done enough, 4 HP left on Buzz. I said he was farming yesterday, but that is outrageous. Look at the time it hit. We talked about the game plan yesterday of denying the spike from being planted. Buzz throws everything. Everything to stop the spike from going down.
What a play. Now 2 from the showstopper. Light armor still on all of them. And they had the money to buy. You see an interesting financial approach from DRX. Mako once again getting challenged. You gotta pick a target, bro. It's either the dog or it's CNED. You pick the wrong one. Zipan's already back sight. Buzz had no idea. See if they can reposition though. Angel's really, really far out. Really far up by himself. Dog spotting him, and yep, Zest from up top, but well handled by Xiao. Well handled by Xiao.
Marco just caught off guard. This time around, no smoke up, nothing for really him to disengage behind. Maybe not anticipating Navi stacked up as heavily behind the Trailblazers as they were, but that's the last time you want to see that.
Yeah, yeah. You can't make a mistake like that twice.
One enemy.
He's on an island here as well.
Which I don't mind as much, but honestly, it feels a lot like the conversation we had around Angel, right? In the first half, like you get a little comfortable, you get a little cheeky, and then you get punished, and surely you reconsider. And that seems to be the case. Mako's nowhere near Garage right now.
Zest finds all
that hurts.
All that spam on the other side of that jump peak, down to 60 HP. With Navi forcing the issue just yet.
Of course, it's
DRX stacked up behind this, Doug.
Yeah, of course, it's a flash to a smoke to set up Angel to take the opening peek. Zipan is there close by. You get some info. Really, by process of elimination, you know it's not towards Male. Buzz is going to go. He's got the showstopper in a bucky. But Zest not able to find space, not able to create anything with it. Seeker's invested the Paranoia out. CNED's able to get through. But Buzz finds space, and now he's got the showstopper, but CNED stops it. A second 2 found onto Sax. I ain't CNED's gonna win this round by himself. Come hell or high water, he's getting the round for Navi.
Spike planted.
Just nothing for RB to do here.
With Stinger in hand, has to close the gap somewhere and forced off the initial angle. RV going to find their 10th here. Themselves a 3-round lead. What the hell is in Buzz's Bucky? That's what I want to know.
Yeah. Sure, we'll get a look at it again.
And the collat on the Seeker from what felt like 30 feet away.
Anyone have any splits? I may have down, but...
Yeah, we're going to get a look at that one more time. The pass through and what on earth, bro?
Party's over.
I'd be so mad. But again, you know, we talked about it during the round. CNED, in the face of that, able to really able to settle things down.
We talked about a crucial headshot early on from him to deny a paint shot.
Yeah.
Here to deny the showstopper getting posted into the backline of NAVI in this execute.
That would have spelled disaster. But they stabilized. NAVI up 3 on split. The attacking side showing some teeth. They've won 4 of the last 5 rounds, Mike. They're in full control.
I even mentioned this as well. DRX's strength on the defense on split yesterday, not necessarily getting themselves into a comfortable position so far. They have the benefit of the finances. They're walking a tightrope in that regard. About coming on their first ultimate cycle, obviously showstopper used, but a fairly polarizing performance here from RB today. It's in at 4 and 13. He was a hero for DRX yesterday.
I mean, even on the defensive side of split, you're right.
2 off the lockdown, 1 off the pit, so 2 crucial ultimates in terms of the defense overall. Seeker's here for stacks. But everything except for Xiao in terms of ultimates on the other side.
I was about to say, the other side does not look any better. Does not really instill any confidence. 4 ults.
Well, talked about being a hero yesterday. Might just need to be once again hit.
It's been quiet, but RB's done well to get 1 so far. Still dancing around the second with the turret to help. Hero answering the call at least a little bit as Zest and Buzz have shown up too.
Control the spike as well. Angel have to pull off a miracle here to recover this 1v3. Still pretty healthy, but Marco going to be the first one to overcome. And spotted here on the peak. See the other eyes of DRX trained on this position. Now Marco's still with a paranoia available.
Speaking of which, waits it out.
Shadows traveling.
I mean, he's certainly taking his time on this. Roomba, the satchel, the kill not found. Buzz cleans him up. DRX get to 8.
We're here because we're the best.
Within touching distance still for DRX. Certainly not out of this race just yet. So
No.
RB must have heard me here because he stands tall to the challenge here on A site. Eventually falling to CNED, but unrecoverable at that point.
He did what he needed to do. The damage was dealt.
First time Navi have really shown intention off the rip towards A, especially on one of these buy rounds.
I can't imagine they're going to do it again anytime soon.
Yeah, back towards pressure in mid here and potentially Zest on the other side of things, but a pit will eliminate that possibility. Yeah, okay.
Easy now.
Yeah. But I mean, he's come right out of the pit. Does he?
Yeah, he's
got plenty of time to get back in, yeah.
I wondered here what DRX would do with this because you know there's some presence mid. They got a flash and they heard a dog from the attacking side towards A. But they don't. I mean, they don't fully send. They don't fully rotate A.
Well, actually, it's crucial that Zest does get this wall off because NAVI have set up right behind it already. RB's utility scattered across site and heaven.
And note where the utility's positioned too, on the other side of the wall. But if they get past it, if they find the timing, that layer's gone. You see him staring at it. Go on. Mouse button 1, there you go. Paranoia out in the dash forward. The turret has been cleared. RB once again has so much to do, and he knows the showstopper's in his face, staring into death with not much to do. Seeing it on the swing, and it's Xiao who gets the kill. The defenses of DRX had previously stood so tall, stood so strong, crumble.
Spike planted.
The 2v5 might just see another round where DRX opt to hold onto these rifles. Stacks set at 3K, 2200 for RB. Chance here for Marco to pass one across, but you don't see either of these players fall now.
No, not in a situation like this.
A couple of members of NAVI healthy though, so they could go on the hunt.
And they're trying. They're looking.
They're not going to find anybody though with this little time left. Seeing it's still conscious of somebody slipping on.
Yeah.
To find a ninja defuse.
We are due for one of those, aren't we? We haven't seen that in a while. Not a good one like that.
Like the doomsday clock.
Yeah.
About 6 seconds off for the minute.
So with all that, Navi get another again. They just meet with the defenses of DRX, punch him in the mouth, and move forward.
And Stacks found blind through the wall. Again, didn't really matter. You expect RB to fall there with a showstopper, but
yeah.
This might be just about it in terms of full purchases left in the bank of DRX. CNED quietly along the way, sitting at 24-8 right now.
That's not bad. A pedestrian performance from the start. He's got the potential for more. See this double duelist set up once again, exploring mid. Threatening Zest, and whoop! Showed a little too much leg there. Dashing forward, Buzz threatened. I mean, CNED's just looking to do this on his own, and you see how much respect they have to pay.
I mean, so much pressure though. You have to respect it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Forced so deep on this A-side setup. I mean, Buzz still trying to hold down the position on rafters. Navi don't necessarily achieve much other than mid control on the back of it.
Wish there wasn't much defending it to begin with. And there's the first down. You still have to deal with the other. You still have to do a zip ban.
Bomb buddy out.
A little bit of tech there. And a boom bomb into heaven.
Yeah, steal that one. Mako waiting on the other side of the smoke. See Buzz ready to. The nade in hand.
Woo! Zest loves a jump peek.
Yeah.
He really loves a jump peek.
Yeah, he does.
23 seconds left on the clock here, Doug.
A vintage wait and go. And Angel dies already. The spike is still up in heaven now. 15 seconds left. They're going to have to pop out, and they're going to have to do it quickly. And Shao has the spike, and that might be enough. Now 10 seconds, it's all on to Buzz. 85 HP, snaps on the first, the second buys time, and that's gonna be enough.
That's it.
He may not get the kill, but it's not gonna matter. DRX get the 9th. Oh, when that clip ran dry on that rifle, bro. And he had to switch to the classic, I almost lost it.
Shao faced with a dilemma, has to come off the plant though. DRX live to fight another day for the time being.
So close.
That's a screenshot right there.
Yeah,
if you were wondering.
Yep.
I got yous, okay?
Operator in hand now for CNED. Still got the Blade Storm. Doesn't have that to fall back on.
I feel like he's had it for forever.
Yeah. But he's not needed it.
Yeah. The Trailblazer setting him up into that more aggressive angle. Procs the dash 2 and DRX once again respecting. Buzz is one away from Showstopper here. He gets a kill. There's a potential for something.
But Navi looking to pinch through ropes initially here. I mean, Zipan and Angel in a position to still show presence elsewhere.
And again, very similar idea to what we saw in the previous round.
But I love this clearance towards Garage to confirm that actually it's not split through B.
Yep.
Now, information game definitely favoring DRX here, but Navi are poised to explode onto A.
Yeah, RB has lockdown, but he's not really in a comfortable spot to drop it. With 45 seconds left, does he dare invest it? Zipan gets so high, and he gets one. Saxer on the trade. CNED cleaning things up. Op still in hand, and there are the blades. I mean, that's the round.
Yeah, it's done for. Navi even stalling things out to find the plant here. Just Buzz and Marco. Still got the paranoia, still got the showstopper, and the paint shells, actually.
Yeah, and a 2v4?
Shadows traveling.
I mean, maybe. Well, okay, yeah, they're going. They found one. The Paranoia, the Showstopper invested. Buzz weak though, 45 HP. What space can Mako find? He swings out. Too many targets to deal with. The investment ill-advised. Navi, map point.
Match point.
DRX are going to struggle coming out that one as well.
Yeah.
Come away with the lockdown, sure, but in terms of weaponry, definitely going to be feeling the pinch. Navi have been allowed to set up so many times. These very explosive, committed 5-man hits.
Late in rounds, too.
In a round where I said DRX almost, I feel like they're winning the information game.
Yeah, yeah.
Committing once again to this Killjoy setup on A. And like I said, against the Jet and a...
Well,
I said Zest likes a jump peek. Ill-advised this time around.
I mean, really, the first 2 times that we talked about it, too.
Here.
What a much dearer cost. Look at this angle set up from CNED.
CNED knows what's up. Again, the operator also being another curveball that DRX have been struggling to handle, to be honest with you.
What are you going to do? You got a stinger. Oh, come on. If you're going to go, just go, man. Another
Actually,
jump
Mako
spot.
catches.
Oh, that Paranoia was so good, but it doesn't matter. The neural theft, and out goes CNED. Buzz with the judge, finding one, though, 56 HP. It's not a Bucky. Not from that distance. DRX crumble. And RB's left alone. Holding on to that lockdown for what feels like forever. Never invest it. We're going the distance. We're going to Lotus.
Navi come back swinging in map 2. And the game plan, I just feel like they didn't get a steady footing in the second half here. DRX not able to replicate a lot of the things that worked well for them previously on Split. And Navi really slowing the pace down here, controlling everything that DRX were trying to achieve.
And the truth is, Mike, there were some instances in which it felt like it was burned too long, right? I think, again, about that round where I believe it was Buzz who was able to stop the plant just a second away. Instances like that where it felt like you guys are playing a dangerous game here. But ultimately, it was that caused too many fits. That, the op from CNED, just continued to cause problems. Yeah, you think about that one for a long time.
I think as well, I mean, I mentioned this is really to crochet, but RB yesterday was so explosive with DRX in a number of clutch situations and a number of situations where I was talking about DRX almost playing anti-plant to deny the spike from even going down. Here it just wasn't a factor. I mean, they almost found no value from the Killjoy setup. You could argue that versus the double duelist, that there's no real opportunity with a Viper and a Killjoy to really split the attack as effectively as you think you're going to.
It was just too much. Fortunately for us, that means we're going to Lotus. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
What a response from Navi. We have a game on our hands. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Saisho and Bren. All of us thought that Split was where DRX were going to be extra dominant. Saisho, even at the half, we believed in them. But talk me through what happened. How did Navi bring this back?
It was Charles Neddington.
Yeah?
So, I mean, C-Ned is unbelievable. You can see it in the reactions from the tweets from other pro players and stuff. He's just been hitting, and he was playing really well on defense side, on Bind, and on Split. But the fact that carried through to the attack side as well meant that they just had openings, and C-Ned's cleaning up situations. DRX were going for their same strategy of trying to flood retake, and it just wasn't successful.
It wasn't successful like it was against Loud the other day, right? I mean, where they were really finding success on it. Maybe more of a slight thrown towards Loud as a team. I think the fact that they weren't being able to stop it. But, I mean, I will say, you know, positives, like we were saying, obviously C-Ned right at the tippity top, but normally when he's been getting those results, or him or Zipan, whoever the duelist is, it's required Angel to be just going in first, you know, creating that space for the rest of the team.
He had the most deaths.
He did have the most deaths, but that, I mean, I would say, I'm like leaning all the way back in my chair. I'm really enjoying this.
Yeah.
But I don't think it was contingent for C-Ned popping off. That was all C-Ned. That was a turn of a new leaf for this guy, who normally I think of as quite a reserved player that needs that space created for him before he pops off.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about him, not just this map, but the whole series as well. He played the Sage, he's on the Jet. Let's not forget, he hasn't been back at Champs, Josh, since he won. He won the very first Champs, so I feel like he's back for some redemption and revenge as well.
The form just looks ridiculous from him. The flicks he was hitting with the operator on Bind, and then going forwards into Split too. I mean, look, he's just not getting punished for things that you expect DRX should be able to stop. And then when it goes through and he's got a rifle in hand, following up, he's everywhere, doing everything, popping off. And we saw it when Navi were playing against Liquid. He looked fired up individually too. The passion is there. The feeling that he wants to prove himself and show to everybody too that he deserves this spot on Navi. There's been a lot of talk about, oh, get Artist back. They were a lot better when they had Artist on the team. I think he's shutting up the doubters with this kind of performance.
What was that voice that you're putting on the tail end of that?
Is that what the haters sound like?
A certified hater voice. Yeah. No, but I mean, he's just carried it all the way forwards. I mean, how many times can we hit it on the head?
300 ACS.
Yes, over 300 ACS when he's playing the jet role, of course. I mean, but he's just been popping off in ways that he hasn't really been doing in the past, and also showing that passion as well, you know, like the reactions visibly. This guy, you can see how much it means to him for the final event of the year, the biggest event of the year, to really put on a showcase like this.
I mean, this is the thing. I remember his former IGL on Ascent, Bone Cold, was actually startled one time when they were at an international tournament because he was like, why is C-Ned standing up? Like, this guy never reacts to anything. Now we've got a version of C-Ned that's constantly, I feel like, reacting to every little thing. Sometimes a cheeky bit of a death slam in there as well. A very different side of him.
The emotions, though, do seem to still be high on the other side of things, too. I mean, we've seen from DRX that the frustration is getting through. There were multiple times throughout, especially that second map, where Stax looked frustrated, talking to his teammates about, you know, trying to get on the same page by the look of things. It was a little worrying if you're hoping that DRX are going to continue picking themselves back up.
I'll always take this over the alternative, which is I think that Tokyo, they just kind of looked out of it.
Right.
They weren't really showing much reactions. It was apathy. I'll take this over the apathy any day of the week because I think it shows that they care a lot, right? They've got that fire-driven, you know, they've got that drive to actually put up a good performance here. But obviously it's heartbreak because this is the map pick that arguably they should have been favored on, right? I mean, I think we all came into it thinking that.
I totally agree. You're heading into Lotus, which is towards the bottom of both teams' map pool. I was impressed with DRX's improvements. I don't like the comp that Navi runs, but based on the form of what the players are doing today, I think it's just down to individuals who wins.
Who knows what Navi are going to be pulling out on Lotus as well. I mean, they've just been chopping and changing the compositions. Will they play something normal? Probably not. I mean, we just don't know with this team.
Honestly, C-Ned has played a lot of different agents on this map. If they even think about putting him on Omen after the performance we've seen today, I'm not having it.
Well,
I can't have it.
He's been playing Neon the last couple of times, I think 3 times in a row that they've played on Lotus, but I don't like the rest of the composition. They run Brimstone on Lotus with Sova Breach. It's bizarre, but at the same time, if C-Ned's just going to hit and win every duel on Neon, maybe that's the thing that carries them through. as much as the team that loses here is not out of the tournament, it's not an elimination match, but you drop down and you have to face Liquid or Loud.
Yeah.
So by no means is this a safety net particularly.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what we're going to get here for the final Prime Gaming Agent Select of today. Like you said, Brent, we can't predict what Navi would run.
CNED Rays?
CNED Rays.
It's out. It's out.
So they're still running the Brim, the Silver, and the Breach, which is a bit bizarre to begin with.
Yeah, but this time, solo smokes on Lotus, so you can't really slow play your attack rounds. You have to kind of all in quite hard. You don't have regenerative smokes.
So
I think
weird.
this is kind of cap, I'm not gonna lie. And Zipan's back on Breach. I mean, Zipan's a great player, but when you take Zipan off Rays, it just feels... I feel like they're trolling. I feel like they're trolling, but I don't know.
DRX were battering their heads on rubble over and over again in the game against Loud, and Buzz had many first deaths, but they were still able to win the 4v5s. Navi, if they focus the same amount of control over rubble, we might see just explosive rounds ending within 20 seconds over towards A.
Yeah, also Sugetsu moving back to the Killjoy as well, not playing Cypher anymore on this.
Yeah, it locks you down. You're quite limited, I think, as well. When you're playing Cypher on Lotus, I actually like it when teams pick it up, even though the ults and the nanoswarms are really, really good for setups and as well stopping people pushing through smokes. But it lets you loose, I think, on the attack side. So you can actually just freely move around. Your setup still exists. You're not tethered to it. So maybe that will play a part. I don't know.
Well, this is it. The winner will be going straight to the playoffs of Champions. A massive advantage no matter what happens. I can't wait to see who's going to come out on top. Over to you for the one last time, Doug and Hypok.
Thank you so much, Insu. Yeah, Lotus to decide it all. 8 days of a vacation, so to speak, is what's up for grabs and a ticket to the playoffs. And as the desk was mentioning, Mike, you lose this, you're facing either Loud or Liquid, and honestly, nobody expected either of them down there, but it's still, that's a terrible prospect to have to consider.
Yeah, it is. It's, I mean, pick your poison, really.
Yeah.
But to end here on Lotus, very strange. And that's not even when we get into the compositions for Navi. I mean, DRX obviously 0-1 across the regular season, dropping this to Loud also. In a very close affair, 15-13 scoreline. But now you face the big question mark, which is Navi.
Oh my gosh.
That plays out, but hefty investment behind this, but DRX quick to disengage.
Yeah, well, I mean, nice on Navi too, because you think about what was invested, it was the dart and the fault line, and there was a little bit more in there, but two of those things will come back.
Bot coming back.
I do like this from DRX, so pacey on it, trying to find that window.
They're looking to descend very quickly.
Oh dear.
The other side of the map, Angel should have had at least one there. Sugetsu will respond, but it's Buzz with two. So open this round up.
The Frenzy just so good in that situation. Navi have done a decent job of corralling DRX in this position. CNED from all the way back, not finding any value. Important too for DRX, if they want to pull this thing off, if they want to take the quick trip to the playoffs, they've got to find a way to silence him. And so far, so good. Zip and Shao, the only two that remain. Playing on site, and you look at the minimap, the rest of DRX are nowhere near this. I mean, you've got Stax who's playing in Tree, and he finds one. You got the other two playing really far back.
No chance.
Stax falls. Buzz and RB remain. There's a nade, and that, I mean, that will most assuredly secure things. Maybe Shao gets an exit. Does get one, that's all it is. RB stays alive, DRX get the ever coveted pistol.
And you're right to notice as well, DRX's reaction, very pacey towards the other side of the map here, capitalizing on, I guess, noting all that utility invested. And the crucial one being, I mean, the paint shell on top of the dart and the fault line confirms the third member of Navi. Sets them up nicely for the flank, but not able to time it right, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, you imagine if that hits, if that combo hits, that's a brutal way to start the round, but well handled nonetheless. You see the buy from Navi, excuse me. You've got investment on some sheriffs.
Four, no less.
Yeah. And some space taken. You see both two members of Navi already taken towards A main.
You say Angel and Shao very deep on this, but held back by the alarm bot initially, and Marco has found an opener. CNED will fall. Sugetsu and Zipan across towards each side. Sugetsu trying to dip his head to retrieve that sheriff. Actually, Zipan forced out into the open by the paint shell. DRX feels like a bit of a formality now.
Yeah, the question is, I mean, how much do you invest in this and how clean do you get out of it? Want it to be as clean as possible for the attacking side. So far, decently well done. Don't want to lose much more. I mean, Navi really talk about requiring miracles just to keep this competitive, just to deal a little bit of damage. There are still 3 sheriffs in play. Smoke for Angel to swing out, and he falls. I thought Buzz was just going to hit the transfer on the second.
I was going to say, dude, need to maybe start backing away here. Sugetsu holding the angle, but Buzz good for the third. We have to remove that risk, and now Shout have to potentially just give it up towards the spike. 27, give another one across towards Buzz, which will actually give him the showstopper in the next round.
That's actually huge.
A big tool at their disposal. Yep. I mean, Stack's the only one to bring a pistol into this, so I'm going to throw him up as the sacrificial lamb in this scenario.
Well, and you know, I mean, you'll see it in the assists, but RB did well to flush him out into that situation, because if that nano's not there, if that alarm bot's not there, he can perhaps tuck towards waterfall. That kill doesn't go his way, but now showstopper online, as you were mentioning, for Buzz, and it's early enough, Mike, where I have no qualms with it being used in this round. You know you're going to get another one back. Depending on how well he continues to farm, you're going to potentially get a second. Feels very okay to invest that here. See off of that, you have a Guardian, then hands of Stacks, a couple of Bulldogs, then the Phantom in the hands of Buzz. We were just talking about him. We'll see if they're going to push into this Killjoy setup. You've got turrets, and there it is. There's your showstopper, but the Paranoia hits. Oh, and he had no shot. That was never fired.
Nobody really following up on the pressure created by that either, so DRX still going to be struggling to comfortably find this plant. Yeah, the swing on will come through. Angel ahead of the smoke. Stacks will fall.
Seemed like DRX had all the tools that they needed to convert a third, to win a bonus, but how quickly things change. Yeah, the noise being made, I mean, they're not concealing any of that.
Sorry, kid.
And that's another one that falls for Navi. To potentially get through this in flawless fashion would be everything they could possibly want. I mean, just one member is taking damage, Mike. One! And that's Sugetsu.
Being as well as 2 Bulldogs left. And it will be the Prime Gaming flawless from Angel. Cleaning things up, 3 on the round for him.
Wow.
And maybe the issue being that second satchel from Buzz doesn't clear out the Nano Swarm. It gets popped. That's what splits the execute potentially, but nobody following through, even towards the right-hand side here and towards Waterfall.
Yeah.
Because the Paranoia is perfect.
Yep. And I mean, you mentioned it right after the play too. There was no flood. There was nothing else, right, to fill the space that he had created. So perhaps a missed opportunity for DRX, but not all is lost. You see the buy, it's still great. Still committing to the slight armor strat too for DRX.
Buzz is in trouble here.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is, but CNED might be in some too. They're gonna funnel out. They can't maintain control of A main.
The Razors will be traded out, but DRX looking to secure this position. Elsewhere on the map, RB looking for maybe some space in the lurk. We'll spot out the turret here. Try and remove some of the utility in the choke point, but Sugetsu going to deny that.
Zest filling in on a little bit of the space that Sax created with the Prowler. And you wonder here what they do with that space, because, Mike, they have a couple of options here. They can flip and they can go B, they can commit to go A. Misdirection can abound. That seems to be the case. The one note here is they got the alarm bot too for RB if he pushes through. Heaven is smoked off. Oh, this dart.
That's going to miss, not do as much damage as you expect, but
yeah.
This marker down to 79.
And to be honest, I expected it to be the recon dart too. But the shock deals a little bit of damage. He keeps it now invests it for them to retake and take the space. Molly to cut off the path for Zest. Oh. There's no way you expect Stacks there! What a pesky play! But they've gotten it down to 2. Angel 1 with the Molly. The tap out from Chow, yeah, he's gotten it all the way there. They're gonna get the last 2 kills and the defuse. You're gonna hand it over to Shao. He's gonna get the Hunter's Fury online too.
And this did happen a couple of times. DRX very comfortable I mean, I guess very deep positions on a B site post plant, but a number of times the hold on site just absolutely crumbled versus Loud. It's another example here where they win out in a situation. I mean, 2 here, Zest finds one on top of this.
An unexpected one. That was a 4v2.
Wait, did Zest walk into that? I saw Angel got a kill with the molly, but
He may
just
have.
caught it on the end of the replay there.
Yeah. May have. You see the buy for DRX, it's not great. They do invest a Judge and a Bulldog. Nightfall in the hands of Sax. And intentions towards C. Note here, there's no alarm bot too to dissuade the push in, but the orbital strike buys space and buys time.
Tried to actually catch the stun here, but Buzz able to satchel away from that. A deeper investment maybe would have still caught one.
Poison's off.
They're actually swinging wide onto this. Yeah, Zipan a little further behind it.
They can fully push through towards C here, but the thing is, yeah, Sugetsu's setup is still here, and he's gotten ahead of it. Buzz is the only one who's through right now. Zipan still has a flash. The lockdown invested in Buzz with the Judge. I mean, ill-advised shots through it. Yeah, he's going to get peppered through that smoke. Never had a shot as Zipan fills out. Gets another 2. And now the Hunter's Fury. Zest is dead. He's done. Whoa, well, hang on. Fancy footwork as he tangos around the ult. Stays alive and perhaps gives him a shot at this round.
The Snakebite not actually landing in the corner here. RB drifting further ahead. Now it's just Zest. Try and recover this. Sugetsu will find the headshot to seal the deal. Buzz, yeah, forced to try and deal with the lockdown. Wildly spamming the Judge. Doesn't amount to too much though. DRX in a solid position in terms of ultimates here. One off the lockdown, the Viper's Pit and the Nightfall here, but an early timeout called.
Yeah, we'll see. Perhaps it's off of, you know, trying to figure out what you want to do with the 3 ults that you were just mentioning. But, Mike, I will say, it does seem like when it comes to individual form, it's early, but they look really crisp on this map. They seem really snappy. Sugetsu's playing well. And maybe that's kind of what I'm looking for, is we know what CNED's capable of. We saw it on the first 2 maps, but who else is it, right? Who else is going to fill in behind him? And they just look really good right now.
As well, DRX, at least in terms of the early round, I wouldn't call it throwing just yet. I mean, in terms of the early round, definitely need to start applying a little more pressure. They're the ones that are on the back foot behind some of these trap plays, and whether or not it's further commitment from Buzz maybe towards an opening engagement. Certainly need to play towards that utility being invested on the side of NAVI and ultimately turn that into an advantage for themselves. Wait and see what the adjustment is on the backside of the timeout.
Meanwhile, I think that's a fair question to ask on the side of NAVI too, because I think every round we've seen so far, they've shown a willingness to scrap early. You think about the pistol, you think about the early A main fight from a couple of rounds ago. I mean, they want to brawl.
Be safe.
How do DRX handle that? Meanwhile, look at the setup right now towards mid. Angel and CNED just standing right up at the barrier, looking to take some aggressive space.
I mean, Angel to shoulder here for contact, potentially place CNED in.
Bomb buddy out.
Early investment of smokes, at least.
Wondered here too what the plan was with that. I thought maybe they had a player that was close to getting an ult online and they were trying to play around and posture for the orb, but
this is slightly awkward with it being the Brimstone. Obviously now you only have 1 smoke towards whatever happens in the late round. You don't have a second controller, you don't have any regeneration. So this is the sort of situation that you're looking for Na'Vi to definitely find value off that utility.
yeah, and I believe it was Bren who was mentioning it on the desk, this exact thing, right? There's not a whole lot left behind that. The positioning, the investment of that final smoke from Angel has to be pixel perfect.
I mean, they've got the read here. There's 3 members of Na'Vi over towards A site. So DRX will commit behind it as well.
Buzz. Oh, that Rolling Thunder's gonna cause so many problems. And yeah, they're deafened, but what can Mako find? 1. Looking for the second, nothing found yet. But the spike into position to be scooped up, but do they know Zipan's there? They're just not gonna push it. They're gonna go to Sugetsu! And Sugetsu with 1. Try to bully him away, try to force him to run and create some space. Where on earth are you going?
Sugetsu's gonna catch this.
Are you gonna commit? Oh, he commits! 13 seconds left. And Tsugetsu, concerned about what might be behind him, creates a window for Mako to get the spike down. What a chaotic round, Mike.
Turret will bodyguard RB though. Put him in a position where he has to actually retreat back towards the door here. Mako completely disconnected down to 69 HP.
Oh, and they don't invest a turret to serve as a sentinel, so to speak, on the spike. They drop it B to make sure there's no one flanking around. So they have to face this. First flash turned. Mako trying to decapitate the first and manages to do so. It's all under RB now, 1v2, and he gets the 1v1. They left him. It all's on to CNED. He's gonna get to half. RB on the swing and CNED with the snap, but I don't know that he's gonna have enough time. It's gonna be so close. Oh, it's gonna be so close, but it's not enough. The Red Bull clutch for DRX.
Again, two people dropping down onto lower there. It takes CNED so much time to wrap back up onto default. Try and get the defuse. DRX flip around in their favor. I mean, just here. Tsugetsu so close to catching Mako.
I'd love to see if we can get this from CNED's perspective too. No, we're not going to get it. But, you know, you wonder here, I imagine he didn't have a satchel in that situation for him to have to take the long pathing around. Another situation where a second was all the difference. Up in the hands of CNED here.
Trying to bait out the trap plate outside on Mound. Like you said though, the operator in hand. CNED is going to tuck himself into a deeper position. One off the showstopper as well. He is rewarded with an early kill. Lockdown and the Viper's Pit available for DRX. An opportunity to clear a site and secure it in a post plant.
And Zest, the tip of the spear. You see how far up he is already. Tucked behind his wall. And a tap at the door. Once again, just a threat. The Prowler through and Buzz never left the ground.
No investment just yet, but DRX happy to continue forwards.
I mean, Navi have such a good setup though. You know that they're not going to be pushing in and try to flip B. Because of that, you can invest the fault line, the shock darts, you can send 3 towards A. They can drop so much here.
You should run.
So do we actually see the late lockdown invest here? Stack Snappy with the first zip and will fall.
Still so much to do though. I mean, Navi forced to take a step back for just a moment.
And with that blind kill, actually CNED does get the showstopper up. Nearly actually catches RB with the second there.
He's going in with it. The alarm bot there, and it once again never fires. Zest still able to play in it though. RB with the first, finally equalizing things. But how much more can they do? Can Navi break their way through what they have? No, they cannot. What a hold. Wow.
I mean, it's so unlucky from CNED. So close to finding the second inside the pit with the operator, and then can't get the showstopper off. Oh, beautiful.
I mean, we've all been there.
Yeah.
Right? We've all been there.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel good. But you're right, a brutal situation there for CNED. And the truth is, yeah, he landed the shot onto Stacks. If it's Zest, an entirely different situation. If he's able to launch off with that showstopper and find some value, once again, we're having a different conversation. But DRX, once again, scrappy, managing to handle what they have. Managing to handle what Navi are throwing their way. They did invest everything into that though, Mike. They invested the pit, they invested the lockdown. That was a costly round. A win, yes, but a costly one nonetheless.
And Buzz on the brink of finding another showstopper. That's about it. Maybe the TP from Mark. I mean, it won him another round. Usually talk that ultimate down, but if you find a round from it, sure.
Yeah.
Navi, other than Zipan on the Guardian, able to get rifles on the board. And nothing available for them. 3 away from the Hunter's Fury, 3 off the lockdown. Got to build back towards that. Another 2 rounds for DRX though to take the lead here nonetheless. 4-3 the scoreline. Can they carry this forwards? I mean, will force Na'Vi into an uncomfortable situation.
Careful here for aggression towards A main. You've got the fault line set up. The haunt is cleared. What is Zipen waiting for? There it is. And there's the swing. Angel looking to dip on the second, drops RB.
We were mentioning earlier, that's the sort of value you want to see from a smoke early on from Angel. Now, not necessarily as much of an issue. Buzz able to get right ahead of this Killjoy setup, though. Will clear a lot of space, and this time around, the plant comes through. A 3v4 in the post plant. Not much in the form of utility to secure it, but Buzz actually throws out the paint shell. Paranoia sent as well very early on here, Doug.
Very early, you're absolutely right. The drone has been cleared. Oh, and that's
what was that?
Again, a gifted one, maybe off of a tag from the drone. I believe that was the case. I didn't think the drone made it out of the smoke. Either way, he gets a kill. Buzz playing him close! Buzz!
He's got another nade.
And he has time. Oh, but he doesn't even get it off. Sugetsu with a massive one. Angel with the second. And once again, a subversion of expectations. This time in favor of Navi.
Heroic attempt from Buzz, but unable to find anything further from those two kills.
Oh,
it was, yeah. Too late. Oh. It's curious if we'll see another Stacks reaction there for back-to-back rounds. Some BS deaths from, yeah, we do.
See the clench of the jaw at first. That's how you know, man.
Navi will tie it up and now actually take the lead in terms of this ult cycle as well.
Yeah.
Force DRX down to it. Well, no purchase. Judge, a sheriff, well, two.
On my way.
It goes to round things out, but bigger picture-wise, Sugetsu one away from the lockdown. Shao, one off the Hunter's Fury. These big ultimates available now for Na'Vi. Jero look to find maybe something into B's side, but there's nothing on the other side of this.
No. I'm surprised that they invested the Hunter's Fury, but I mean, it worked. Very well handled. You can see what the intent was for DRX too. A different Viper wall. We hadn't seen that towards B, and then a quick pounce out from Buzz with the Judge. The only weapon that they had in that round. Yeah, they have no shot in this one. Shock darts too. CNET cutting everything off well. It's the third time that counts as a Prime Gaming Flawless comes through for Navi.
One round ahead now. Definitely cementing that lead in terms of this ult cycle as well. Lockdown back in effect. It was actually the tag on the Hunter's Fury that gives Sugetsu a turret kill as well. Navi the home stretch of this first half. I mean, a potential here to close this out. An 8-4 advantage. DRX, not much left behind this purchase, so be a bit of a crossroads if they lose another.
It's a different look here again. They threatened aggression B, but they didn't leave anything behind. So RB's just able to fill back the space.
Placing swarm grenade.
Right here.
They've got the Prowlers that they can push up with as well. RB, it took a little while, but he gets one step closer to having that lockdown.
Molly's removed from this C-site setup from Sugetsu. So it's just the alarm bot left there. The DRX taking their sweet time with this default. Spike not committed either direction just yet. It's only Shao to hold down the fort towards 8. We'll clear out with the drone here.
But it's early. They're ahead of it.
Did catch the tag though on Zest.
Go get him.
What do they do with that info?
Problem being they've confirmed on both extremities now with the drone and the boom bot. It's going to force the hand of DRX into a scrambled execute here.
You imagine Sugetsu drops the lockdown here? Yep, and it's flipped. The map is flipped. I mean, DRX just played them like puppets, bro.
TP will come through, giving them the plant.
There they are.
Just masterfully handling Navi's strings. Just when they thought they had a read on the situation, the rug's pulled out from under them. But Zipen able to get one onto Stacks. Buzz with everything to do. This position surely not expected, surely not found yet. He can do it all by himself. RB's going to be scaling forward as well, and Alarm Bot deep to cut off any control. But Buzz falls. I mean, they've got him pinched in.
Calling my ball.
Mike, this is discombobulated. This is messy. He's got to get the kill on an Angel. Oh, no. Oh, it's gone sideways. It goes so horribly sideways. RB's now just sitting on the other side with no way to make a play. Has to sit back and watch as the round goes by.
And DRX play this so well, but Na'Vi able to maintain numbers in that retake. One falling so early towards rubble. And Na'Vi capitalize. And that's the kill I'm talking about right there. Stacks in a very deep position to cut off this rotation. Buzz falling after that as well.
I mean, Buzz had a great position, and you know, we've got to talk about RB again. Not able to get the kill on Angel.
It's not had the same sort of impact today whatsoever.
Not at all. Absolutely agree. But somehow, even in the face of that, they find themselves in a fight. Just down 2 rounds in the first half of Lotus. Or picked up.
Rolling Thunder here from Zipan. And yeah, on the X-ray, you can see just what's on the other side.
Oh, this looks like trouble. What's the follow-up, though? Is there anything behind it? Is it just them? The paranoia and the satchel are beautiful. What a disengage. Oh, but you're not going to be able to get out of that. Oh, my gosh.
Orbital Strike splits them, but nobody secures the space in front of it on the side of Na'Vi. But DRX feeling probably pretty good about that one.
Absolutely. That could have been disaster. The thing is, Na'Vi have rotated so many this way.
Well,
you gotta watch that
guy. It's a pretty depressing lockdown.
Yeah, that's unlucky. And info off of the dart.
Angel's playing in the cut as well. He's able to control this space outside. B Stacks picked off once again. No response found either. DRX shepherd in towards this C site right now.
You're running out of time here. If you're going to flip the map, it's got to be now, and the utility hasn't been cleared. They've done such a good job of doing it, but they don't seem to care. Managed to get a couple. You've got Zess, who's cutting off rotations towards B, but the spike has to go down very soon. And you still have so much presence here from Na'Vi.
Angel's found that kill.
This should open things up. That shock dart. Oh, it didn't bounce. It was a little bit deeper. RB's getting one. A 2v2 somehow. Mako, 85 HP, no armor. The swing out is there, and they try to bully Xiao, and they do. They've left Zipan in this. And he cannot convert.
How the hell have DRX just flipped that? That is absolute madness. Even with Angel finding the kill onto Zest there, the numbers advantage still for Na'Vi.
I mean, just a pocket. You know, we were talking about RB. And reasonably so, rightfully so. You mentioned it, he hasn't played the same way he did yesterday. 2 massive kills in that round.
Another 3K for him. Was his signature move yesterday.
I'm confused, he's smiling, but they lost that round. CNED with the op, showstopper in play. Early A aggression too.
Yeah, throwing everything behind this now.
Yeah, they are. Set up CNED. What?
That's a big pick. So they try and explode on the back of this. Yes, they do. The showstopper doesn't land, but Stacks will find the kill on Xiao.
So well handled. The swing out. I mean, DRX have played this perfectly. The problem is, though, Mike, we've said this before, and Navi somehow find a way to Houdini their way into the round.
A 2v5, Doug?
We've seen
surely not.
Zipan ahead of things. Ahead of the Nightfall, ahead of the first. Clothesline, though, not able to find much more as DRX and Navi are tied at 6 apiece at half. And, well, honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way.
The road to recovery pays off. As I said, we were staring down the barrel of potentially 1 buy round away from an 8-4 half here in favor of Na'Vi. DRX, a course correction nonetheless. And RB must have heard me now because he's topping the board for DRX. Both Killjoys sit at 12 and 6.
Yeah, he heard what you said. He took it personally. And he's gotten DRX to this point. Halftime here between Navi and DRX. We'll throw it down to the desk.
Thank Thank you very much, guys. This game, just the gift that keeps on giving. Every time we think that something is going to happen, it feels like, Brent, what we expect does not happen.
No, I know. We were trying to plan segments around the bonus round showstopper that didn't come to fruition. It just got immediately shut down as well. But yeah, I mean, it's been just one off of clutches. It's been even 6-6. But in terms of which direction it goes on, I really couldn't predict it, I don't think.
I think one of the things that DRX keep doing is putting themselves in difficult spots and then having to frag or clutch their way out of it. And that happened multiple times. Round 6 and round 7 really stand out, though, because they had put themselves into, it feels like almost unwinnable positions, and then you have a big play coming out from someone. I mean, from Marco, for example, in this situation, teleporting over to the C site and then barely winning the round due to time towards the end of things, as CNED almost got this, but didn't quite have what it took. And then the round straight afterwards, I think they're in a 3v5 here or a 3v4.
Yeah, Maka goes down towards his util.
Yeah, and then they use pit lockdown to get their way out.
Yeah, I mean, really good timing with the ultimates, I will say, but it has just come down to these clutch performances. I mean, and a lower third kind of spells it out as well. DRX have never got never got a win on Lotus, excuse me. And this is paving the way to a potential chance to get their first win of all time. But it is still shaky, right? It's still shaky. And I do worry a little bit about the composition they're playing up against, because now we're looking at Navi's attack side. With this composition they're playing, double initiator, solo smokes, it's very all in. I feel like if DRX opt into playing retakes, their retakes were 0-7 on the last map. Won't be looking too hot, potentially.
Well, it's neck and neck at the half, but there can only be one winner from this series, and of course, gaining that first spot at playoffs. Doug and Hypok, I cannot wait to find out who it's going to be.
Well, good news, Yinsu, you won't have to. We're just a few moments away from kicking off the second half. Now Navi on the attacking side, just CNED on the duelist. We'll see what they can find. You know, the desk talked about it, Mike, early on. It seemed like we were set up for all these electric rounds towards A main, and we didn't see much of that. Let's see if that's the case here.
Which was strange, because I want to come back to something Josh mentioned, which is, you know, a number of times DRX being forced into, you know, clutch situations to close out rounds, but their recovery factor yesterday was, I mean, nothing short of amazing.
Yeah.
In terms of losing our first bloods and still converting 4v5s or trading them back.
I mean, the win rate in those situations was just stupid. And if it wasn't broke, well, why fix it? But that just hasn't been the exact same this time around. Much more of a dogfight.
Very cautious, tentative approach here from Navi in the pistol. Another 20 seconds on the recon, but the spike slowly making its way across towards C. Marco and RB will have their hands full here with all 5 members of Navi.
Which is interesting here too. You expect Killjoy's utility to be set up here, and you don't have the same tools to clear that out on C in a pistol round. Meanwhile, there's so much space that DRX are taking towards A. They've just smoked off the turret, but they're going to commit to the C site. Both nanoswarms have been used, and they're not going to be able to get through.
20 seconds. And they're past the turret. They're behind this already. Sugetsu seems aware of it, though.
It was smoked off at first. You see the first few share of shots go wide. The spike finally seems like it's going to go down, but DRX
it doesn't go
pushing
down.
right back.
Last player standing.
He's not going to have time. He's well out of reach. Wow. A few things at play here. Again, the Killjoy setup made it to where they could not make it through, and then there was so much aggression from DRX towards A. They smoke off the turret, they take the space. Navi had no options, Mike.
I mean, Sugetsu was still aware of that. The fact that he's even still checking. RB finds one with a ping on the map. Yeah, I mean, the spike dropping down underneath. I'm not sure if it was initially dropped there, but Navi almost sitting watching that round pass them by. The clock ultimately decided that. All of the kills come through for DRX in the end, yes, but CNED pinged up, revealed, forced back, and actually the C's invested behind it. Angel getting a little curious here.
Yeah, back to the scene of crime, are we? First one cleared. Turret still up, nothing but a warning shot. I like this too. They leave CNED here loud on the rotate out, but they leave a trap. The question is, does the trap get challenged? Oh, it's not a trap anymore. He's made his presence very clear. This is actually, I really like this from Navi just because of the presence that they've shown. One alarm bot has been cleared. A molly has been used by Zest. He has none of that left. So you're seeing them slowly draw some of that utility out.
Buzz at least gets information on this jump peak early enough that Stax should be able to beat the rest of Navi towards A site. Oh, we'll reconfirm, at least on the second jump peak. That's going to be a big paranoia to slow things down as well.
Yeah, but what's ahead of it? Buzz on the swing. Stax there's popping through the smokes. Well done by DRX. Xiao's by himself and somehow manages to sidestep the satchel and never goes off. Gets a kill, upgrades a weapon to 1v3. Well, it landed on him.
10 seconds left.
The plant, the secondary objective at least. Xiao, 50 HP, Bulldog in hand. Can't find anything else. Nope, Zest will seal the deal. 3 left standing, 3 rifles maintained, Doug.
RB is the only one who took armor damage there too. Who also, importantly, was the one who got the defuse, who's just now 4 points away, halfway to having his lockdown online on defense.
And Buzz and Stax with great progress as well. Stax again, the only one to bring a pistol into this round. Want to find a couple of kills. Navi playing it slow in the second also. See if that trend does continue into the buy rounds as well. And one thing, I mean, for DRX, just a particular Stax' utility was absolutely flawless on the fade. See if DRX have any other trap plays set up. Heavy presence outside B here. Stax revealing that there's a Guardian here.
But concealing that there's more than one as far as personnel goes.
We're set up for the paranoia here, actually.
And truly, you don't invest Matt without real confirmation of what's on the other side, right?
Got the spike.
They're considering it. They're already ahead of the smoke and the Prowler, confirming there's no one there. So DRX on the move, Zest feeling some of the pressure, having to take a step back, try to bide some time. Stay alive for the rest of them to show up. I mean, Zenith's already through and Angel's already gotten a kill. Oh, but he doesn't find anything. They've somehow managed to keep them back at least for a little bit. They're gonna bonus them, Mike. Stax and RB are up. Never mind, I jinxed them. It's RB by himself.
So gets you down to 15 HP. This is definitely doable for RB.
Do they know where he is?
Asking for another clutch from the hero of DRX once again. Xiao posted up, he's found the first.
One.
I don't know if Sugetsu was going to swing onto that there.
I wasn't sure either.
The last second will find the headshot, but 4 rifles removed for Navi. DRX probably feeling pretty good about themselves there in terms of a round 3 performance. Stax nearly getting it done with the Guardian initially here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Sugetsu's so wise to it. Yeah.
That looked like maybe a tech pause.
Yeah.
Stax has ripped something out.
All good. Plugged it back in.
Clock's not moving.
No. Right, it's not, is it?
Now it is.
Here we go.
Okay. I get a little worried.
Crisis averted.
But nonetheless, Navi with the plant on the back of it, able to get rifles across the board. Hunter's Fury available, 1 off the lockdown, 1 off the orbital strike as well. So some key ultimates available potentially in this round for Navi. Lockdown going to be the first objective.
What do they do with it? They're just going to funnel out onto C, and they're going to do so quickly. Buzz dropping a nade. I mean, but the dart, he's lit up. That Nightfall's going to help, though. They're going to funnel behind it. They flood out onto the site. Just when you thought Navi had control, DRX punch back.
That's crazy that Navi don't get a single kill in that exchange as well.
Nothing.
Buzz nearly caught with the shock dart. 20 HP. But still standing. And in firm control of this spike now. Navi just going to sit behind their smoke, hope for somebody to over-peak.
They're going to have to do it 2 or 3 times just to get on equal footing. I mean, Stax just went from almost tech pausing the series to potentially winning the round with that Nightfall. What a legend. I'm sure we'll get another look at it here at the end of the round, but that Nightfall and the pounce behind it from DRX was just so decisive.
Even there initially, Navi feeling as if this was going to be the lighter side of the DRX defense. They're happy to just almost brute force their way onto site.
10
or at least
seconds
try.
left.
But no recovery comes through. It'll be the 9th for DRX. Is CNED going to be able to purchase something behind this? Zipan only going to carry a Guardian across. Throws the finances off kilter here for Navi, Doug.
Oh, I mean, that
yeah,
helps
well, that's
too.
how that happened, yeah.
Yeah, that helps.
Buzz's drive-by was nice, but he lined 2 up there in the choke point.
17-8 still. You know, we talked about RB at halftime and how he was starting to come back to life. He was starting to get it back together. Still top fragging. Yeah, I really like this timing from Navi, though, because you think about how the previous round ended. There was an extended period of time to talk through what was going on, talk through adjustments, and then the coach calling timeout on the other side of this, too. In some ways, mind you, the coach wasn't there at the end of the previous round, but it's an extended time to chat through what's gone on.
And certainly here as well, this timeout comes when Navi are sitting on some key ultimates that we already mentioned.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Potentially considering how they want to build around those, but like I said, they're already in a tricky situation because the finances are thrown off balance. We just need to sit and play out another round, potentially concede double digits to DRX.
Yeah. Certainly
that
not
margin
where
for
you want
error becomes smaller and smaller, Doug.
So we'll see again what they choose to do with the finances, or in some instances, you know, the lack thereof. Is that a ball? Was that a ball or was that a balloon?
I didn't catch it.
Oh. That was a balloon. Thank
Balloon,
you.
thank you.
Thank you. What do they do with this? A Bulldog, a Guardian, and a Vandal. So some bite, but still plenty left over for the next round. Meanwhile, an aggressive, decisive push from DRX once again.
We saw a number of variations of this as well. Previously on Lotus from DRX, very quickly collapsing back towards C site here, leaving Marco posted up. And Navi actually gathered outside B. There could be a problem because RB's lockdown could be huge in terms of a B site retake here, Doug.
Buzz with no satchels. I thought he might go. If there was something with the Prowler, something with the C's. No investment yet.
Look at RB's adjustment on the utility as well. It's actually towards backside and towards stairs.
With how good of a job of Navi have done of clearing some of that early on, of just peeking out, clearing one of the nanos.
Not necessarily going to be a factor here. As Navi group outside A now. 40 seconds left on the clock. Xiao down to 25 HP. Marco will spot on the second here. Early enough as well. Potentially dig his heels in here.
Mako's so far ahead. That flash was just too much for him to deal with. He's going for this. Oh my gosh, he still got the kill onto CNED. What?
Somehow will equalize the head count. The lockdown will clear sight. Navi will be able to get a comfortable plant.
Whoa,
Orbital strike as well. Angel going to follow up on this.
I love that too, so deep. Set the line of scrimmage further back. Force them to invest utility to take space that they should normally have. This puts DRX in a brutal spot.
The problem being as well, look how disconnected Xiao. He's actually going to invest the Hunter's Fury here to deal with the lockdown instead. And that's just going to pave the way, open things up for Stacks.
I mean, DRX are still rolling behind it. Stacks gets a second chance to get to the only two that remain. And Xiao, as you mentioned, so disconnected, so far back. 25 HP, nothing but a classic to get to with everything to do and nothing found. All on to Xiao now. Tries to swing one with the classic. The second maybe connects, but it's not gonna matter. DRX with a 3-round lead.
And a dilemma for Xiao with the Hunter's Fury, but it's Navi just not feeling comfortable about the weaponry maybe, or the HP bars. I feel as if they can disconnect, get back outside of tree, and wait out the lockdown. Again, it's very awkward to have to fight back into tree if you concede that space in that situation.
I think on the other side too, DRX so confident to take the fight right? Once the lockdown goes down, they're just going to flood behind it, regardless of what's on the other side.
Could see a clash here, actually.
We haven't had many of these. The Haunt is the distraction for Buzz to get the kill onto CNET, and he gets a second. The spike is down, but there's not enough to follow up, I don't think. Did they seize that? Yeah, Xiao's stuck.
What is that adjustment from Xiao? Finds the Prowler and the headshot onto Buzz. Brings it back to a 3v2 in favor of Na'Vi. This is one of the rounds where actually there isn't a paint shell or a snake bite invested towards the typical positions here. And Na'Vi capitalize. Zest noted here. RB elsewhere, just positioned outside B, not necessarily in a position to support Zest.
Oh, just hanging out and watching, waiting.
I mean, it could be. He's ahead of the alarm bot, so if Na'Vi do actually execute onto B, there's a chance for him to backstab.
That might be the case.
He's getting played in here, Doug.
Interesting, too, that wall goes up from Zest. RB.
He drops the wall for him.
Well done.
Spike down, B.
Very well done, but more to be done. More to be found.
30 seconds left.
Zest is left alone, a 1v2 against all odds as the spike runs further away.
Deploying drone.
Wisely, too, from Na'Vi, not having to deal with any of the wall or any other utility that's be there. Just remove that element entirely. Zest tagged. A high-low, way too much to deal with here, surely. But they've given him 1v1s. They're repositioning. Zest has a shot at this. It's small, and it is not enough. Na'Vi get to 8.
Beautifully timed to play RB in. That only amounts to 1 kill. Gets traded out. Unfortunately, can't disengage from that position. See, Buzz does actually spot CNET on the cross. And initially, everything goes right for DRX. I mean, it's a 2-for-1, but that adjustment is beautiful from Xiao. And then maybe a little overzealous to secure that round, find further kills from DRX. Unfortunately, gives Na'Vi a play back in.
Yeah. And I feel like that's been the story of the entire series, Mike, is pull back and forth just when it seems like the team has control. That's just not the case. And 8 is good, though, to deal a little bit of damage.
Placing alarm bot.
Not much. Spike currently not in hand. Sugetsu getting the orb mid. I mean, Sugetsu's still pretty far off of his lockdown here.
Zipan 1 away from the Rolling Thunder. CNET 2 off the showstopper. Maybe just wanted to deny that orb, nonetheless.
Mako by himself here. Tucks behind the wall. He has some cover there. I mean, do you pounce off of this?
Marco at least will be within earshot. Stack's considering joining him, but Na'Vi don't actually follow through.
Also note here, look at the position of Sugetsu's alarm bot. Different from where it was in the previous round, where remember RB had managed to find a space to slip through.
Playing to cut off any option through door from DRX. RB will be called upon once again.
Utility there to help and utility there to cover. He goes from up top and RB's able to swing around, drop him. Zipan though, there for the trade. He answered the call for 1. Sugetsu there. Oh, you could tell Buzz was suspecting where the play was coming. 13 seconds left. Spike planted. Zipan has the Rolling Thunder, and there it is. It's going to push a couple of members back, but it seems like DRX may have found a spot right through it. The Haunt finding info, finding value. It's Buzz getting 1. Xiao with the shock darts. It's just a tap out onto Spike, a 2v2 now. Sugetsu's still there. They've got him corralled in. DRX surrounded. They've already gotten it to half. It's got to be a swing from Xiao, and it delivers. Navi get another.
Definitely doesn't feel comfortable, but
no.
Navi able to convert another. Now the finances at DRX come into question. And RB not spotted initially. Unfortunately, feels as if he can't retreat away from that position. Navi bring it within 1 round now. Will force a timeout from DRX.
For dramatic effect, no less.
Yeah.
1 round separating these two. And what a series it's been.
Actually on the brink of I mean, both teams being fairly close to everything but the Rolling Thunder that's invested from Zipan. So DRX going to potentially play one out here with a light buy or maybe even a couple of rifles invested. Have to wait and see exactly how they settle. But for them, 2 away from the pit, 2 off the Nightfall for Stacks. Showstopper in hand. And Navi also very, very comfortable in terms of ultimates as well.
Back into the action we go. Buzz has really come to life here. 22-15 currently. You mentioned some of the ults that are up and available in play. I mean, they've invested a bit here, Mike. 2 Bulldogs, no armor on Zest. Or excuse me, on Mako. It's messy. It's choppy.
Navi looking to throw a curveball potentially here towards a B-side execute.
I haven't seen much of that.
No. They do follow through.
I mean, they've gotten so much space for free. I guess why not? Are they going to try to flood again off the Paranoia? Yeah, that seems to be the case. They have the Haunt there, too, to provide some cover to get some info. Shao able to get the snap, but it looks like they're going to get eco unless Zipan and Sugetsu can do something about it. Weapons upgraded for the defense. And there's really nothing that they can do. They're going to have to flood behind the flash. Stacks has already gotten it, but Mako with the 3K to get DRX 11. Heroic scenes from the controller yet again.
He's laughing about it. Talked about earlier, DRX looking lethal in the Thrifties. Looking even more ferocious in some of the rounds where they're at a great disadvantage. This one, every crucial kill comes through for DRX. Zipan and Sugetsu on the wrong side of B side for them to be the last 2 standing.
You can't help but call into question the option to go B here. Such a chaotic sight. And just not well navigated. DRX with the 2-round lead, 3 ultimates, and the other 2 are just the pip away, Mike.
I was going to say, we weren't far off one of those rounds where nearly everything is available. So gets him one off the lockdown on the other side. Zipan, obviously nowhere near the Rolling Thunder, but tag off the drone. Zest will get tagged on the first Hunter's Fury, able to escape the others though. Does he throw the pit down here to secure? He does.
Wow.
Once hits the panic button, so Navi drawing out an ultimate very early on.
Bring them down.
But potentially removing A in terms of an option here. Gonna hit B side once again.
And it's gonna be empty. Unless CNET scales up, that showstopper, yeah, it's gonna get some space and it's gonna buy some time, but it's not gonna get much else. Now you can't help but bring back to memory what we just saw in the previous round, this time with the Paranoia, this time with the ult, and this time the kill. But Navi keeping things at bay for now. Mako should have a chance to rotate through, create some space, and cause some problems. Zest is also there, but you see CNET ready for it. He's waiting. Zest is so weak, not able to get anything with it. 4v2 and yeah.
Neither team willing to relent at all. Navi will find double digits here. I mean, Zipan should be able to find an upgrade somewhere. You look at what's left. I mean, Stacks and Marco are very healthy in terms of the finances. We'll be able to share the wealth. But a big investment. I think RB, by falling, will get the lockdown here. Obviously, Hunter's Fury invested and Orbital Strike invested here, so only really CNET and Zipan in a position to deal with that lockdown potentially. We do see it invested.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, Buzz just a little slow to react to Shao running up on him, trying to charge down the showstopper. But beyond that, Navi finding all the kills they needed to secure B site and find the plant nonetheless.
Oh, 22nd round on the books. Stacks again, 1 point away from the Nightfall. Lockdown, Mako's ult. Sugetsu has his 2. You saw Shao lining up for this in the previous round. Ultimately opted to go for the drone. Got that tag on his S that drew out the Hunter's Fury. This time a bit more patient.
They're spotted, will retreat. Back towards tree. In a position to slow things down. Stacks already. Here to provide some support.
Oh, Zest.
Dancing with death here. But nobody from Na'Vi actually progressing through the wall.
Or picked up from Ziban there, now 3 points away from the Rolling Thunder. Handle's been broken, and Mako has to be aware of it now, has to respect the possibility of what's on the other side. No swing on the C's. Mako patient, gets the first, looking to control the spam on the second, not able to connect, but Zest, what?
30 seconds left.
Through the box, lands it on his Ziban. And now lockdown drop a
trade-off
second one.
lockdowns.
Yeah, Venn diagramming the site, leaving a 2v2 Stacks with the Nightfall to confirm where they're going. The silence definitely.
They've read it well.
Yeah. I mean, they're ahead of it. Yeah, the alarm bot is there, but Stacks is going to get a chance to make the play. He's gotten it down to one. He's going to have to get the spike down very quickly, and that's going to force RB to go quickly. It forces him to go fast, but no. Plant giving up. RB on the swing. He's there, and he lands a shot. DRX at series point. The patience pays off.
What a crazy round. Absolute madness. DRX still get ahead of it. It's RB to secure. Stacks just caught off guard. Na'Vi still healthy in terms of the purchase. DRX also, but all of those ultimates now have dwindled. Can Na'Vi hold on? Force another overtime.
I mean, ults are kind of close, but not really going to be the case. And look at the aggression from DRX. They invested the paranoia, the haunt, the double satchel, the nade. They dumped so much to control A main.
Na'Vi rolling the dice again on another B site hit, potentially. They're stacked up here.
It's interesting here because Buzz is going to be the one left A. It's normally Mako.
RB will catch the info outside the door.
And they've gone back to where the nanos were previously. The satchel just cleared them both. They're gonna NB. The alarm bot's gonna give it away. Forcing Stacks back. Alarm bot actually just repositioned back out onto the site. It moved at first, didn't go off. Now they're Zipan is the Rolling Thunder, Mike. It's gonna be so chaotic as you see them both vying for control of such a small space. But Navi equalizing, it's a 3v1 and it's not gonna convert. Sugetsu gets 3, Navi at 11. And Zipan keeps the ult.
And that's massive for Navi. It's gonna force DRX into a really uncomfortable position as well. We'll have to see how the finances settle for them. But Sugetsu on the cleanup with these headshots. He's always good for a round like this, Doug. And it comes when Navi needs it most. One round away from forcing another overtime in this best of 3. Stacks brings a Sheriff in here. A Guardian in the hands of Zest.
Oh, it's
and
the same.
it opens up.
It's the same play. But CNED surely has taken us the distance. I mean, with an opener like that, and the Rolling Thunder to secure things, Mako stunned up, stunned around, tries to reposition, and does so into his death. A foregone conclusion here, as it seems like once again,
Player standing.
we're getting some extra Valorant, folks.
Yeah.
RB would have to 1v5 to pull this off and get the defuse. We talk about miracles. This would be certainly that. A prime gaming flawless off of the opener from CNED, excuse me, to take us to overtime.
Switching sides. Overtime.
It's going to be so taxing on the mental as well for DRX to let this one slip. An explosive opener from CNED. Couple of freebies offered up.
Oh, if I may too, I think you make a really good point on DRX feeling exhausted because you let that one slip. You just had overtime map 1. You played overtime yesterday. I mean, it's early in the tournament, Mike, and these rounds pile on.
Yeah, the mental fortitude being tested. A lot on the line here. We talked about that break ahead of this, booking your ticket further into Champions. Come back to the same thing. Neither team willing to relent. Yeah, NAVI back on the defense here for first round of overtime. Deeper investment of Sugetsu's utility here towards elbow. Does have Angel in support as well. See Zipan toying with the idea of actually stunning or flashing out there for someone, but he'll give up the orb. No, I was going to say, actually, for a moment I thought Angel was going to creep out, but now retreating back through Waterfall.
Buzz is 2 points away from a showstopper, given how he's played the opening into this round, given how DRX have played the opening into the round. So keep a third eye on that, if you will. It seems like they want to NC. Everyone's piled up, and that's not just DRX I'm talking about. 3 members from NAVI here. The fault line from Zipan still in play. The Aftershock 2. Off of the smokes, they try to get through, and all of that utility is just going to be so much to deal with. Buzz killed himself! Falls to his own nade, but Zest makes it okay! Keeps him in it! And Zest gets 3! He's got the pit!
He hasn't thrown it down just yet. RB will find Sinez just Xiao to recover a 1v4. DRX players clinging to life. Look at the HP bars. But Xiao will need nothing short of a miracle to flip this back.
Position given away. I mean, just such an impossible situation. Fully decayed, and time is of the essence. Not much he can do here. DRX are going to take a lead in overtime, and holy smokes, Zest, man.
What a round from Zest. Show me that one back. Because the utility placement is perfect from NAVI. Buzz falls to his own nade. The tip of the spear for DRX. He's trying to get out of the nano swarms.
What a shot onto the second, man. The third was clean too, and then the fourth to wrap up the round. All the conversations around who should be playing for DRX. Zest, Foxy9, the decision that was made at the beginning of the tournament. Man, Zest has had some massive moments just in the first 2 days. Perhaps none bigger than that one. NAVI backs against the ropes.
They're going to stun back out of this on the back of the dart.
Nothing to clear it either.
Mako.
I mean, Mako's in so much trouble, but Buzz! He's got the ult! I mean, they've wiped the floor with NAVI! Final nail in the coffin! Putting him away! Buzz with 3! DRX are playoffs bound!
In the blink of an eye, Doug. The match is over.
Oh, and look at the faces of the DRX players, man.
You talk about that being a mentally taxing series. What a sigh of relief. And NAVI were poised to completely rip that setup apart. Marco stunned up, revealed. Buzz bailing him out there. And then Marco finds 2.
And the kicker is, I mean, we're going to take a look at it one more time. Buzz just faced the wall. He just faced through the Viper wall. There was no flash. There was no info gathered any other way. Buzz just said, I'm closing this round out myself. Unreal. To end in flawless fashion after the series we've been gifted. DRX, a well-deserved break after taking down NAVI 2-1. And now for NAVI, we've got to mention what's before them. The winner of either Liquid or Loud with tournament life on the line.
Will buy themselves a little break as well. We already talked about DRX showing a lot of improvements in the downtime. Showing some composition changes here as well, uncharacteristic of them to stray away. Pull things like the Yoru out as a curveball.
The confidence that they showed, again, when you talk about how scrappy they like to play, perhaps uncharacteristic there as well, but...
No, but they've looked good at doing it. I mean, Buzz and
really
NAVI being the protagonists of those sort of rounds and really delivering for DRX. Marco doing Marco things as usual. Yeah, great first two series in terms of the overall showing here for DRX. He was talking about this before the series versus Loud. Really an opportunity for, I mean, both of them in that series, but DRX more so to show a return to greatness, right? They were historically a deep run team. It was always the expectation from DRX. So certainly getting off on the right foot here.
That foot takes them to a warm welcome from their fans. Coming out in droves here in LA. Perhaps that's what got them through, man. I don't know, but DRX have once again shown us that there's something else in them this tournament, man. It's early, but they've shown us so much.
As well, even with RB having a slower start to this, it wasn't really to harp on him having a worse performance, but it was undeniable the amount of impact that he had yesterday. Stepping up to the plate here on Lotus in a number of rounds. Buzz obviously dominating the first blood game this time around. Talk about them struggling to convert first bloods, but able to recover nonetheless in 4v5 situations, potentially even 3v5 situations a number of times versus Loud.
I'm convinced he made contact with the desk with his forehead there.
Oh, yeah.
That was very, yeah.
It was beyond the 45-degree angle for sure. NAVI, not necessarily out of this, they will potentially go down to face a rematch if Liquid able to topple Loud. Again, we talked about this earlier, pick your poison.
Yeah.
In terms of how that matchup's gonna look.
Yep. CNED was outrageous, Shao and Sugetsu were as well. Angel had his Angel moments, some very good and some they were very, very questionable. NAVI don't look lost, they put up one hell of a fight, but DRX were just too much, Mike.
Yeah, and I'm not necessarily disappointed with NAVI. It's one of those things that I guess has plagued them throughout the regular season. I'm excited to see them bounce back from this.
Yeah. Fortunately, folks, for you at home, for the DRX fans, we've got something special for you. GB standing by with RB for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, fellas. I'm here with RB. Give it up for DRX. Wow. What a game that was. Firstly, congratulations. Hard-fought victory. You know, Navi's a great team. Did that series and the way that it went, the overtimes, or did that catch you off guard potentially?
일단 승리 축하드리고요. 오늘 상당히 나비와 팽팽한 경기를 치렀는데 또 나비가 워낙 잘하는 팀이기도 하잖아요. 오늘 전반적으로 좀 나비가 DRX를 놀라게 했거나 예상치 못했던 부분을 보여줬던 게 있을까요?
확실히 나비는 잘하는 팀이라고 알고는 있어서 일단은 인지는 하고 있었는데 역시 나비다 보니까 일단 총을 굉장히 잘 쓰더라고요, 나비가. 그래서 거의 그런 압박감을 좀 많이 받았었던 것 같고, 그런데도 저희가 후반에 그 압박감을 많이 풀어서 이겼던 것 같아요.
Well, yeah, obviously I knew that NAVI is a really good team. They're always so strong, but well, today, the way they just, shot heads, I just felt like, they're really good aimers as well, but that kind of gave us extra pressure, but afterwards, like during the second half, I just felt like, we were able to shake the nerves off, and I guess thus we pick up the win today.
Awesome, awesome. Now, obviously, there have been some comments made by Angel. He actually said that he felt like DRX got lucky the last time that you guys played on this stage, but then Stack said just yesterday right here that the track record speaks for itself. Do you feel like you got lucky today, or do you feel like you pretty much deserve this win?
일단 엔젤 선수가 지난번에 DRX가 나비를 이겼을 때는 그냥 이게 DRX가 운이 좋았다라고 얘기를 했는데 어제 스택스 선수는 또 상대 전적이 좀 누가 더 잘하는 팀인지를 보여주지 않냐라고 얘기를 했거든요. 오늘 나비를 이기면서 4대1이 됐는데 좀 오늘은 운이 좋아서 이긴 건지 아니면 또 역시나 4대1이라는 전적이 누가 더 잘하는지를 보여주는 것 같은지 얘기해 주시죠.
제가 봤을 때는 엔젤이 그냥 일부러 거짓말을 친 것 같고 일단은 그냥 저희가 무조건 이길 줄 알았어요.
I don't think Angel ever believed in like what he said about us being lucky. I just knew we were gonna win today.
This guy, what a guy, what a guy. But you know, one thing that we have been praising you for is your versatility. You play so many agents, you contribute so much to this team. Is that something you pride yourself in, your ability to be able to play anyone whenever the team needs it?
일단 RB 선수 하면 팀을 위해서 다양한 역할군이나 요원들을 잘 소화하는 걸로도 유명하고 워낙 팀이 필요할 때마다 플렉스 선수로서의 역할을 다 해주고 있잖아요. 좀 그런 부분이 RB 선수 스스로도 좀 자랑스러운 부분인지 궁금합니다.
원래는 이제 수많은 요원을 하는 것 자체가 힘들기도 하지만 그래도 결과적으로 좋은 모습으로 다 보여주면 진짜 정말 자랑스럽겠다고 생각을 해서 저는 만족합니다.
Well, yeah, it's always so hard picking up different agents and having to play different roles, but as long as I perform and prove myself and help the team, I just feel like, yeah, all the hard work, it was just so worth it.
Forever the professional, forever a team player. Congratulations, RB. Well deserved, man. Give it up one more time, and we'll go ahead and send it back.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy, Jen, and RB as well. I'm back here with Sideshow and Brent. Another overtime. I feel like that match was not going to end, and a very, very hard-earned win from DRX.
Yeah, I mean, you hear there from DRX themselves that, just knew that we were going to win today. Overtime win after overtime win. Could have very easily gone in a different direction, but it is DRX, our first team to make playoffs, and they escape a group that I don't think anyone knew exactly who the first team to escape was going to be.
Yeah, it was very much up in the air, wasn't it? But they've earned themselves that nice little break. I believe it's like, what, 8 days from now where they get to... Essentially, I mean, they're not really going to get much of a break. They're probably going to be practicing a lot up until that point. But I feel like for any team, that is such valuable time where you can just sit, watch the competition, see what other people are playing, and also improve on your own stuff as well. I mean, DRX hopefully should be going to even greater heights now.
I mean, especially for a team like DRX, those 8 days, we know they're going to be used pretty wisely. Also, towards the end of that overtime, what a poetic way for it to end, for Buzz to just step up, get a lot of kills to close it out for them. I think the Buzz versus CNED head-to-head has been very, very interesting today because CNED has just been an unstoppable force, it feels like, for Navi.
He looked incredible in the first half of map 1 and then all across map 2, and he just wasn't able to bring that same level into map 3. Buzz, on the other hand, last time we saw him play Lotus, I think he had something like 10 first deaths, and this time he's just slaughtering. Yeah. Looked vastly improved in terms of how they were taking those opening fights, because their composition was just so much better at controlling the map over there at A.
Absolutely. I mean, they had an easier time of it, right? Much easier. It was, and it came down to one of those classic coin flips over towards A Rubble, when the teams decide to just fight and clash, and then Buzz and Mako ended up just winning it out. I mean, their comps just more suited towards it as well. But yeah, I mean, well deserved. A good win overall. I mean, I was a big fan, I think, of a lot of individuals still. The main point for me being Zest as an individual, I think.
Yeah.
Carrying all the way forwards. Like,
he looks like their best player.
He does look like their best player at the moment, which is crazy considering he wasn't getting playtime.
I mean, look at the fans as well. They absolutely love DRX out here. They were, I think, cheering for them every single round. Every time RB was in a 1v1, I did not hear anything else besides the collective chant of RB, RB. Yeah. So I feel like the fans are going to be very, very happy with this result.
I really want to pose this question, though. Is this DRX's true form? Are they playing at a point now where they've gone back to a team that people were talking about, you know, 3rd place at Champions last year? Are they going to be able to make a title run or something like that? And I'm not yet convinced. I want to see more of them, and I'm kind of gutted that we have to wait so long before we get to see them again, because they had to squeeze it out in overtime wins. They were 9-3 down in the first map. This could have very easily been a 0-2 loss that changes the narrative utterly and completely. I was very impressed with what they did against Loud, but I feel like Loud just weren't shooting back. I'm yet to be convinced, but I'd love to hear what you think about DRX.
Do you believe, Bran? Do you believe in them again?
I think there's still more to go with them, because I think this team has solved the core issue, which was that they couldn't settle on a core 5, which they've done that a while ago.
Definitely.
Which you immediately see the improvements. Their map pool looks way more fleshed out compared to a Tokyo, where they're splitting it, they're running their old stuff at times. Like, you remember their Fracture, they were running the stuff they were running at the beginning of Lock-In at Tokyo, because they had just reinserted Zest into the lineup, and they didn't have any of that prior prep time. They do now. They have a bit more time to cook on top of that with the 8 days that they've just bought by making playoffs as well. I think that we will see continued growth for DRX and potentially a chance for them to really punch above that 3rd place where they were previously just breaking into.
Well, I know Achilles and Paperthin might be watching, so I believe I'm with you guys. I know exactly what the hype is about. They're the first team to make it to playoffs for a reason. This could have been
Are they gonna
Loud.
win it all?
This could have been Liquid, and this could have been Navi, but it was none of them.
Put your money where your mouth is.
It was DRX.
They winning it?
Are they winning it
They
all?
are winning at least one more game. Now, it's time for our HyperX reflex moment of the day, which was way, way back in map 1, but an unforgettable moment from CNED.
Now, is this going to be the shot of the tournament, shot of the week so far, or is it that ridiculous one by Nats with a Guardian up in heaven? I feel like this one's more skillful.
That's Guardian one.
Just bind techers.
That's Guardian one was pure RNG. This one is just insanity. I was like, there's no way CNED is winning this when this was playing out, because I was like, Mako's just played this perfectly. He's baited his team, yes, but all he has to do now is just play time, and CNED's never going to hit a shot like this, and he adjusts his aim like that. But I mean, it's unbelievable.
I think as well, that clip kind of showcases what was going wrong for DRX. They were letting CNED get away with too much. You know, Mako's on the line there, he's favored, but he can't quite hit the shot. That happened a few times. As the series went on, you saw the DRX players finding those moments where they could just wipe the floor. Like the zest, the amount of moments he had towards the end in OT on Lotus, where he's just gunning people down on C, and then Buzz coming out as well. The individuals on DRX are playing well.
I mean, we will see Navi a little bit sooner than we will see DRX again. And with day 3 coming to a close, let's take a look at our bracket. I think there's been a couple of surprises, but also a couple of things we probably expected. You know, looking at EG making it through as well. Foot for me, Brent, I didn't expect them to be that clean. I thought they would probably beat T1, but not in that fashion.
Yeah, and when I spoke to Mr. Fallon as well in the interview, he was talking about the one thing that they were missing at Tokyo was that experience, right? They just felt like they weren't playing like they were in scrims in the regular season matches, because the big stage just got blinded by it, I think, and dazzled almost by it, the prospect of it. But they've had that month and a half, and the experience at Tokyo has clearly paid off a lot, I think, for this team.
If A-Young is still hitting like he did today, they actually have a serious chance of upsetting T1.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
really, T1 looked like they had so many holes
that.
and mistakes.
Yeah.
If FPX are going to have to bring their best, and it's still only a chance, but I think they've actually got a shot.
Well, we've seen a lot of teams already, but there's a few teams we haven't seen just yet. Coming up tomorrow, we've got 3 more matches and the debut of Group C. We've got NRG versus Billy Gaming, but of course, Fnatic versus Zeta. I think they spoke it into existence. You know, Boaster really, really wanted to face a Japanese team, and Brent, he's going to get his chance.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing if Zeta have really just fleshed out and developed a bit more of their map pool as well, because everyone's talking about Laz's Chamber. I can't wait to see that as well, and I kind of want to see it developed more on other maps as well, because it's looked like the best look for Zeta Division. Unfortunately, they're up against the favorites of the event in Fnatic, so that's a very tough ask.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the group, Ardis doesn't even know the duelist name for Billy Gaming. I want YZ to give the smackdown to Ardis.
Yeah.
I want to see the hubris punish.
I mean, if that happens, it's going to be very entertaining. But also, EG versus Foot, that's tomorrow as well. So another team.
That could be a great game.
Yeah,
I think that could be a great game.
To playoffs, but that is all the time we have here. Thank you very much, you two, for joining me. But before we say goodbye, let's relive the best moments of the day in the Prime Gaming post-day highlights.
Today, one team will move straight to the knockout bracket, and 4 more will make their group stage debut. And here we go. 2 teams that have showed us at Tokyo that they have what it takes to compete with the best, but now they need to go toe-to-toe against each other to decide who moves on in this bracket. It's Foot going up against T1.
But he's able to hold on for the moment. Even still, though, initial frag goes the way of Kiwi's doing what? But Coffee just gets 2 through the pit. A little bit more for him as well. He's left a teammate behind as well. I don't think Krax was expected. The flank from Sire will dome 1, but the trades are coming back thick and fast.
If someone from Foot overextends, what was that? It won't last too long without a captain. The trade out is good for Mr. Fallen Foot with 13-4. Their opening map in Los Angeles could not have gone much better. One in the form of Ada Captain, the other being Krax, and that angle is certainly held down by Krax. Well done for Foot to find a third. Carpe with a good frag. They haven't spotted out a captain. He's doubling up, holding strong on the side. He doesn't need any help. Well, Kiwi's got some control. A player spotted as well. They'll look for the fight, and that's an execution.
Paranoia.
Van and both have been found by Kiwi. Oh, wow. Yeah, well, we won't even talk about that for Saya, because it's an ace for Kiwi. And that will do it. 13-7. An incredible debut for the side of Foot as they take their opening series 2-0, barely breaking a sweat.
It's the team team that defied all expectations versus the team that we don't really know what to expect. But let's not forget, EG, they've been on the side where everybody underestimated them and they had to pay the price. So surely they know not to underestimate their opponent.
We love you, Twitch chat. We love you, Twitch chat.
Just pushing them back through the choke point. No one can really get into this. Beautiful dart. The supplementary utility just bogs them down. Knives out, Demon 1. You're really trying to take that. There's no coverage. And loose as well, not waiting for any sort of timing. Still, he spotted him surely. Just the edge of the gun, edge of the weaponry. Nails the shot.
We'll give him 8. We'll give him 8.
Everybody on form right now for EG, and they can feel it. This is it. Precipice to try and take away map number 1. Team hungry to get this done and over with just like that. It's a 13-8 finish for EG. Credit to FPX, definitely pushing them. Into the back, flash rebounded off to the side, takes the peek, off of it, runs out of bullets though, can't exchange the weaponry. Still, the team are there to flood in and help them out. Jorgamo popping off entirely. That's 4 in a round for him. But again, that space out towards it. Flash not quite connecting. Still, they want to take the fight towards it. The spacing not good enough. Jorgamo.
Nice. Let's go!
Can he win this pistol round out? What a tap, a full stick. Jorgamo going for that plant. Lands it. Facing it all together, 13-8. Scoreline for man number 2. Not the cleanest of affairs for EG, but it does get them that match win.
These are two of the most experienced teams in this entire tournament, and winning today will guarantee them a spot at playoffs.
Feeling the need to win this round, Stax has gotten it down. It's just seen it, and it's just seen it with the op. Certainly not the weapon you want in a situation like this, but he's gotten 1. Is he going to be able to get the second? Yes, he does! What a play from CNED! They haven't grabbed anything else. Is that going to be enough? It very well may be. Unless Zest can make something happen, and he's already gotten 2 big ones. Seekers invested, Zest with 3, Zip-On left alone. Swings back around, Sugetsu cleans him up. You see the defenses for DRX crumbling, but Stax with 2, trying to right the ship, trying to bring him back. There's Orbital Strike, Zest cleans him up, and DRX somehow claw their way back into the map and take a 1-0 lead. Into the weapon, the paranoia is there, Buzz waiting to go. There he goes! CNED plucks him out of the sky! Oh, unless Buzz gets ahead of it. That's exactly what he does! He just buys time and he wins the round! Nice! Buzz finds space, and now he's got the showstopper, but CNED stops it! CNED's gonna win this round by himself, come hell or high water. We're going the distance, we're going to Lotus. But how much more can they do? Can NAVI break their way through what they have? No, they cannot. What a hold. DRX surrounded. They've already gotten it to half. It's got to be a swing from Xiao, and it delivers. They have the haunt there, too, to provide some cover to get some info, and there's really nothing that they can do. They're going to have to flood behind the flash. Stax has already gotten it, but Mako with the 3K. DRX are playoffs bound.
In the blink of an eye, Doug, the match is over.
Stop being nice to me. I am moving light speed away from who you'd like me to be. I am moving on the earth to a light stream in the sky. The night brings. I'm not who you'd like me to be. I am moving on the earth. Baby want a facelift, trying to copy paste the picture that she saw online. It is outrageous, all the people faking, beautiful, expensive.